What's the most you've seen someone be so out of touch with reality? Oh, this question is perfect for me. I grew up in the richest and whitest of suburbia. Everyone I knew had a doctor slash lawyer slash CFO or a dad, it felt like. Where do I even start? I knew a girl who didn't want to go to school in the 8th grade. So her parents paid her $400 a week just to show up to middle school. She's now addicted to pills and not going to college. One time I was at a friend's lake house and they asked if they could come to my next weekend. When I told them I didn't have one, they were actually floored. Everyone has one of those, right? Similar thing happened a few times with country clubs. This one is the best. I went to France on a school trip. I know, with another school from my area. I saw one of the girls from the other school who I had made friends with over the course of the trip crying. I went and asked her what was wrong, and she said she found out her maid got deported back to Bolivia. I was like, that sucks. Was she really cool or something? Nope. She didn't even speak English. The girl was just pissed she'd have to clean for herself until they got a new one. Then come to find out that wasn't even their only maid. They were going from 2 maids to 1 for like a week or 2, and it was the worst thing that had ever happened to her. Edit. I don't want to fuel the Reddit hate of rich people. I live around them, and most of them are fantastic people. These are isolated incidents, usually fueled by people who have no desire to escape their bubble and just get validated by all their similarly wealthy friends. These people are the exception, not the rule. Some years ago, I worked in a mailroom. The boss of my boss was talking about one of her family members who had some kind of emergency and had to come up with $30,000. She said to my boss and I'll never forget this, I don't understand the problem. I mean, who doesn't have $30,000 saved for an emergency? Beach. I work in a mailroom. Epilogue. I have been out of the mailroom for 8 years. I still don't have an extra $30,000 lying around. Edit. This got way bigger than I thought it would. I should clarify some things. That was about 9 years ago. I'm no longer in the mailroom. I have worked my way up through several promotions, and I'm now a financial analyst with the same company. Oddly enough, I thank you for the links to r/personal finance, but I do not need them. My wife and I are in pretty good shape now. We both have masters in our respective fields, and while we have student loans to pay, we are in pretty good shape. Maybe not $30,000 just laying around shape, but we've got it covered. To anyone struggling right now, I would recommend that you check out the link to r/personal finance that has been provided several times. There are definitely some good ideas in there, and if it helps you put just a couple more bucks away per week, then it's done a good job. To anyone saying she was just joking or just being sarcastic, nope. Trust me, not the case. Do kids count? Cause when I was a kid I was on the swim team at an athletic club in a primarily rich area, with us being middle/lower class. The athletic club had a grill and I saw people all day going up and getting food just by showing their access card. I asked them what they did, and they said just scan your access card and you get food. Of course, in my mind, that meant it was complimentary. So I started getting all sorts of food and snacks. Frozen yogurt, Slurpees, chicken fingers, cheese fries, smoothies, etc. Come the end of the month my parents get our membership bill and start freaking out. I didn't hear the beginning of the conversation and walk in just in time for them to wonder where all these food charges came from. I, in my naivety, said I got all that food, but it's free, right? They told me it all had to be paid for. When I asked the other kids, they all said no way, it's free, I never have to pay. Turns out their parents were just so loaded they didn't care what the bill was, it just got paid, and they ate whatever they wanted, however much. It was around that time I realized just how out of class I was compared to them. Edit. My inbox blew up over this over my lunch break. Thanks for all the comments. It feels a bit better knowing that I apparently wasn't the only kid who had no idea how stuff like this worked. To answer a few common questions. Yes, I realize this was my fault with nobody to blame. I was the one out of touch. It was probably close to $100, so not huge, but still not budgeted for. There's a guy in France very seriously running for the next presidential elections, 2017, with this program destroying the Eiffel Tower. Too ugly. Bringing back death penalty. Annexing Belgium and Luxembourg. Forbidding abortion. Abolishing minimum wage. Forbidding ninja music. Jazz, blues, rock, rap, hip hop. Abolishing the right of asylum. Kicking every immigrant out. That goes without saying. Removing anti-hate speech laws. I can see why. He is a faking course from old nobility. Thinks Marine Le Pen, leader of the Front National, is too leftist. Said on a public radio that if our ancestors were slavers, it's because they had no other choice and those who were slaves preferred being just that than starving to death. A great guy all around. Edit. Because I'm getting tired of answering about that in the comments. This guy doesn't deserve any free publicity. But if you absolutely need to know his name, read the comment chain. It's there. And several times. No, he doesn't stand a chance in hell of being elected. He won't even be able to be an actual candidate. To be a candidate to presidency in France, you need to gather the support of 500 elected officials, mostly mayors, but also senators, etc. And he won't get that. No chance. Even he admits it. As for the why this restriction is in place, it's precisely to filter the joke candidates and the batshit insane candidates. 500 signatures isn't that much, especially considering the fact that a lot of politicians are attached to the idea that every political current should be represented in the presidential campaign. Every 5 years, there's a bunch of off-the-charts candidates that don't gather more than 1% of the votes, but are still there. But when you're that insane, no way you'll gather 500 signatures. He's a presidential candidate in the sense that he announced his candidature and is in the process of gathering signatures. But he won't be in the actual presidential campaign. I live in London as a welfare rep for American students. Knowing that American college costs a bundle, and the program to come over costs a load too, these students tend to be the richest and whitest of suburbia. One day the Wi-Fi went down, and I may as well have told them that there was no drinking water in the UK. About 40 students were knocking on my door telling me it wasn't acceptable, and that they were calling their daddies to sort it. My daddy is a lawyer. So if you think you're getting money for this accommodation, when I haven't had Wi-Fi, you've got another thing coming. That sort of thing. I tried to calm them down, let them know it would be back on in an hour or two, when one of them said the following line: "You can't blame us for being upset. We grew up in the first world." I was flabbergasted. Not only did she talk about being from the first world, who does that? Like that is something to be proud of. But her entire argument was everything in my life has always been easy and perfect. How dare you take away the most minor of utilities for 3 hours? I despair. Edit. Changed another thing coming to another thing coming. Who knew that was right? I work in advertising. Lots of creatives and producers in this industry who are super out of touch with reality. Mostly it manifests itself in people taking credit for huge societal fads just because they used it once in an ad. So for example, let's say we use the word epic in an ad at some point, that creative will believe that they are responsible for how often the word epic has been used since then. Occasionally it will manifest itself in crazier ways. I once had to try to explain to a creative why a radio spot couldn't detect a listener's name and then automatically insert that name into the VO. Edit. Since this comment is getting a lot of attention, the impression that I got from the particular creative that wanted names in radio ads was that he assumed that the same technology that uses cookies to target web ads could be transferred to FM radio. I would be extremely surprised if he ever read Fahrenheit 451. Also, for those of you that are silly enough to actively want to pursue a career in advertising, I suggest you watch the show Happy-ish. It's not great, but it's the most accurate depiction of this industry that I've seen. Second edit. For those of you asking for career advice, this industry forces you to work long hours for and with a huge amount of people who only got their jobs through nepotism, and at the end of the day, 99.5% of the creative work you do is shitty and worthless. The other 0.5% is less shitty, but still worthless. None of it is glamorous, unless you're extremely dumb. Don't do it. Learn a useful trade, and live a good life. I've met a few people who are really brilliant in one field, yet lack even the most basic level of sense in certain areas outside of it. Sort of like the thing about Einstein not being able to tie his shoes. If that's true, my favorite was a university professor. Absolutely brilliant knowledge of Middle Eastern politics, particularly around the Israel-Palestine conflict. He could remember insanely precise historical details going back thousands of years, and seemed to understand the subtlest of nuances on both sides of the conflict. His lectures were amazing. Or they would have been, if he had turned off his cell phone. He simply couldn't figure out how to silence his phone, or even turn it on and off. He had let his tar do it for him a couple of times, but then he'd leave with it still off, and couldn't figure out how to turn it back on until he came back the next day. So after going through that twice, he decided he would just leave it on. And it appeared that every telemarketer on earth had his number, because it would ring at least 5 times an hour at full volume, and he'd just talk over the top of it like it wasn't happening. He also never answered his email, because he apparently didn't realize that he had one, or might need to use it. One day he'd forgotten to bring his little water jug, and sent his tar to the vending machine in the middle of a lecture, to bring him a bottle of water. She brought it back, and handed it to him, and he turned red in the face trying to get it open, before handing it back to her, and declaring that something was wrong with it. She opened it quickly and easily. He'd been turning the cap the wrong way. I should specify here that this was not a super old guy who you'd expect to have issues with technology and life in general. He was in his mid or late 40s. My father, by far. But the coin incident was the farthest from reality he's ever been. My dad collects coins because his extremely Hungarian immigrant grandfather convinced him that the bank, capitalizing it because to him, all banks are just one huge world bank, is determined to steal all his money from him, so he has to have a backup plan. This in and of itself isn't too extreme. Plenty of people choose self-sustenance due to a distrust in government and economics, but the real kicker happened when he tried to roll his coins. He has to order his coin rolls online because he doesn't want to go to the bank and get coin rolls, because then the bank will know how much money he's hiding from them. I'm not kidding. Anyway, he ordered a bag of coin rolls and waited about a month for them to come before he started getting curious where they were. He asked my mom to check the order tracking while he was at work one day, which led to this conversation. Mom, Dad's name, it says here that the package made it to town we live in 2 weeks ago, but got sent back. It says you gave no delivery address, Dad. Yeah, why would I do that? I don't want them to know where I live. They might tell everyone. My stepmother, really nice lady, but very tightly wound, told me Satan put the dinosaur bones in the ground to trick us. I asked her why. 1. God would let Satan mess with his creation, and 2. Then why did she let my dad keep a whole shelf of fossils in the living room if they were literally created by the devil? She went and had a meltdown in the bedroom, yelled at my dad for a bit, and I got sent to my room. A little while later my dad came in and said he'd been told to have a serious talk with me. Then he said, stop torturing your stepmother. He tried to look stern, started laughing, and had to wait till he could get his face under control before he left the room. Edit: my dad loves his wife very much and usually lets her have her way when it comes to things that are really important to her. I think he's either atheist or agnostic himself, but I'm not sure. Church is a big deal for her, so he goes to, volunteers and stuff. And yes, she is very pretty. Not a bimbo though, she has a good brain, but her parents tried very hard to keep her from using it on anything that wasn't sufficiently ladylike. Her dad was a Lutheran minister who loved his wife and daughter, but believed that women were fragile and weak, and needed good sensible men to look after them. Also, my mom, dad's first wife, is batshit crazy, so by comparison my stepmother is really easy to live with. She has a good heart, she's just a very nervous person, and she gets scared if something challenges her beliefs. My sister was just telling me this story. She went to a private high school in a very nice area with very rich kids. One day my sister sees one of her friends crying and quickly runs over to her to ask what is wrong. Her friend, through sobs, manages to say, everything is just so unfair, I can't even believe my life. My sister is so concerned because this girl seems on the verge of a breakdown. After calming her down for a bit, my sister asks again what is bothering the friend, thinking maybe someone died or her parents are getting divorced. Well, you know my birthday is coming up, and so is my sister's, and well sobbing some more my parents are getting us both brand new Range Rovers, and because she is older breaks down she is getting the black one, but I wanted that one. The only thing my sister could do was say I'm so sorry for you and walk away. We still do feel bad for her, so detached. I'm a jeweler slash metalsmith and often work festivals and street fairs to sell my work. My husband and I were hanging out in my tent last summer at a festival and a woman walks in, looking harmless enough. This may also be a sign of me being a little out of touch with reality as I took in her flowing 10-yard skirt and multiple colored scarves and wavy brown slash grey hair tied back with a leather rope, and assumed she was a sweet old hippie lady. This assumption made her next few words all the more shocking. She started off simple enough, talking about her own art, and admiring a few pieces, trying a few things on, and then she noticed I was pregnant, 6 months at that point, and asked if I knew that a blood moon was coming soon, and that I should stay inside my house for fear of the power of this blood moon sending me into preterm labor and possibly resulting in a stillbirth. She then reminded us that this next blood moon was a sign of the apocalypse, and that Jesus would be returning to earth soon, to take all the righteous to heaven. She said that, if this happened before my baby was born, that I would wake up miraculously not pregnant anymore, as he would claim all innocents in his name and spirit them away to glory. She then said, and you know, of course this is all our fault. Humans, not gods. She didn't notice through her diatribe that our smiles had become completely frozen, and we were hunching down more and more in our seats. I said, okay, well thank you. She left. I look sideways at all sweet old hippie ladies now. My brother. I took him to a district tennis match just to watch, and in the middle of the match he screamed I own the Waldorf Astoria. All the points were cancelled, and with utmost embarrassment I took him, and we left point. Then confessions came out as I pushed him for answers. He apparently discovered the smallest unit of mass, the knack. He was married to a gymnast named Rachel. Not true. He invented the Ferrari, and a lot more I don't care to remember. He became full schizophrenic over the next couple years with additional breaks from reality. The CIA tapped into his brain. He pointed at my mom's face and said, you shut your faking trap over nothing. It was heart melting watching mom and dad fight over whether these were choices of his or if he needed medication. He eventually was caught with a fake gun defending a mansion which he had never seen before with police guns drawn on him. He luckily tossed the toy to the ground. They identified him as having an episode of some sort, and he went to a mental health facility. After that he complained about having illnesses which he didn't have, until he did develop testicular cancer, which is downright awful for someone in his mental state. He would giggle to himself, and when asked what he is laughing about, he would get very quiet and scary serious. It was like talking to a blank wall. There is a lot more that went on, but like I said, I try to forget it and move on. On a lighter note, he is doing much better now on the right cocktail of medication, and although he is slower, he is beginning to forge connections with people again, so progress. My parents have a dog, 60 pounds Portuguese water dog, that keeps biting people, like it's up to 5 now, and they refuse to come to terms with the fact that the dog is dangerous, and they don't have the skill or the discipline to keep it in check. It's actually been really tough on the family, because everyone is scared of it and no one can reason with them. Worst part is the dog hates children, like he flips shit when he sees a kid, and recently bit a 5-year-old. I'm so fucking mad at them. They replaced their real children with a dog, and instead of treating it like an animal they act like it's their new kid. I've seriously considered alerting the police, but I know it'd tear my family apart. The whole thing is truly terrible. Edit. Thanks for the support everybody. I posed this situation to r/relationships and got beat to hell. A surprising amount of people there truly felt like dog bites are no big deal, and I was being an asshole for trying to report it. To those suggesting additional training, my parents must have spent $15K sending the dog to a 2-week live-in training session with a former police dog trainer, but the dog still bit 2 people afterwards. One was the 5-year-old. My first child, their first grandchild, is due in November, and they know that the dog will have to be boarded, not just locked up in the house, whenever we visit. It still just baffles me how they can put their dog over their relationship with and safety of their friends, family, and neighbors. I've known a few daddy's little girls in my lifetime that had credit cards that their dad paid. To them it was free money. They could spend as much as they wanted and never saw a bill because it went straight to dad and he paid it. I could see them getting older and through being coddled all their life and having everything from vehicle registration and insurance to electricity bills handled for them, thinking all this stuff is free and easy and never realizing it's because someone was basically doing it all for you. Some of these girls' parents lost a lot in the 08 market crash, and they couldn't comprehend at 26 to 30 suddenly having to do things themselves. The lucky ones married rich, but I know a couple of them that still live at their parents approaching 30 because they just can't function in the real world. It's sad, but even sadder seeing them on Facebook, still taking multiple vacations a year, posting pics of their expensive shoes and purses and fruity drinks at the bar, and knowing they can only afford this stuff because they don't have any family, mortgage, car note, or responsibility, but have a semi-decent job as a secretary somewhere. This one is pretty short, but my sister was the usual rich white party college girl, always complaining that she was broke and didn't have time to get a job because she was so busy all day with school, only took 4 classes FFS, and generally being a dumb spoiled girl. Come her 4th year, when she's supposed to graduate, and she suddenly springs it on my dad that she can't graduate because of a terrible GPA, and at the same time my dad had lost his job, so he just cut her off completely financially. She faking fell apart, couldn't deal with it, moved to Florida with her mom, took out loans until she was 10k in debt, took a year and a half extra to finally graduate, and got addicted to pills. Then she did so much Adderall she had a seizure, moved back in with my dad, and then had an early life crisis and moved in with a friend in Colorado talking about how she had free rent and would figure the rest out when she got there and yada yada. She has a bachelor's in business, supposedly doesn't want an office job of any sort. Her friend moved away suddenly to Washington to chase some boy she had a crush on. Now my sister is begging me weekly to let her live with me in my apartment for free because she doesn't want to live with my parents, and she asked me to get her a job at my work, and she bought a faking dog for no reason and can't afford to raise it. I'm ranting, but my sister is not a forward thinker. Actually, she's just not a thinker in general. Former rich kid here. Long story not short, my dad cheated on my mom when I was 5. He hit and dragged my mom to his car in the downtown of the 3rd biggest city in my state. He was stopped by an off-duty cop. In court he never had any repercussions because drive so and so has no time for therapy because he's a doctor blah blah. My mom had to raise 3 kids, I'm the oldest, on her own, while my used to be father would routinely mess up child support checks. He won us in court to take us every Wednesday and every other weekend. He straight up wouldn't care for us, make us lunches, clean my baby brother proper, hit us, and constantly talk about how my liberal mother had influenced us into being bad people. One day he put my little brother in the hot tub with his diaper on. The diaper dissolved, leaving a rash on my brother's privates. He took a bunch of pictures of it with a digital camera, new at the time, and tried to blame my mom's dad for sexual abuse on both me and my brother. That also wasn't true. Throughout the years, he would manipulate us with money that we needed for school and whatnot and hit us. One day I found my father's 40+ plant outdoor weed operation. I was 19 at the time, so naturally I chopped down 3 plants. Not too much time had passed, and I get a crazy phone message about how I'm never to contact him again, and that he hates me. At the end of the message his tone changed to, "How could I have been married to your mom and not smoke dope from time to time? This could become your family heirloom." This is his type of behavior. Act really mean, then hit him with some nice words. A little more time passed, and my dad told me I had to sell weed for me to go to college, because he spent all his doctor money on my sister's college tuition. So I sold the weed to make money, but just like in my earlier life he would cut it off to manipulate me. So one day I broke in and took some, and did the same many times in the future. This wasn't his personal stash, it was from a year earlier, that nobody wanted except for my teenage friends. He found out one day and kicked me out of his house. I started the 6-mile walk through the rural country on my own, only to hear his Jeep chasing me up the street trying to ram me off the road. He kept yelling, "I'm going to beat the living pulp out of you." I had my phone out with 911 ready. I ran into the woods and could hear him saying it was alright and to get in the car. To this day I'm so happy I didn't get in that car. After hiding in the woods for a while, someone called my for weed and I got a ride home. A few days later, my dad came to pick up my little brother. I took my swords out and smashed his car window. He called the cops and I went to jail. I do not regret it because since then my little brother and I never had to see him again. Now I have my mom's maiden name, graduated college and going back for another degree, have a good job, and my brother and sister are safe. My father on the other hand went bankrupt, has no friends, and is threatening suicide. He lets food rot in his fridge because he's afraid he is going to starve to death. Even after his financial downfall he has $150,000. To this day he doesn't understand why his sons won't talk to him. He still thinks he was the best father in the world and we owe him. Narcissism is a serious disorder, especially if you are willing to hurt people to get what you want. He also said he was psychic and could see all through the eyes of all his loved ones plus a bunch of other crazy shit. During all this my mom got a master's degree and can take care of us fine. First post ever, don't know if it was appropriate, but thanks Reddit. So I used to work at a machine shop owned and ran by a family. All their kids worked there and were probably the most selfish, self-absorbed, jaded people I've ever met. So the owners had a very nice house, which they let one of their children and family live in with them. Their old house was given to another child and her family. A third house was purchased and given to their last child and family. All of these properties were being paid for by the parents, as well as all of their $40,000 salaries and benefits. All of the 3 children worked there, and their spouses. Also, they each had new company cars every 2 years. Who needs a company car when they work in an office? Also, when they carpool together and leave some of the new cars at home every day, the parents are very nice people and very giving. The children and their families, however, are faking as holes. Every day after school all of the grandkids would come in the shop and run around faking off and getting into shit. This is a machine shop, heavy machinery constantly running. Don't let your kids shoot faking Nerf guns at each other while I'm running a hydraulic press. So one day at lunch, I hear 2 of the spouses and one of the owner's kids yelling at the owner, like, screaming. Why, you ask? Because he didn't want to purchase season tickets 3 rows closer than what they had already for our local NFL team. Jaded as, spoiled dickheads. Meanwhile us non-family members are struggling to pay bills and being turned down raises. Edit, spelling and cheaty mobile formatting. I know I'm a little late to this powwow, but I thought I should share at how distant some people are from reality. This past semester, I was studying abroad, and I met people from all over the US. My program included colleges from all over. I met 2 different people, both from Virginia, and they were the nicest people. However, when I told them I was Jewish, they were completely dumbfounded. They never met a Jew before, let alone be friends with one. I thought, how strange, but I figured she lived in an extremely rural part of Virginia and goes to school in the South, so Jews are a rarity down there. I also guessed that she probably has met a Jew before, but never really took note of it or didn't know. It's not like we identify our religion every time we meet someone new. The most out of touch thing I heard in my life came from one of these girls. Here's the summarized convo I had with one of them. Me, I can't believe none of your friends are Jewish. Her, I know. So do you celebrate Christmas? Me, nope. I mean, I know some Jews do both holidays, but my family strictly follows Jewish holidays. No Easter, no Lent, etc. Her, so you've never celebrated Christmas? Me, don't get me wrong, I love Christmas time. It's one of the jolliest times of the year. My ex celebrated Christmas and I celebrated with them, but it's not like I go to mass or have a tree. Huh, so you don't celebrate it? Me, not in my house, nope. Huh, but it's Christmas, why don't you celebrate it? Me, Well, Jews don't really believe in the whole Jesus was the Messiah sort of thing huh, but like, you don't celebrate Christmas, me, not in my house, huh. So there's no tree in your house, you don't go to mass, I swear to God, these questions persisted for a solid 10 minutes. I distinctly remember, because we were standing outside the Tower of London and I just thought it was a strange conversation point. I'm more than happy to answer questions about Judaism, what we believe in, and why it's different, but it just felt like she couldn't wrap her head around this concept, that I didn't celebrate Christmas. Like it was literally impossible for her to understand that Christmas is just a holiday celebrate everywhere except my house. From Canada, my dad works in the HVAC industry. He went to go fix a seemingly nice little old lady's air conditioning a few weeks ago. She fed him homemade cookies. This is actually pretty common. Lots of people will give him food/wine to take home as thanks. Told him stories of her grandkids. Overall a really nice lady point, until she started talking about current events. Oh, can you make sure the unit is secure? I don't want the blacks to steal it. They've been so rowdy lately. My dad just said UHH. No one is going to move the unit ma'am. It's safe. To which she replied, oh, don't underestimate NIs. They managed to get one into the White House. You know that man, Obama, steals from the house all the time. I saw him selling his own desk on Craigslist. Of course, my dad just kinda let her talk. She rambled along those lines for a while. Then, when he was finished, she thanked him, and as he left, she said make sure to pay the Jew tax. They say it's the PST, provincial sales tax, but it's for the Jews. Just way out there. TLDR little old lady is nice on the outside, from the 1940s on the inside. Guy I know hit the Powerball for 150 million at age 19. 8 years ago, he bought a little house on the river and now sits naked drinking beer and fishing all day every day. He has no phone, no internet, doesn't get mail, no way of getting any news about anything. His girlfriend left him, and the government thought he was dead till the eyes sent someone out to evaluate the property. His parents died 2 years ago, and his sister died after complications from a hysterectomy last year, so he has no family, no friends, no job, nothing. His only living contact is his dog, the occasional person who comes by his house, normally me or his neighbor. Between the two of us, we make sure he's alive about once a week, and the people at the gas station up the road, where he buys his bait and his beer. He has bricks of cash in his house laying around, because he just doesn't care. He won't ever need as much as he has. Personally, I'd give him 10 years till he dies of skin cancer as he sits naked in the sun all day. This will probably get buried, but if it makes 5 people cringe, then I've done my job. A friend of mine met this girl while doing a play. She was tall, blonde, and almost attractive. She was one of those girls who was obsessed with being hot and sexy, but just wasn't quite there. Something was off about her face. She was also dead set on becoming the next big actor/model, and convinced that she had what it takes. She did this unaired, never released reality show about a swimsuit competition supposedly for the sexiest women in the world, but it was honestly a bunch of fairly average girls all with the same complex. But because of that show, that nobody has seen, she considers herself a D-list celebrity. She goes to events and takes pics with celebrities to then post and say she was hanging out with them. She endorses products on her Instagram, on which she bought 90% of her 5,000 or so followers. The robots that follow her comment on her pictures with one-word comments all the time, like sweet or nice. She takes a million selfies, and also sometimes takes selfie videos, where she addresses her fans. One in particular stands out where she told her fans she was having a contest to win a hoverboard. Got there so much. She also fancies herself a singer, although she is terrible, and releases videos of her singing into the camera out of key. She released a single on iTunes that sounds nothing like her because it is auto-tuned, and it still manages to sound like two goats arguing. She's also a writer, term used loosely of course. She wrote an autobiography that she published on Amazon that you can buy for $30. She also quotes herself on her Instagram in those quote picture things that girls like. It's like a car crash, and I've never meant that more. Oh, last one that I can think of. She gives herself credit on IMDb for movies and things that she wasn't in, or she was just an extra in, so that it looks like she's succeeding. She is the most delusional person I've ever met. I didn't believe my friend before I went to his play and met her. It's amazing. Studied German in college with a guy who I thought was an alright dude when, one day, while out having some beers with others in the department, he very seriously started talking about how the best way to get rid of race problems in this country, USA, was to partition the nation and separate all the races. He kept saying stupid shit, like it's not racist, we just don't work well together, and it won't be a big deal, it'll be perfectly equal, faking ugh. I couldn't believe it when some others around were starting to agree with him as well, though not entirely, just things like well that's a good point etc. There were zero good points, by the way. I felt like I was in some weird Twilight Zone shit. Guy thought he was so intelligent and insightful. I never spoke to him again after that, and later found out from a female friend of mine who had gone on a date with him. Like I said, he initially came off as a pretty reasonable and nice guy, that he had a portrait of Adolf Hitler above his bed. Pretty much the first stealth white supremacist I had ever met. Point I should clarify that I'm a big Swedish looking guy, so I think he thought I was going to be with him on that. I was really faking not. Leaving a tropical location that is frequented by celebrities and billionaires on my friend's brand new Bombardier Global 6000, when we pull into the loading area and see his flight crew in an all-out brawl with 4 other people. Point apparently a well-known celebrity had arrived at the airport early for a chartered flight, and upon finding out it wasn't supposed to arrive for a couple hours tried to commander my friend's plane, thinking it was owned by the same charter company. She had her assistants and security go and try to remove our luggage while she boarded and refused to leave. Point it took about 30 minutes after our arrival to finally convince Armenians that they were breaking the law, and they finally stopped their attempted conquest. The celebrity however refused to get off the plane and demanded my friend fly her and her entourage of 8, bumping 8 from our party, to her destination first and then continue on to ours. They thought based on her star power that my friend would just bow to her demands. It took another 20 minutes to get the celebrity off of his plane. As our party was trying to board, we were subject to a litany of curses and insults from the celebrity and her toadies because we were novadas and her time was apparently more valuable than ours. About a week later, my friend who owns the plane received a letter from a very well-known and litigious celebrity lawyer threatening legal action if any mention or videos of the incident wound up in the tabloids. Edit: I'm not going to give any information about who this person is. I have already had one gossipy tabloid writer PM me for information about 3 years ago, and I had a young woman, probably early 20s, come into the cafe I work at. She ordered herself and drink and a pastry of some sort. Her total around $6. She proceeded to hand me a $1 bill and 6 quarters. I took the money and waited for her to procure more, but she just stood there staring at me. I told her, I'm sorry, it's $6.87, or whatever. She says, I know I gave you 7. I said, no, this is only $2.25. She took the money from my hand and counted each item in front of me, like I was stupid, counting each item as $1. I pointed to the quarters and told her, those are quarters, not dollars. Keep in mind this person was obviously not foreign or anything. She had no accent and seemed completely American. Anyway, her response was, I know they're quarters, but they're dollars. She then proceeded to pick up one of the quarters and point to the word dollar inscribed on the bottom beneath George's head. At this point I was thinking, this is the single dumbest person I've ever seen, or this is the worst con ever conceived. But she didn't give up. She demanded to speak to a manager. I got the manager, and he told her the same thing. She started getting visibly upset and holding back tears. She might have been embarrassed. Best I can figure is that she somehow never learned about money and changed somehow and used it so rarely that she assumed quarters were dollars because technically the word dollar was on the coin. My ex-best friend. She became engaged to a guy that we had all been friends with before they started dating. He cheated on her with another woman while deployed in the military. He broke off the engagement and she lost it. I don't know if she was bipolar before this happened, but she became suicidal and went off the deep end. Point she would quit taking her meds and go off on these big rants on FB about how they were going to be together forever. She would take pictures of gifts he had given her and post them over and over again. Her profile picture was always of the two of them years later. By this time the guy was married to the other girl and they had a few kids. She would go off on these rants, calling out anyone who tried to tell her to move on. She would post rant after rant after rant, 10, 15, 20 times a day, followed by more pictures of them together. She knew we were friends on FB and she would always ask me to send him messages, which I refused to do. It got so bad that me and a group of girls who had gone to school with her are connected on FB and they called her parents. Her parents said they knew that she was bipolar and not taking her meds, but in so many words, we got this, you can go away now. A few days after that she just disappeared from FB. I haven't spoken to her in years. I hope she's okay. Both of my parents are retired military. We didn't have much money when I was growing up, and my parents taught me the value of a dollar. Well, after they retired, my mother got offered a job working for the federal government making a ton of money, so we moved into a rich neighborhood where I went to a high school with a bunch of rich kids. Anyways, one of the kids was popular because he lived on the richest street in town, where all of the houses were $1 million plus houses. He always bragged about how rich he was because he lived on Richie Rich Lane or whatever, and one day he asked me to come over. When I entered his house, they had nothing in there. Very little food, almost zero furniture, zero cooking utensils. His bed was an air mattress. I assume that they put all of their money into the house and barely had any left over to buy furnishings and food. Kind of showed me how out of touch he and his family was with reality, to blow almost all of their money on a house with barely any left over to buy food. This is a story I haven't really talked about since it happened outside of my friend group. So my friend literally lost touch with reality. I was in high school and wanted to try acid. So my friend, let's call him Jay, hits his connect up. He had recently tried acid for the first time and was gonna help me through my first trip. So after a few days of planning, Jay and I decide that we will take the CID during the weekend and go hiking. The weekend comes and we pack the car of essentials, bug spray, snacks, water, and of course, the CID. Once we get to the trails we decide to pop the CID. I took 2 because it was my first time. I didn't want to go crazy, but I wanted to fully experience it. Jay takes 4 and start hiking. We get maybe 1,000 yards into the woods and decide that this will be a good place to hang out. The CID was starting to kick in. We are sitting there smoking pot and having the times of our lives. But about a half hour into our peak, my friend turns to me and goes, "Blue to 4M20. I have no idea where we are." Being confused and starting to trip for the first time, I tried to explain to him that we were out in the middle of the woods close to our houses. He again states, "Blue to 4M20. I seriously cannot tell where we are. I have no idea how we got here. I have no idea what we are doing, and I can't even figure out the area around me." He described to me that everything was mashing together. The trees, the shrubs, the ground, the sky were all mashing into one giant blob. At this point I had no idea what to do. I was deep into my trip and he was literally losing his mind. I decide that it'll be best to visit my friend. Since we cannot go home, let's call this friend B. I try and navigate back to Jay's car, and since he cannot even reconcile where he is, I had to drive. Stupid, I know, but I didn't know what to do at that point. We get to B's house safe and sound and we are all hanging outside. B decides to run inside and get Jay a Coke since he was thirsty. Jay grabs the Coke, looks at the Coke, looks at us, looks at the Coke again, then looks back at us. As he is looking at us, he takes the Coke to his mouth and then all of a sudden dumps the entire thing on his head. B and I look at each other like, "Dude, what are you doing?" We quickly grab him and run inside to the bathroom. We start to wash him off and then, of course, he pukes everywhere. As B is cleaning up the puke, I watch and continue cleaning off Jay. Now Jay is older than both B and I, but as he was in his trip it literally felt like he was coming into this world for the first time and had to learn how to function properly. He literally couldn't fathom the fact that we were near his house, nor the fact that we were in a familiar area. Every time we saw someone he would question who they were and how come he never saw them before, even though most of the people were people from our block. As the day went by he started to slowly come to. His description of his trip goes as follow. I had no idea where anything was. I couldn't figure out that we were in our hometown, nor the fact that we were at B's house. It felt like we never moved from the forest and that we were just aimlessly wandering around an unfamiliar territory. As I started to come to, it felt like I was learning everything from scratch. How to logically think, how to talk properly, how to function like an adult, how to take care of myself. It was literally like I was being taught all these life lessons in a matter of a few hours. I have no idea why I poured the coke over my head, nor can I explain the fact on why I wanted a coke in the first place. On that day I realized that Jay had completely lost touch with reality and was in an entirely different universe during his trip. Fairly certain my mother-in-law qualifies. She is basically straight out of the 50s. I don't think she has moved past that frame of mind. Ever she is obsessed on how everyone looks. Basically if she's fat, she'll make comments right within earshot of someone. Her ideal image is that out of the 50s, everyone should be super slim and never eat anything. She's so obsessed over this that while my daughter was still an infant and she was watching her faking watered down her formula because she thought she was getting too fat. Can't tell you how many words were had with her on that one point. She believes women should serve men and do all the cooking, etc. Before you go cracking jokes, let's face it, I'm in an equal marriage with my wife. We split everything, and we aren't into that whole gender role thing at all. Point. When she gifts something, there's always strings attached. Want me to bring you this leftover food? You have to do X for me. I'll give you money towards a new bed, but I have to go with you and pick it out, etc. You can't tell her anything. Oh, I gained weight because I'm on an SSRI and the weight gain 100% coincides with the start of it, despite tracking my everything and having empirical data to show that my diet hasn't increased at all, etc. Oh no, I'm just fat. Sorry, I can so easily lose that weight. Or, my god, facial hair is sandpaper, and it is actually easier for me to shave it now, when it gets a bit longer, because it softens up, and results in a lot less irritation and cuts for me. She believes that your house should be in mint condition, at all hours of the day, despite having a full-time job, wife as well, 2 kids, and tons of things to get done on top of it. Like most normal people these days, she believes that anyone should be able to drop by unannounced, because that's how she grew up, but God forbid you ever do that to her. Every little thing I swear to God sets her off. If you don't outright placate and agree with her on opinions and views, she gets insulted and sulks like a 2-year-old. I also can't stand traveling with her. She has to have control over everything. She gets so irate and vindictive when she doesn't. She always wonders why she has a bad time on trips. Sweetheart, it's all you. Point. She pisses me off now by making suggestions like, oh, you and the wife should go out on a date night. I'll watch the kids, blah blah. Or, I'll take the kids for you for a while, so you can relax. And of course, never or seldom follows through. And if she does, you are expected to praise her and kiss feet. Not that we don't appreciate it, but she's outright narcissistic about stuff. Point. She absolutely wants us to move into her house when she croaks. Okay, well, it's a nice thought, but every faking day I have to hear that she made X decision for us, and you'll love it here, blah blah. I really don't want to live there, and don't plan to move anytime soon. Point. Oi, sorry, feels good to vent. It's okay the 50% of the time when she acts normal. It's the walking on eggshells the other 50% of the time. I recently got a job in a nuclear power plant, and I swear I'm working with the most idiotic man in America. I've never seen him do any work around here. Last week I caught him sleeping inside a radiation suit. Can you imagine that? He was hanging from a coat hook. The other day I had to slap a beaker of sulfuric acid out of his hands to stop him drinking it, and then I got reprimanded for destroying company property while he carries On with his day, oblivious. What's his job, you ask? Safety inspector, a man who by all rights should have been killed dozens of times by now. Last night he invited me over to his place for dinner. Good heavens, the man lives in a palace, a dream house with 2 cars, a beautiful wife, a son who owns a factory, fancy clothes and lobster for dinner. I live in a single room above a bowling alley, and below another bowling alley. He just coasts through life, doing as little as possible, leeching off decent hard-working people, like me. If he lived in any other country in the world, he'd have starved to death long ago. He's a fraud, a total fraud. Okay, so I'm an expat living in Sri Lanka. Love the country, love the people. Some of them can play fast and loose with legality though, which tends to happen in developing countries anyway. Have a guy that runs a food stall at the end of my road. Decent guy, very well spoken. Something always seemed off though. Finally discovered one day when chatting with him that he believes all Westerners have chips implanted in their brains that make them controlled by the government and spying on the rest of the world. Wait for it, that's not the out of touch with reality part point. Next time I saw him, he told me he was shutting down his food stall. He told me with a straight face that he had been thinking of business ideas. What one job is guaranteed good money? He asks. Without waiting for a response he says doctors. So he decided that he'd open a doctor surgery and charge half the going rate for a doctor visit. Despite having no medical training, because it paid better than a food stall owner. Not only that, the moron did it. Within a week, his shop had a big red medical cross on it, and he was seeing very poor patients, diagnosing them with God knows what, and prescribing medicine on a random piece of paper. He was genuinely shocked after a couple of weeks, when he was shut down by police. My ex-mother-in-law was an ardent conspiracy theorist and survivalist. She believed in a very wide range of conspiracies and related crackpot stories. Of course you have your garden variety Illuminati and New World Order stuff. But she also believes things like there are reptilian creatures disguised as humans walking among us. So basically the plot of V. She believes the government has machines/weapons that can trigger earthquakes. She thinks the country is going to round people up and throw them into prison camps constructed and maintained by FEMA, and the list goes on. She often listened to these guys with online radio shows like Steve Quayle, Rick Wiles and Alex Jones. Incendiary people who would just incite hate, fear, and lunacy. If they are not crossing the First Amendment line, they are definitely flirting with it. She literally could not go anywhere without her laptop. I'm not exaggerating that at all. She even took it into restaurants, doctors' offices and church. At any given time she would have 2 to 3 windows seemingly maximumed out with different tabs about all the above mentioned crap. It was her connection to her network of like-minded people who would keep her informed. In the span of 4 to 5 years she went through at least 3 laptops. She would use them so constantly and handle them so recklessly that the abuse would break them within about a year. This wasn't a recent development either. She started this long before I was ever in the picture. She bought into the Y2K hysteria and managed to convince her husband that they needed to sell off everything and buy a place in the mountains. So in 1997 to 98, they liquidated everything. Her husband had retired in his 30s, having amassed a decent amount of wealth, and used it to buy some property deep in the mountains, had a manufactured home hauled in, and built a shop on the property too. They stocked the shop with non-perishable food and set the house up to basically survive when the rest of the world went down the toilet. Whenever she would talk about this place she'd remove the battery from her phone first and have everyone else do the same. What's a bit scarier, to me anyway, is that she went to community college and got an associate's degree in psychology. So basically she knew just enough about psychology to manipulate people and bend the ideas to fulfill her own uses, often using it to twist the truth in favor of her version of things, whether it was related to these conspiracy theories or not, to convince others. I have a friend with an LCSW, another with an MSW, and my sister is getting her MA in psychology. All of them shudder to think about how dangerous she is with the little bit of knowledge she has of the discipline and how she's abusing it. I used to work in a fancy clothing store near Chicago. One day it was me and one coworker, a 20-year-old I'll call Ellen. A man with a thick European accent came in asking about handbags for his wife. Ellen and I showed him a few bags. Then he said he'd have to call his wife to ask which one she might like better and mentioned that she was in Europe, so he didn't know if she'd pick up the phone. He calls her and starts talking in a foreign language. I quickly recognized that he was speaking Italian because I studied abroad there. I mentioned to Ellen that listening to him talk made me nostalgic because even though I didn't understand Italian, it reminded me of my semester abroad. Ellen says to me, he's not talking in Italian. He said his wife is in Europe. He's talking in European. I was so shocked I didn't even know where to begin. She seriously thought Europe was a country. Granted, she didn't go to college, but how do people graduate high school thinking Europe is a country? How? This is why there are terrorists. My roommate is crazy and has crafted a world for herself where she is highly cultured, intelligent, and benevolent, while she smooths over and rationalizes anything unsavory. Despite this, I made the mistake of soliciting her advice when I was going through a tough time with my SO. At the time, my SO was very overweight, and I wanted to ask them if they'd consider working out and eating better for health and selfish such reasons, but didn't know how to broach the subject without hurting their self-esteem, or if I should even bring it up at all. When I brought this up to my roommate, she shamed me for caring about my SO's health and for wanting to take measures to communicate and better our such life, and offered this incredibly out of touch piece of advice: you should learn to love your partner the way they are. It may not seem like you can force yourself to be attracted to them, but whenever I'm not attracted to something my boyfriend does, I just stare at it until I love it. For example, if he gains a little belly fat, I just stare at it for a really long time and eventually I love it. Even thinking about how deluded this is fills me with rage to this very day. Edit. Corrected word. My mother lived with bipolar disorder most of her, and subsequently, my life. She would be relatively stable for a year or two and then bam, out came bad mom. I could always tell it was coming. Her voice would get very, metallic for a lack of a better word. It was like she became possessed. It would start very small and build rapidly until she'd finally do something that would give my grandparents cause to remove me from the home and have her hospitalized. I have forgotten a lot of the worst incidents for obvious reasons, but I can recall one Christmas she was convinced she was pregnant with the Son of God. That same episode, she was also convinced I was the devil and would do weird things like try to exorcise me in the bathtub. The thing was, even in absolute madness, I somehow knew that she would never physically hurt me. And she didn't. Unless you count the time she put my hand in a hot oven because she wanted me to know how hell feels. Oh, believe me, I knew. Hell was knowing my mom was sick and there was nothing I could do to help her or get myself out of the situation until she ended up doing something really crazy like wandering around downtown naked. I think the worst was when she held up a knife and asked me, "Do you think I'm going to hurt you?" I said no. She then held the knife to my leg and asked again, "Do you think I'm going to hurt you?" I said nope. Then she grabbed my precious baby blanket, which I still slept with at 9 or whatever, and proceeded to cut it up into shreds in front of me. That was terrifying and sad at the same time. My grandma tried to fix my blanket, but it was never quite the same again. It was actually kind of appropriate looking back on it, thinking about how my blanket had all these scars from my mom's illness, just like me. Please do not take this the wrong way, but if you live with severe mental illness, please reconsider having children. It is cruel for them to have to grow up with the instability, terror, and unpredictability of a severely mentally ill parent. Thanks for letting me type that. Very few people know those stories. I don't talk about them for obvious reasons. There's not really a social situation where "hey, let me tell you about the time my mom thought I was the devil" is appropriate conversation. Except Reddit. Go figure. Little late to the party, but I have a good one. There once was an evangelist that came to preach at my university in the quad. He said he had a bachelor's degree in computer science and spent many years doing postgraduate studying, and therefore was the most qualified to talk about all things science. He claimed that, with Einstein's E equals mc2 equation, Einstein proved that the speed of light changed over time, and also that, when energy produced by the sun and starlight was converted to mass upon hitting the earth, Therefore, when the speed of light gets faster or slower, the earth gets larger or smaller respectively. And that's what makes it appear that plate tectonics exist. And when the earth last got smaller, that's when Noah's flood occurred. He claimed to have written papers about it that had been published in major scientific journals. When we asked what journals, he said we were too stupid to understand them. When we asked where he got his degree, he claimed that he was too important to have to explain it to university student. When we asked who peer-reviewed his papers, he claimed that God himself did. I don't think you can get much more out of touch with reality than that. He rambled about a whole lot of other scientific nonsense too, and I can try to remember more if you want me to. My old boss was a pretty nice guy, but had this weird thing where his version of reality trumped everything that was actually going on around him. Examples: he'd ask me to look something up. I would. A few minutes later he'd call me all proud that he found, having totally forgotten, that I was the one who told it to him. Time was a variable concept with him at the center of the universe. If he was late for something, he'd get actually upset at the other person for putting him on the spot by being on time. Weird sheet where he'd see me doing something and decide it was a good idea, so he'd tell me to go do the thing I was already doing. Like I'd be vacuuming the hall before we left for the weekend, and he'd make me stop and shut off the machine so he could say, "Hey, could you go grab the vacuum and run it down the hall real quick before we leave?" And then not be satisfied until I walked back to the closet where we stored the thing, like I was getting it out. When my wife was shoving me, screaming, digging nails into my arms, ripping my shirt, stretching my collar, switching from pushing to pulling and fettered, I wasn't doing anything physical, except planting my feet and not letting her force me anywhere, like just taking it. Then when pulling me trying to pull my arm free from her digging into my arm to her, is me shoving her. Have you tried? I don't know, maybe unclenching your fist around my arm? Maybe you won't feel any movement from me if you try that, as that is our only contact. Her screaming, "I'm scaring my son." I walk off. She comes up behind me in bathroom looking at my abrasions and torn clothes, laughing, swearing I must have done that to myself to make her look bad and feel like a victim. Her telling me she could call the cops on me for shoving her and get me in trouble. Then her calling the cops and telling them I shoved her. Me having torn clothes and bleeding, telling the cop I didn't assault or ever even shove her, but you can clearly see where and how she did me. Him putting me in cuffs 20 seconds after getting in. Me going to jail. The police in both jails I went through laughing when I suggest someone could take pictures of my wounds, and by the second day, bruises getting out yesterday after 2 days and $3,000. Not being able to go to my home and only my name, my home office, where I'm the only one who works in the family, not being able to see my son or accept my wife's attempts to contact me. Her still believing I shoved her according to a third party who didn't know that even if a third party accepts her calls or sees her, that I can be taken back to jail for the months until my newfound domestic violence charge is over and not be eligible for bond again. Yeah. This has been the most I've seen someone out of touch with reality, but there were many close seconds in the 5 years leading up to it. In fact, the exact same one a month ago, when I wanted a divorce, but she didn't call the cops after assaulting me then, and I didn't see how out of touch with reality the legal system and police were yet. I stayed for my son. He was going through something important last month. It was a poor decision. I guess I was out of touch with the realities too. My mom was scammed by Jamaican, think Nigerian type, scammers. My sister and I had an impromptu intervention after my mom had my dad arrested. My dad found out she had given them thousands in exchange for winning their lottery. He then realized why she had $5,000 in cash in her dresser. She tried blocking the bedroom door from him and the money. When he pushed past her into the bedroom, she called the cops and he got arrested. The next day my sister and I went over. The scammers would call their house every 10 minutes. She would beg the scammers to give her the money because no one believed her. She was absolutely convinced it was real. She got so angry with us because we didn't believe her and because we would get on the phone and yell at the scammers. She was hell-bent on sending the scammers more money, like it was a drug. It was like she was meth addict. She had managed to send them $1,500 more before we had gotten there, and since my dad was in jail, We ended up taking the $3,500, her keys, purse, and phones. We left someone with her to watch her until we were able to cut off access to bank accounts and my dad was out of jail. TLDR, here's some venting that I was able to weave into the topic title. Perhaps this feels the strongest because it is so fresh in my mind, but my stepfather. For reference, he's nearly 60, I'm 29, my brother is 21. He constantly complains that nobody pulls their weight around here. People need to learn responsibility. Or, well, that's the gist of what he says. He likes using the C word, not cancer, against my mom and my brother and myself as useless sheetheads. At least that's the best I can make out of his drunken slurs. Tells us we need to get real jobs. I work as a computer programmer. My brother has his first job at a food service store and has future plans. Quite respectable, I think. So what makes me think my stepdad lost touch with reality? He's unemployed. The last job he had was as a minimum wage dishwasher. He got fired nearly 2 years ago because he kept showing up drunk. His claim to fame is doing the dishes at their house a few times a week, and, based on conversations I've overheard, he threw out some old vegetable soup, which he talks about weeks later, as if he moved the faking earth to do it. I had to lend my mom/brother a good amount to cover their rent when my brother made the mistake of giving his portion to my stepdad, who subsequently went out the next day and bought a trunkload of beer. A trunkload of beer which I saw, so that was not a made up story. I only mentioned that because even I didn't believe that at first point. Part of me wishes he would get physical. Along for a reason, to beat the shit out of him. I've come very close to having a go a few times, but managed to control myself. It's fresh in my mind, because one such instance happened only a few hours ago. I reasoned myself out of it by considering that an old dog can't learn new tricks, no matter how many bruises you give it, and more importantly, that the likely outcome or outcomes are more likely to screw up my life than his. I've got a buddy who probably has a video game addiction, and has had it for most of his life. We are both mid/late 20s now. His game of choice the past few years has been Dota 2. The championships for this game, if you are unaware, host the largest esports prize pools in history. 7 figures. This guy thinks he has a chance to make it and compete as a pro. The chances of that happening for anyone are incredibly slim. But the part of this that turns into the completely out of touch with reality thing is that he is only ranked in say the top 70% of people on the entire online ladder ranking system. On top of that, he only plays one of the 150 plus heroes. You absolutely need to be able to play at least most of them efficiently. Since you can't play the same one every game, it would just get banned out during the selection phase. He is giving up his life basically to try this. He acts irrationally towards his friends who question his ability or goals and slowly but surely is alienating himself. He takes no responsibility for this trend and blames other people for it. He has put off school for time to play Dota. He had 1 semester left until graduating and deferred. I'd be surprised if he actually finishes it. He hardly ever works, barely enough to pay his tiny bit of rent split between I think 4 other roommates. It's an unbelievable situation. This happened recently. Actually, it was opening night of Batman v Superman. Before anyone knew how bad it was, and my friends and I decided to celebrate my birthday and get advance IMAX tickets. We reserved out seats, and they were decent seats, and we got into the theater with our popcorn and drinks and firmly placed our as. There was still some time before the movie started, so we started talking. Then a woman with a little boy interrupted our conversation to talk to me. "Excuse me, can you swap seats with my son? He's only 6 and doesn't like sticking his head up far." Now, I bought these tickets 2 weeks in advance, and this was for my birthday, so I looked her and her son dead in the eye and said no. The woman got pissed and told me I'm selfish and entitled. I told her I reserved these seats 2 weeks ago. It's my birthday, and just because he's 6 does not entitle him to my reserved seats. I saw her beaching to the usher and pointing at me 5 minutes later. The guy just shrugged. Knew a morbidly obese kid, 5 feet 9 inches 375 pounds, who was on a diet. went to his place to play video games, and brings a plate of like a bunch of grilled chicken breast, more than 6, and he is just gobbling them down. Point me. Late lunch. Him. Snack. I'm hungry. Point me. Eat this like your cheat day. Him. No. I can eat as much as I want. I made these on the Foreman grill. Point me. That is like probably over 1,000 calories. Dude. Point him. Nowhere near that. The George Foreman grill rips the fat away. It is like no calories, like a Diet Coke. Point me. Those are probably like 300 to 500 calories each. What are you talking about? Him. Whatever, dude. You need to do some research. The Foreman grill rips the calories out of the chicken. Point me. I have a Foreman grill. It lets the fat dribble down the front of the grill into a little tray. That isn't all of the fat and barely any of the calories. TLDR. Kid thought that the meat you cook in a Foreman grill became literally 0 calorie. Long read, but necessary. Have had a pair of friends that I considered best friends. They were brothers by blood. The older one and I graduated together. The younger one dropped out. We played games, hung out, drank, and just acted like teenagers. Difference was, older brother was a stoner, always smoking weed, which I was okay with him doing. I just didn't want to, especially after I saw him decline. His reaction time was awful, always paranoid about nothing, and just started receding in himself. Then the younger one started, and he was heavier into drinking and smoking. Not the guys I had known for the past 5 or 6 years. Might be worth noting that the younger brother had a complicated birth, minor brain damage, the umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck, so he was smart as hell, just not always there. A month after graduating, I decided to join the military. I didn't want to go to college, and easily could have. My dad is really well off. Spending daddy's money to join a frat and get hammered sounded like a course to destruction. I decided to man up and do things the hard way. I tried to convince the older brother to join up with me in a buddy program, do 4 years, learn a marketable trade, and get out with some free college. I begged him to leave that town, get away from the weed and alcoholism, come back with something he can use. He said he wanted to enjoy life. Disappointed, I renegotiated my contract and put in for 6 years. Instead, came home for leave after a year and a half, and older brother is worse. He looks like death, constantly drinking/drunk, stoned to the clouds constantly. His new friends do meth and coke in his mom's house. He is still a dishwasher at the restaurant I turned over to him when I was 17. I pulled him to the side and asked him again to join up. Just give 4 years of your life to Uncle Sam. Make some money, learn something, get some college. No, I'm enjoying life way too much right now, and I won't serve under President Bush. I wanted to give up. I met my future wife a year and change later. Then I found out their dad passed from a heart attack, barely into his 50s. I go home for the funeral, but I leave the military thing alone. He was close to his dad, and that man was what was keeping him away from the really hard drugs and encouraging the military thing. Another year goes by. Now the mom's health is declining. This time I went home and begged him, told him about these programs that he can take advantage of to help his family, that he was the sole provider for now. I told him I would take a month of leave to stay with him, get him clean, in the gym, even pay for a hab, if I had to. I had already asked an Air Force recruiter to fast track him to BMT, if he pissed clean just once, which he was willing to do. At this point, it was meth, weed, and alcohol. He looked just as bad as the last time I saw him. I don't want to leave my brother and mom. At this point, another couple years, and none of the branches would touch him. He no longer works as a dishwasher in the restaurant, but that was because the restaurant closed 5 months ago. Now he works at a very popular fast food place and a supermarket. I spent 12 years in before getting out. I work behind a desk and pull down a pretty good salary. Great wife and a kid, my own house, a paid off truck, and about to earn my bachelor's. All I ever asked him was to give 4 years. He would have been done and out by now, almost 4 times over. And all he wanted to do was enjoy life. I'm enjoying my life right now. I work 8 hours a day and spend my weekends remodeling my house, an awesome family, and plenty of time for all of the above. I haven't talked to either of them since the restaurant closed. I just don't know what else to do for him. This is going to be difficult to talk about without making it easy to find out the people I'm talking about. But I'm going to talk about it anyway, because it happened fairly recently, and it's something that still sticks with me. Me and 3 flatmates started working on a game together during our second year of UK university. What was originally just for an end of year project started to gain a huge amount of momentum, at least for a student game. We entered an international student games competition, and were one of the 3 winning teams from across the entire world. The 3 winning teams were nominated for a BAFTA, British Academy of Film and Television, Games Award. We showed the game at the Left Field Collection at EGX, a UK game convention that had 80,000 attendees that year. We were one of 20 submissions accepted, narrowed down from over 200. We were showing alongside a new game made by third-party Sony developer of Hohokam PC Gamer, a magazine I used to pretend to be able to read when I snuck into my brother's room as a kid, previewed our game. Our game was a page away from a preview of XCOM 2. Seeing our game talked about in print, and next to a franchise I revered, was mind-blowing. We had interest from several publishers, but one that stood out, I shan't name them as it doesn't seem right to do so, asked us over Skype how much we wanted. As in, they just asked how much money we needed to make the game into a finished product. They didn't set us a time frame, or request any control over the product. They just asked us, how much do you want? All the time and risk I had put into this project seemed like it was going to come back tenfold. It was going to fast track us all to the careers we wanted. We could set up our own studio, our own funded studio. All the contacts we had made since the beginning of the project, including Chucklefish, makers of Starbound, and Payload Studios, makers of TerraTech, and the Indie Stone, makers of Project Zomboid, told us that university didn't matter, not for games. If you can make and finish a game, do it. It's more valuable than any piece of paper you can get from your classes. So what did we do? We stopped making the game. The team no longer found it fun to work on the game. The rest of the team set it aside so they could focus on their own individual projects. For an entire year I've had to live with the same people, each day trying to forget, or forgive, or in any way, move on from what we threw away. About a month ago me and one of the team members were having a cigarette outside a pub for a friend's birthday. We hadn't talked in a while. He said to me, it was just a student project. That's all it was ever meant to be. I went to a university with a bunch of kids that had super wealthy parents, which often led to some interesting problems of cluelessness. One girl in particular had never had the need to cook, or even use a microwave for herself, before going to college. So when she went to cook her can of soup in the microwave, yes, the whole unopened can, it caught the microwave on fire, and resulted the entire kitchen being unusable. For a year semester that's not the real story, but it is where the fun begins. Luckily, by the next semester they had the kitchen up and running again, just in time for another girl to catch the kitchen on fire by trying to cook a bag of popcorn on an electric burner. She turned on the burner, saw it wasn't doing anything, and walked away assuming it would take a few minutes. The kitchen fared a little better this time, as the microwave and sink survived, but we had no stove or cabinets for several weeks. But that particular girl wasn't done yet. She would go to wash her clothes in the dorm laundromat, and all the machines would be busy, so she would take the other people's clothes out, toss them on the floor and proceed to do her own laundry, because she was obviously more important than they were. This led to a hilarious encounter where one particular student had had enough of her sheet and filled her laundry loads with bleach, lots and lots of bleach, ruining almost all of her clothes. She also parked regularly in the handicap spots and complained about unfair treatment when her car ended up getting booted for unpaid tickets. She thought they were beneath her. Eventually she got academically dismissed and tried to appeal the decision. She had below a 1.0 GPA at this point. She appealed the ruling to a committee which ruled on special circumstances, like deaths in the family, medical issues, etc. And her entire premise was that she should not only be reinstated, but that she should receive passing grades for all her classes automatically, because her family was wealthy and paying full tuition for her to attend. Luckily the university was not sympathetic to her and refused her appeal. The only reason we came know this is she was so pissed at the school for their decision that she shared her story with the school newspaper, believing that she had been wronged by the university. There's a guy running for president in the US who gets a lot of support on here despite the fact that he wants to cut Medicaid and Medicare, repeal Obamacare, privatize Social Security, dissolve the Fed, do away with all corporate and capital gains tax, and instate a 23% national sales tax, do away with federal education and housing and urban development department, end gov subsidized student loans, do away with social safety net programs, gut the USTA, FDA, eliminate minimum wage, opposes clean energy, opposes gun control. His answer to every issue is privatize, privatize, privatize. His name? Gary Johnson. The worst part is a lot of Bernie Sanders' so-called supporters claim they are now supporting him in spite of the fact that his economic platform is the antithesis of all Sanders stands for. I mostly agree with him on his drug and military policies, but it seems to me his platform pretty much fucks the poor, young, elderly, and blue collar. I think he's the only candidate that would be worse than Donald Trump. Not that he has a snowball's chance in hell of winning anyway, but just because Democrats and Republicans suck doesn't mean that a third party is inherently better. Someone I know from undergrad immediately comes to mind. This is a student from an oil-rich Gulf country, one of the Emirates, who was attending university in the US. Basically, after coming to the US to study at university, this person flunked out and was dismissed following their first year. Now, a few years later, rather than going back home, they are still living in the US, unemployed and on perpetual holiday. They see nothing out of the ordinary about this. What is even better, their social media accounts are full, read as, exclusively consist of pictures of extremely expensive restaurants, hotel rooms, views from hotels, etc., with captions talking about success and hard work. This person, who failed out of school and lives life on perpetual holiday because of their parents' wealth, talks about determination and reaching goals like they are an expert and their friends should follow their example. TLDR person comes to the US, fails out of university, and lives on perpetual holiday. Constantly posts on social media about success and hard work against the backdrop of opulent restaurants and hotels. Doesn't understand that them hopping between 5-star hotels and restaurants with Michelin-starred chefs has nothing to do with them and everything to do with their parents' wealth. 22 years ago I was home from college and desperately looking for work in my parents' small Midwestern town. With no money and no car, the only job I could get to easily was the nursing home for Alzheimer's patients about a mile from home. I went in, and they hired me on the spot as a certified nursing assistant, with absolutely no medical training at all. Anyway, the nursing home has a big party for the ladies. They were all female for some reason on night and they are playing 40s swing music and there are balloons and steamers and whatnot, and one of the old ladies comes up to me and asks me if I wanted to dance. She was sweet and I'm a nice guy, so I said sure, and we started dancing. It was a slow song and the other residents and employees kind of stopped what they were doing and watched us. As we danced we were chatting a little bit, and then she said something that changed the moment from lovely to surreal. She said, "So what branch are you in?" "Army." Confused I asked her what she meant. She said, "Are you in the army?" And I said no, I wasn't. Then she says, "Oh, you're a sailor. My brother is in the Marines." The song ended right around then, and she smiled sweetly and wished me good luck. She said she was supposed to dance with lots of boys and went on her way, searching for other ghosts. It kind of blew my mind. In reality, it was 1994, and we were in a nursing home in Wisconsin. For her, it was 194x and we were at a Yuzo dance. I work retail and I can tell you that there are hundreds of people who are out of touch with reality and how things work. A list of regular occurrences. Person comes in to pay their phone bill. I inform them that due to security reasons we only take credit and Visa debit payments for bills. Taking that much cash would make us a high target for robbery, and that cash or regular debit can be paid at the bank, which is right beside us. Their response is, "Do you take cash?" Literally just said only credit and Visa debit. Well, I tried to pay you. Guess you aren't getting paid now. Haha. You can't just not pay a bill. It's attached to your credit. You're hurting yourself. Due to accounts being attached to your credit, we are required by law to check government issued photo ID before we access or disclose any account information. Upon asking for photo ID I get, will my Costco card work? Will my health card work? Doesn't have a photo on it. This is bullshit. They then proceed to pull out their proper photo ID and hand it to me, as if it was a difficult or unreasonable request. This is stupid. If someone wants to come in and pay my bill, you let them. Would you also like me to give them your home phone, address, call history and names of your children/spouse and your account number that they can use to purchase multiple lines attached to your credit? But those happen literally every day. One of my favorites was the lady who came up and asked if we had a specific phone in stock. I told her we were currently sold out, and she said, "Oh no, I can't do this," and proceeded to cry loudly with her head on the counter. I said, "Yeah, we don't have any in right now, but if you go to Walmart across the street they might have some to sell." She lifts her head, dries her eyes and says, "Really? That's great. I really want that phone." I say, "Yup. They sell those too and usually have a lot in stock." She says, "Great," and then just stands there looking at me for like a minute. So I say, "Yeah, so if you want one, probably check out Walmart, cause we don't have any here." Then she slams her head back on the counter and says, "Oh God, this is terrible. Boo hoo hoo hoo." That's not me making a crying sound through type. That is actually how she cried. She said the words boo hoo hoo hoo. I then stare blankly ahead. I say, "Yup, still don't have any," and look over to the lineup of customers with a face that says, "Are you seeing this shit I have to deal with?" They see my look and just start laughing their ass off. This woman was insane. I wait. Finally she pops up with a big smile, wipes away her tears, and says enthusiastically, "Well, I guess I'm going to Walmart. Thanks for your help." Next. I had this client that asked if I did side projects outside of work. I said yes, depending the project, and he said he needed a logo. He had a couple of questions though, which basically went like this. Client, how does it work? Me, you tell me what you have in mind. I'll show you some sketches, and when you choose the direction you like I will create the final full quality logo for you. Client, okay, what if we don't like the logo? Me, well, I'll go back and do another round of sketches until we find something you do like. Point client, yes, but let's say you send us the final version and then later we decide we don't like it. Do we still have to pay? Me, well, yes, when I send you the final version you will need to pay, even if you don't end up using it. Point client, oh, but what are we paying for in that case? Me, my time, my work. He later emailed me to ask if I wanted to proceed and was surprised when I declined. My stepdad told us the story of how his coworker got 3 vasectomies. He went in for the first one. His wife came home pregnant a month later. So he went back to the doctor all mad, demanding he redo it. So the doctor did. His wife, I'm assuming she had an abortion or a miscarriage, came home pregnant again a couple of months later. The guy went back to the doctor just livid. If you don't do it right this time, I'm gonna sue, etc etc. So the doctor removed even more of his vas deferens. Lo and behold, the man's wife came home pregnant a 3rd time. It was around this point, his buddies from work sat him down and told him that maybe it wasn't the doctor's fault. Maybe his wife was faking somebody else. He refused to believe it. He went to a different doctor to get a 3rd vasectomy, but the doctor just told him, there's nothing to cut. The spermatic cord was pretty much just stumps. He told him to go home and get himself a lawyer. Poor bastard. So's little sister, 20 years old, never worked a day in her life. Has her own apartment that her mom pays for. Has a newer car her mom bought for her. All her clothes are bought brand new. Her makeup is all from Sephora etc. Spoiled rotten. She's in college for a psychology major and is always spewing high school level information like it came from the mouth of a rocket scientist, and as I'm doing her hair, essentially for free. She starts complaining about how her boyfriend has a job instead of going to college, and how she's just on a higher level than him, and she might break up with him because it's just so hard to relate to someone who doesn't have a college education. It's important to note that her mother is a teacher and helps her with all her studying and has done homework for her before. I've never met someone so entitled and unfoundedly pretentious, especially because she is genuinely not very smart. My ex-wife and I went to Ross and bought some sheet. As we were waiting in the checkout line, the woman in front of us starts removing some 10 to 15 layers of clothing she was wearing to purchase them. This was not pleasant. She then, after having removed all but the last shirt, thank FSM, realized she has left her wallet in the car. She then looks at me and offers me her keys. She tells me, "My wallet is in my car. Will you go get it for me?" I thought so many things right then. Should I steal her car? Would it be stealing? Her wallet is there, and her address is on her license. This woman had turned to the nearest stranger and offered all the locations and keys needed to steal her entire life. I probably thought about this good and hard for about 20 seconds, not considering doing the thing mind. I was as likely to do what she wanted me to do as steal her car and whatnot. That likelihood was zero. I just couldn't believe it, and I'm not exaggerating at all when I say that. Finally, I say I don't think it's safe to ask a stranger to do that. I think you'd be better off getting it yourself. That's the nicest thing I could come up with. I have been out of touch with reality in many ways, so I guess it depends on which reality you're talking about. At one point in my life all I did was meditate and sleep. That's it, completely sober, for at least 3 months. I'd been meditating for about 20 to 30 minutes a day for at least 2 years beforehand. During this time I was meditating for more 6 hours a day. You could say that I was out of touch with reality then. Perhaps more society, but that's an integral part of normal reality, so I guess it still counts. I believed I was becoming more in touch with ultimate reality and ascending/seeking enlightenment. Perhaps I was deluded, but that period of my life had many benefits to my understanding of who I am, and gave me more than I can possibly realize. Yet, then I realized that it's easy to reach those states in solitude, and wanted to bring them back into reality, so now I try to approach societal life as best I can, now with the knowledge I acquired from that time. It's made me a better person in so many ways, and I relate to others with more compassion and understanding, and I no longer suffer from social anxiety from situations, except in really unusual circumstances. After that I did a lot of psychedelics and I tripped very hard, sometimes resulting in temporary psychosis, but I'd also opened my mind even further, and it was a lot to adjust to. I didn't always appreciate the magnitude of the drugs I was taking. Now, I feel out of touch with a lot of people my age, of life in general, and that I've fallen into this trap of working to live, while I'm working towards getting to where I wanna be. It's a transitory stage and I feel very out of touch with everything, even myself, and who I am, and who I wanna be. Which is ironic considering how, when I was out of touch with society/reality I felt more free/like myself, more living in the moment, but I couldn't support that lifestyle long term. Now that I'm supporting myself I feel more distant from myself and trapped, yet I'm more respectable, and contributing to society. I like being able to afford the things I want, and supporting companies I like. I even work in a health food shop. So it's work I feel good about doing, but at the same time it's not where I want to be, and I feel like every day I work I lose a little piece of my identity and what I like. Is this something everyone experiences? I don't know if I should quit or stay. I mean, I'm lucky I have a job and it's good money. I must sound ungrateful as anything. Apologies for hijacking the thread with my messy thought vomit. Close bracket. I was walking past a 50-year-old man when he looks at me with a terrified face. "Are you going to be the one that finally takes my life?" I look at him a little confused, but instead of ignoring and walking on I say, "Nah bro, I wouldn't do that to ya." "So you're a friend? Well, I guess it's not my time to go then. What's your name?" I reply by saying, "Yeah dude, I wouldn't hurt anyone," and him Andy. Things start to get creepy. He then turns to the blank seat next to him and excitedly says, "You hear that, Mickey? He isn't here to hurt you. He's a friend." He pauses for a while, as if listening to someone with a few occasional nods, before saying, "Well, of course I will be careful, but I think I can trust him." Ended up speaking to him for 5 minutes as there was a 12-year-old kid who worked at the shops and had to throw shit out near where he was, so I decided to make sure the kid was safe. The guy turned out to be a really nice person, it's just that he was batshit crazy and thought that I was the Grim Reaper. His name turned out to be Mickey, so in a way he was speaking to himself and his head was not filtering properly between the thoughts and words. I don't know whether it was drugs or mental illness or both, but he had some good perspectives on life though. My brother's wife she posts on Facebook about the difficulties of being a mother to 2 young girls. She constantly talks about her co-worker's live-in boyfriend who doesn't contribute to the household. She brags about being a wonderful wife and mother. She tries to give everyone relationship and parental advice. In reality she stays up all night smoking weed. She sleeps all day, so my mother has to babysit and raise those 2 girls. My brother works 3rd shift at the airport, so he's unable to come home and stay up, but he tries at times. She's constantly yelling at and disciplining her kids for any reason, saying that she wants to raise them, so they fear her, because in her mind, fear leads to lifelong respect. When my brother tells her that they badly need marriage counseling, she tells him that she doesn't have any issues and he should work on his issues himself. She'll literally give up and storm away if she runs into any difficulty dealing with her children. My brother works from 9 PM to 6 AM and she'll make him stay up or wake him up at 7ish to take his daughters to school because she's too tired from Netflixing, Facebooking, and smoking weed all night. She works part-time at a restaurant and has mentioned that literally all her money goes to food, snacks and weed. She pays nothing towards the household or her daughters. My brother makes $22/HR and he's constantly struggling to pay bills and keep his family fed. This girl is delusional. In Norway the police can confiscate your property if you use it on repeat offense. So there was this girl that was stopped by the police for driving way too fast. So fast in fact that she lost her license and a huge fine. Just a few weeks later she was once again stopped for the same offense. This time she didn't have a license either. Since it was suspended for 6 months she couldn't understand how she could get a fine again. She had already paid for this type of offense. She seemed to believe that once you've paid a fine for a certain type of offense she'd have carte blanche to commit it again in perpetuity. To top it all off, this was a young student with no work, and the car was leased for 2 years. For the period of those 2 years the car is hers by definition, so the police will hold on to it for that period before returning it to the leasing company. The company in turn will keep charging her the monthly cost for the car. GG to that girl. I have a friend who, in her own words, has the absolute worst luck with men and dating. In reality, when it comes to her and dating she is a loon that purposefully picks the worst guys to go after. Like who would have thought the guy she met over her intra-office chat that worked in another state was in a relationship and that had never met her in real life wouldn't actually be her Prince Charming. She was convinced that this was the guy that she was going to marry. She convinces this guy to break up with his girlfriend before she travels to his state for a project. Surprise surprise, the guy turns out to be total douche. If only there was some warning sign, like the guy was willing to end his 5-year relationship for someone he never met before, she could have seen before he broke her heart. Then she swears off guys and dating forever before finding herself in almost the exact type of situation 3 months later. I worked for a small tech company based in a low-tech area. There was no competition in the area, so they paid cheap and offered no benefits. The app also had no competition, so they had a pseudo-monopoly. We had 80 plus clients and 8 support/developers, and probably 12 managers. No joke, at one point there was 1 manager for each employee. The developers were overworked to exhaustion and were begging for just 1 more developer. We needed probably 4 to 5 more. The VP of sales said, "I'd rather you all work 5 hours over a day than hire another developer. And if I knew you would only work 40 hours a week I would never have hired you." He fully expected us to be happy just to work. We were salary it, so we couldn't claim overtime pay. Essentially they wanted free labor. The entire time I was there we hired on 4 new managers to try to figure out why the app was crap and support was terrible. Didn't get a single new developer. I got paid $31k a year with no benefits. If this job was on the coast I could have probably made $100k, worked less hours, and had full benefits. The company is now down to 3 developers and 2 interns on support for 80 plus clients. My 4 other roommates. All of them are international students, and their parents are just regular office workers in China working hard to support them, and they spend their money like it's nothing. Point hungry. Order taquillas. AVG 50 Canadian dollars per meal. Point computer not good enough to play games on Ultra. Tell their parents that the latest Alienware laptop is good for their programming assignment. Pre-orders BF1 and this year's COD without thinking, and laughed at me for not buying the games, and the list goes on. Point last year the parents of one guy paid a visit and they realized that their son never cooked and asked why. The guy just said, I didn't learn that in school and I don't know how to do grocery shopping, and please give me more money next semester. Mind blown. I have to do grocery shopping every week. 3 hours bus ride round trip. Stick with my old 5-year-old laptop. Thinking hard if I should buy a game from Steam summer sale for 5 Canadian dollars and learn to put my sheet together. Yes, I'm an international student from China 2. Not sure if I'm the guy that is out of reality after knowing those 4 guys, or they are. I spent 2 years on a full scholarship at an international private school overseas. A few other classmates were on scholarship like me, but most of the people there were extremely rich. We are talking royalty and diamond mine owners and shit. I came from a middle class small town Canadian family, and while I had a very comfortable life growing up, I couldn't even dream of wealth like these kids had. For example, one of my classmates was known as kind of poor because his father only made the equivalent of $300,000 USD a year in a country where the average wage was like $10,000/year. Usually, it didn't create tension, but there were at times the wealth disparity would come up. The one that stands out the most was when we were talking about the universities we were going to attend. A group of a dozen of us were sitting at the dinner table, talking about things like tuition and student housing. At some point, it came up that I was also looking for a summer job while managing the university paperwork. Everyone turned to stare at me as if I had just said something horrifying. One person said, "Shouldn't you be relaxing and enjoying your last summer before uni?" I explained I needed to save up money for the university year because I was taking the maximum course load, so I would only be able to work part-time during school. More stares. Why do you need to work at all? Aren't your parents paying for you? I said my parents were generously paying my room meal plan, and I was expected to manage tuition/books/daily expenses between my own savings and scholarships. My friends were scandalized and started reacting like I told them my parents beat me or something. How could they not pay for their own child? And do they not value your education? And didn't they plan ahead for this? I explained that yes, they valued education, but most of my friends back in Canada were paying their own way through school 100%, and it was even common to take a year or 2 off just to save up money for it. It's just how things were done in Canada at the time. My parents were going above and beyond the norm, and I was very grateful for it. The unanimous response: we didn't realize Canadians were so poor. I still get a bit angry when I think about that conversation. They just couldn't recognize how lucky they were. Note, I know times have changed since then. Tuition is a lot more expensive in Canada now, and it's more common now for parents to have education funds/trusts for their kids. At the time, though, that kind of thing just wasn't very common. Mom, Dad, if you ever read this, I still consider myself very lucky that you assisted me so much. Probably my father. I'm his only biological son, except the one who he left with his parents to raise when he was 8. He finally hit the lottery and promised to save my sister and I some to go to college with. Fast forward later, I want to go to college, but can't because of FAFSA saying I'm ineligible for loans due to my parents' massive savings. I ask for money and nothing. I never got to do school clubs or barely any kind of recreational activities because it costs too much. He helped me with my first year, but complained about $2K that it cost for everything for technical school. Yet my little sister is handed everything including college money to go to a university. She has everything paid off and has a full ride including a beachside apartment. She got to do all kinds of recreational activities after school and with her friends outside of it. She is widely successful. Now I love my little sister and I'm absolutely proud of her. I hold nothing against her and I hope she makes a name for herself. I just feel displeased with how I was treated, even though in public my parents tried to put me on a pedestal for others to viewpoint. I suffered massive depression and abuse for years since childhood and was terrified to reach out to anyone for fear my parents instilled in me when I was young. Living on my own and seeing normal families and living happily now, it makes my mind ache when I thought all of what I went through was normal. I guess my answer is it's surprising to see someone who raises you become so hypocritical, then denies everything back to you when you become older and finally question it. When I was in high school, we went on a trip to Japan. One of the places we visited was Hiroshima. In the weeks after returning, I had several people ask me things like, what was it like to visit a deserted / blown up place? Are there people living there again yet? Weren't you worried about radiation poisoning? And my personal favorite, I thought they took that city off of all the maps. In reference to the expression they got bombed off the map. Another one that makes me laugh to this day. I guess when my dad was growing up, his mother didn't use the word casserole in reference to a dish that was just a bunch of ingredients baked together. Instead, they called it Chinese loaf. No faking idea why. Family origins were French, Canadian and German. In any case, I guess they would also use this term when one of the kids would take their plate of food and just mash everything together into one pile on the plate. So we are having dinner one night, meatloaf, sweet corn, off the cob, mashed potatoes and broccoli. My dad randomly decides to make Chinese loaf. My mom, who I had never heard acknowledge the practice, goes, "Oh, I'm such 3's dad, I haven't seen you make chink loaf in years." My brother and I simultaneously snorted in surprise and asked her why the hell she just said that. She legitimately had absolutely no clue that chink was a racial slur. Me. I grew up upper middle class, but also had a fair amount of financial understanding. So I thought I had a pretty good idea of what it meant to be poor, with all of the inherent, unintentional condescension that accompanies that. I was talking with a friend who grew up fairly poor in Mexico about this very thing. My best line was, "Yeah, I grew up without having to worry about money, but it's not like it did much. I mean, my allowance was only $2 a week. It's not like it had that much of an impact on me." He went on to tell me about the time he had to carefully hide how sick he was because if his mom found out she'd take him to the doctor, which meant they wouldn't have enough money to eat for a while. Yeah, I shut up now when it comes to what it means to be poor. I've been broke and it sucks. But poor is a whole different level that, fortunately, I have never had to contend with. And that realization is what makes me want to smack all of my friends who have similar upbringings to mine when they get on their rants about social welfare and why being poor is a choice. I was in serious like/love with a girl in high school. She was cute, smart, a musician, awesome sense of humor, and very Christian. Sometimes we could have a somewhat normal/wacky conversation about whatever, and in fact, could spend hours walking around and talking about all kinds of things, which how I fell in like/love with her. But every now and then kind of randomly she'd non sequitur something Christian and it led to a long monologue/sermon/lecture. She'd get such a head of steam going she was impossible to interrupt or stop, and I'd just have to sit and listen. She wasn't really even talking to me, but just talking. It'd be like, "Hey, have you seen that movie? Yeah, it sucked. I'd like to get some iced tea. Let's go across the street to that 7-Eleven. I wonder what flavor Slurpees they have. Have I told you about the love of God recently? It's really completely limitless. He loves you, even if you don't love him, and he's always there listening. I hear the voice of God all the time. No, really. I literally hear the voice of God all the time. It's incredible. He talks to me just like a person, but it's different because he's God. What kind of person would send their only son to earth to be killed and then forgive everyone their sins? Did you know that Jesus Christ?" And it'd just go on and on like this for maybe 30, 60 minutes, whatever. It wasn't like those people that come to your door to convert you, because there was no persuasion in it, but more like someone thinking out loud. We broke up because she said we could get married, but I'd have to take Jesus Christ into my heart so we could both live with him. She went on to run a Bible church in Texas and become a missionary. I've often wondered if she's actually schizophrenic. One of my roommates in college was the daughter of an executive at a large oil company. She thought her dad could buy her a job in fashion. She has no sense of style whatsoever and knows absolutely nothing about fashion, but demanded that he get her a job anyway. We were in the middle of Best Buy one time and her dad called her to say he wanted to give her a job for the summer with his oil company, with a managing position making over $25 an hour. She angrily screamed at him over the phone for like 15 minutes straight, while everyone in the store just stared at us. Apparently $25 an hour isn't worth her precious time. I had to teach her how to boil water sophomore year. Apparently they had a maid for things like that. She didn't know houses could cost less than $1 million and still be livable. Seriously. She got a brand new, super nice car for her 16th birthday. She trashed it in college. She demanded that she get a brand new Mercedes G-Wagon for her college graduation. She received a regular Mercedes SUV instead and threw a fit. She wanted us to hire a maid for our small apartment. She complained that her parents were only giving her $5,000 every month while we were in college, and it wasn't near enough. That didn't even include money for shopping, as she considered that to be a separate expense that her parents should be responsible for. I could go on. This girl was nuts. In 2009, in Las Vegas, I had a roommate who thought he was the second coming of Jesus and insisted that people call him Jesus. Real name was Brian, but if you called him that, he got very offended. Was a hippie, to put it mildly, from Santa Cruz. Grew his hair out long, refused to shave, also refused to wear deodorant, also refused to brush his teeth. He believed his teeth cleaned themselves with his saliva. Showered but not that often. I don't need to mention that he was a virgin, didn't have a car, and had to bum rides everywhere. Truly believed he controlled the weather, as well as traffic lights turning red or green. Most days he did not wear a shirt or shoes, but only pajama pants that completely torn down the one side. His days consisted of either A, World of Warcraft, B, Guitar Hero, or C, looking for drugs. The harder the drug the better, and had zero impulse control or concept of rationing. Entered a phase where he was really into making electronic music, and during this time I was actually relieved he was doing something somewhat productive. One of his friends had a female cousin that spent a couple days with him, and he was obsessed with her after that. Wrote poems and love notes for her. Was able to pay rent each month because his mom sent him money. Refused to get a job. Justified his lack of job searching because of he was 100% convinced of the Mayan apocalypse in 2012 and was also 100% convinced that humans were being enslaved by an alien race who were hiding amongst us and using us to harvest gold. Believed every Illuminati conspiracy theory out there. Could not help himself but mouth off at cops. One time, after some midday drinking, he called a couple of cops faking pigs and spit at them, and spent a few nights in jail. His diet consisted of whatever food he could steal from the fridge as well as the local 7-Eleven, usually hot dog products. When the money ran out, he wrote me a fraudulent check that bounced. I sold his PlayStation, and he actually wasn't upset, but he knew it was time to move out. I took him to a mutual friend's house. Actually it was more like a family, mom, dad, 4 kids. He promptly decided to mooch of them for a few months, and had a shitty attitude towards them about it on top of it. Also tried to hit on the teenage daughter, laid it on pretty thick, and was creepy/charmless towards her. Plus she was 16, and he was early 20s, ate all the cereal, did obscene amounts of drugs, and tried to turn their home into a drug lab. He also was researching how to renounce his US citizenship, believing that by doing so he was in effect selling his citizenship and the US government would legally be forced to reimburse him hundreds of thousands of dollars, which he was going to use to buy a Las Vegas loft. That family eventually took him on a road trip to Santa Cruz, visited with his mom, waited until he had to go to the bathroom, and made a break for it, leaving him there. He took a Greyhound bus back to Vegas, showed up at their house uninvited. They called the cops, and the cops took him away. That was the last I saw of him. I'm not making a single word of this up, nor am I creative enough to, and I'm not exaggerating any of the above details for effect. This was a real dude I knew for a few crazy months. An FB acquaintance was recently diagnosed with psychosis/schizophrenia, and it quickly became apparent through recent posts. There were incoherent ramblings of soul coding, Kim Kardashian killing Christians and babies for eternal youth beauty, and government cover-ups that only she could unmask. She did end up getting help, but these posts are an interesting look into a psychotic breakdown. Education. Never stop learning and investigating, and one day you all will understand what is going on. Don't send me Bible verses if you are cool with Kim K killing babies and Christians to make her face look pretty. I didn't say that. I simply said they knew too much, and the government has our bodies soul coded that way we can't take them down for conspiracies and such anymore. I'm explaining this to y'all because I can't imagine not telling the people in closest to the truth. It's still not apparent where the celebrity factor comes in, but apparently Paul Walker was involved as well. I can prove it, and will do so in court where necessary. This isn't the correct platform to provide evidence for Paul Walker's family to try to manipulate, among others whom were involved. Thanks for understanding. They are threatening to kill more people now, and bring in their lookalikes and code their families. That way they can't say anything about it. It was brought up multiple times that she needed to see a doctor, including after rambling about solving recent murders aka car accidents, and tagging the victims' family members in the post. Everyone in this country. Actually, I work in defense and spatial territory. I don't need a psych evaluation y'all. That's how bad off y'all are. This was her last post, with a selfie, before being committed. My friends won't pick me up, because they have other people's souls inside their bodies, can't control their actions. I'm done if they call the police. Don't protect soul coding. #DON_TEVENTRYTO. I used to work in a retirement home, and we had a lot of residents with pretty advanced forms of dementia. One in particular was 103 when this story takes place. The week before, a resident had been murdered. No one knows who did it to this day. So, a week over, I'm trying to deliver breakfast to the 103-year-old. I knock and get no answer, so I just walked in. That was what we were supposed to do with some residents. I can't find her anywhere, and I know she can't move around much on her own. As I go to the side of her bed, I see her feet sticking out from under her bed. My immediate thought was that she had been murdered, and the killer just kinda shoved her under the bed. So I threw down the tray and started yelling her name, and looked under the bed. She looks over at me very excitedly and shouts, "I'm mining for diamonds. My husband told me they'd be in here. This mine is full of them." Her husband had been dead nearly 30 years, and she was holding on to an old sock proclaiming that it was diamond. Poor thing. I own a gun store, and the overall majority of my customers are very normal, cool people. However, it is retail, and you end up with a few whack jobs to begin with. Throw in that this is one of the most conservative leaning businesses out there. I'm pretty accepting of anyone but totally different subject, and you end up with a few fringe whackers that come in. Trust me, I hear it all. And, as long as I have time for it, I'll sit and listen. Usually good entertainment for the day. I've listened to everything from Bigfoot sightings to aliens. Not to mention the normal tinfoil hat stuff like flat earth and all that jazz. However, there was this one guy. He walked in the store and I pretty much knew I wasn't going to sell him anything. Looked a little dirty, but it wasn't that bad. Then the smell caught up to me. Yep. Horrible Bo. Dude's homeless. Odd thing, I've had several people coming in begging for money, including one Nigerian guy who has come in 3 times wearing a very nice suit claiming to be a Christian who needs help getting home. He came in 3 times over the course of the year and either has the worst luck in getting home, or the obvious other answer. However, the dude that walked in this time never asked for money. He started talking about guns, and how he was in Vietnam. Knew a lot about different firearms, even some stuff that I didn't know. The smell was starting to get to me, so I was about to ask him to leave, and then the full crazy homeless guy side of him came out, talking about how our mayor had it in for him, and had the police looking for him. He said that he knew our mayor when they were kids and that he, the mayor, always tried to keep this guy from succeeding in life. Our mayor was a female at the time. He wasn't allowed to use any of the homeless programs because the mayor had him blacklisted. Things like that point anyways. I don't want this guy going crazy, so I just say that I really need to get back to doing some rifle builds. He got back to halfway normal and said he just wanted to watch. Had to tell him that I got nervous when people were just watching like that, and he politely left. Weird situation, and I had to use about a can of Febreze to slightly stifle the smell. One of my former coworkers was extremely out of touch with reality. He had a good knowledge of some things he was interested in, but had next to no social skills. He thought he was fantastic at his job and assumed that he kept everything running, when in fact, everyone hated working with him because he made everything slower. He is conservative and would loudly and blatantly say his opinions on everything to everyone, even if they were racist, xenophobic, or downright insane. He firmly believes that the best way to stop terrorism and all the problems in the Middle East is to nuke them, and that the mountains would stop the fallout. He has said time and time again that if he became president of the USA, thankfully we live in Canada, he would nuke many countries and areas in the world. He firmly believes that the liberals are the problem behind basically everything in our country, and has even made wild accusations and statements about things the Liberal Party supposedly did. For example, he came into work one day and was talking about how mad he was because, according to him, the Liberal government had just legalized bestiality in Canada, which is both untrue and absolutely ridiculous. He would talk about deporting people and would frequently say things that could only be thought by crazy people, at least in my opinion anyways. Thankfully, he quit a few weeks ago, and I probably won't be seeing him again. But he was definitely the most I've seen someone be out of touch with reality. Z. I grew up in a lower middle class town where 3/4 of the people I have met are addicted to heroin. Also, my town's 97% white. My friend deflects all aspects of reality. Everything bad that happens to him is because of society, because of the rigged system. One of those guys that believes the globalist, elitist regime is taking over the world. How all drugs should be legal and the only reason they're not is because of pharmaceutical companies. Believes marijuana is the cure to every illness in the world. He has epilepsy and refuses to take medication prescribed because he doesn't want to be a slave to the system. He hoards metals because he believes the world economy is going to collapse any day now and the dollar will be worth nothing. He came from a good family that is willing to pay for him to go to college, but he refuses, saying that it is for slaves and anything he can learn from college he can learn online. It's sad. He just simply does not live in reality. In my hometown, suburb of Houston, there was a road that separated the exceptionally wealthy CEOs of oil companies, etc., from people of more modest means. However, we all went to the same high school. Circa 1993 to 1996, one kid was the nephew of a billionaire whose father was also exceptionally wealthy. The kid's uncle owned a baseball team. At 16, his dad bought him a Firebird Firehawk, which he wrecked within a week. Next up, a Tahoe which he jumped over a levee for fun, destroying it. After that, a BMW 850, wrecked within a month. Then an S-Class which survived until after he graduated. A 15-year-old girl's parents bought her a Mitsubishi 3000 GT VR4 when she was 14 in anticipation of her 16th birthday. It sat in her garage for 2 years with a bow on it. One girl only came to school for the social scene. Her family was stratospherically wealthy, but she was a total skank, dressed, talked, hung out with the gang crowd. She was the daughter of some Saudi prince and just liked to be where her friends were, but wasn't enrolled in any classes. Rumor has it that she used some kind of diplomatic immunity to stay in the school somehow. The day after the Houston Rockets won the championship in '94, she wore a Olajuwon's game jersey to school. The parking lot was a mix of trucks, Beeters, Porsches, one Lamborghini, and a few Ferraris. I drove a 70s Beeter. My brother's girlfriend didn't like the S-Class she got for her birthday, so one day, while stopped at a red light, she drove it into cross traffic and was T-boned by a pickup. Her car was ruined, and her parents bought her the BMW she wanted. The guy in the truck, no clue other than oh, he was fine. I just remember her talking about how she wrecked it because she thought it was a grandma car. An S600 grandma car. A kid once asked me if $50,000 was a lot of money for a car. He really didn't know. Most of those kids are still around that town, still hang out, haven't done anything, etc. The rest of us grew up. Addendum. In my college town there was a tow truck driver that was convinced that NASA was at war with Mars. My roommate freshman year of college. I went with a random roommate and ended up with a kid, let's call him A, from what I can only assume is the top 0.01% of Bangladesh. His dad worked for the government or military, it was never particularly clear which. The first instance isn't really bad for A. He moved from Bangladesh to just a couple hours outside Chicago for college, so obviously there were going to be some differences he wasn't aware of. The first thing he asks me is if winter will reach -Celsius. He needs to know so he can buy a coat. I felt so awful telling him it would reach -Fahrenheit. I think I saw a piece of him die that day. The next instance was definitely a different kind of out of touch. We were organizing and rearranging our room, and we had to move this couple £100 desk/closet/loft thing to make room for a couch. We decide where we will move it to. I get on one side of it, grab hold, and say 1 2 3 lift. Then I realize he's standing next to me just looking at me. I tell him to go on the other side to help me move it, and he says, shouldn't we get the servants to do that? He thought college freshmen had servants in the dorms. Then he explains he doesn't know how to move furniture because they had live-in servants at home. I joking ask how much that pays in case my degree doesn't work out, and he said oh they don't make their own money, but we house them, feed them, and clothe them. Then when their kids grow up they get to have the same job their parents had. This ended up in a long discussion where he started to realize the unpaid servants that were, as he put it, technically allowed to leave, but would probably not find another job, and would probably die, might be more slave than employee. We did eventually get the room set up how we wanted though, so all in all not a wasted day. My brother. He went to youth prison for 6 years during his childhood for a plethora of reasons. When he was released he began his 5-year meth binge with a girl that was equally as bad as the drug he was taking. They had a child during this time, and it died within a month of being born to SIDS. This coupled with amphetamine-induced psychosis did not bode well, as my brother was convinced that the government was following him any time he left the house. That cars would taunt him by flashing their lights or honking their horns. He was convinced that people were putting images on his TV to mess with him, including porn with his face on the woman. He called it gang stalking. He was beyond convincing and would get violent if you tried to reason with him. Nowadays he is clean and all the psychosis has worn off for the most part. He has regained most of who he was, but you can still tell he's damaged goods by this point. A co-worker of mine, Walter, has a tendency to become obsessed with women. I should add that Walter is married with 2 children. I have a feeling his wife doesn't know about his obsessions. Anyway, one day Walter came to work looking very worried. I asked what's wrong. He said there's this beautiful girl that I see every day at the bus stop. We always chat a bit while we are waiting for the bus. I said okay. ? I don't see the problem, Walter. She's so beautiful. I can't stop thinking about her. What if I cheat on my wife with her? Me? Then don't cheat on your wife. You have a choice here, mate. He continued to look worried. I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to stop myself. For one thing, Walter never gave any indication that this girl was interested in him beyond simple friendliness. For another, he was apparently at least 15 to 20 years older than she was. For yet another, how can I put this tactfully? Walter is fugly. He bears a strong resemblance to Disney Crane. I'm pretty sure that girl would be able to resist him. Not that anyone is ever going to read this, but I work in construction and the designers are absolutely clueless. Right now we are renovating several units in an apartment building, and we are at least a week behind because of the designers' idiocy. After we finish the plumbing rough-in, he comes in with new plan that means we have to completely change the plumbing layout. Then we think we had done the framing, and he comes in with these plans to do built-ins around the fireplace in faking drywall. Yeah, it's going to look nice, but only until somebody drops something on it for the first time. Then he decides to do something completely different with the fireplace in another unit, but doesn't know what, so the framers leave at lunch, since they have no plans for what to do next. Point: I have electricians starting today, but no electrical plans. The designer says well they can just run their wires today, but where are they running the faking wires to? We have no plans. Then the designer tells me he doesn't know if the flooring will be delivered on time, and that I need to communicate with him better. I told him a month ago that we'd be ready for flooring next week. He's just in his own little world where everything is perfect because he's involved in it. Point: he vetoes my ideas because they're too expensive and a waste of money, then goes and has the plumbers spend 2 extra days more than they need to because he decided to change everything at the last minute. He is such a faking idiot. In 2001 I was a sophomore in high school and the World Trade Centers and Pentagon were successfully attacked by a very small but effective operative group who subscribed to an ideology counter to Western interests in the Middle East. Point: I proceeded to join the army as early as I could at 17 in 2003 because I actually honestly believed I needed to step across the ocean and uplift an entire ethnicity of people, convinced by all of the rhetoric that Islam is incompatible, that all of their women are tortuously cowed before their male masters, that I was a good Christian soldier doing the saintly work of Almighty God abroad, while simultaneously keeping the very people I cared for most safe and sound in their beds at night back home. Point: and then I grew up. The saddest part is that right now I can look around and see so many people, so many people completely enamored with the same ludicrous mindset I was swept up in as an ignorant child. I knew this one girl, let's call her JJ, as a very insecure child. The poor thing. She claims to be extremely good at reading people and can tell if someone is lying in all situations. Naturally, I tested her on this to confirm that she did not have this skill. She also thinks she is intelligent for her age, always talking about the one time an adult told her she was smart for her age, assuming she's not lying. She's always talking about how much she hates her own generation because the vast majority of people, she says, are idiots, and how she was friends with seniors as a freshman, which honestly isn't rare or impressive. Everyone was. She once dated this one boy, I'll call him A, has Asperger's and is one of those stereotypical kids who run around like Naruto. He's a sweet guy, but doesn't handle most situations in the most rational way. Point: he supposedly broke up with her for someone else. She got mad and started complaining about him constantly. Naturally, he doesn't appreciate the backtalk, so he says things about her too. Point: what I hear from Jay is that he's been spreading rumors and whatnot. On the bus one day, to one of her friends, she starts ranting very loudly. It's making everyone uncomfortable. She talks about how on Monday, she's going to confront him in the cafeteria. Point: she begins going around the bus, telling everyone multiple times about this big event. She's clearly way too into it, and sees this as some major event in her life that matters. Everyone doesn't seem to care much. She tried to hype it up, as if it's the story of the century, and her acquaintances are like, oh, okay, buddy, have fun. Point: she doesn't notice everyone's reaction. She is completely oblivious the whole time to how little everyone cares. The day comes. While on the bus, I sit next to A and ask him if I can speak with him outside the school before he goes to the cafeteria, where everyone waits before homeroom. I warn him, advising him not to go to the cafeteria. As anticipated, he chooses to go anyway, but at least he was mentally prepared, so it wouldn't become a screaming match. I didn't go to the cafeteria, but she had someone record it on her phone. On the bus back home, she went around showing it to everyone over and over again, being way too excited about it, while everyone was visually cringing, while others have her a blank stare and said, oh, cool, for the sake of being polite. Point: in the video, she was screaming at the top of her lungs. A sat there quietly without giving much of a reaction, probably just waiting for her to leave. It was really baffling how much she kept talking about it for months afterwards. She enjoyed talking about how her name floats around the school because of the situation. I don't think anyone outside of my bus has mentioned it once, from what I've observed. Not many people even knew her or even cared. Point: now, she is a kind person and is friendly to most people, but she really lacks self-awareness. This rant has been bottled up for a while, though. I don't know how I'm going to approach trying to help her yet. so feel free to give advice. My roommate in college had a girlfriend that lapsed on her meds. She was a classic schizo. Still, I had never seen someone with the most well-known symptoms go full tinfoil hat. She just disappeared one day and popped up several days later. My roommate said her phone had been off during that time, in the nearest big city to our campus, which was about 45 minutes away. So my roomie asked me to go with him to find this girl. Still, even though he had contact with her, she kept driving to different locations, which had changed twice before we got into town, and then again, just before we checked the first location she told us. All of this was waylaid the whole way along, because about every 10 minutes she would abruptly hang up the phone and then turn it off, leaving us to wait for her to turn it back on so our call would go through again. Her reasoning for this was that the government was tracking her phone and she couldn't keep it on for more than a few minutes at a time. When we finally found her, she was cowering in her car, and as we approached she leaned out the window to yell at us for being in the open and that they could see us. She was contradicting herself all throughout the ensuing conversation. My roommate had been losing his temper up to this point, and so was speaking in an intentionally loud and instructional voice, trying to coerce her to leave with him so he could take her to her parents' house. There were other incidents leading up to this, of which my memory is very vague. I only remember that besides believing she wasn't sick, she was naturally a short-fused type who got violent and emotional. She began to whisper, saying that because his phone was on they could hear what she was saying, alternating in the next moment yelling that he was being too loud, and something about not being able to go back to her parents because the government had gotten to them and wanted to set a trap, and it just went on. The whole time I'm just standing there a few feet back in the street thinking, wow, so this is what it feels like to be the sidekick in an indie film. My ex-husband and I had to go to a kind of mediation regarding our daughter's parenting time schedule. It is in Michigan, which uses a friend of the court system to try to keep people out of actual court. It is presided over by a referee rather than the judge. But the referee may as well be a judge. Wears a black robe. You appear in front of him/her as if it was real court. The proceedings are going in my favor, but my ex's latent debate club urges get the better of him. He starts arguing with the referee, tries to get me to back him up, starts asking all these ridiculous hypothetical questions. The referee is obviously, to everyone but my ex, getting irritated, tells my ex that he's out of line, so on and so forth. My ex doesn't let up. Finally the referee agrees to the biggest change I petition for and tries to adjourn. My ex is still arguing, and the referee can't shut him down. I finally ask if we are excused, and the referee says yes. I grab my stuff and head out, could still hear my ex going at it when I left the chamber and started down the corridor. My mom had completely lost everything mentally last year. She said she had lost her job due to manuscript, which I now suspect is a lie, and we had to move to a cheaper/wittier part of town. At the time, I accepted this, as long as I was able to get to school. After a few months of living there, our car went. She used to work down the street, but left that place in bad terms, and got a job further away, which she now couldn't get to because of the car. This is when she discovered MLM companies. I only knew of Primerica at the time, so I didn't think there were that many. She begins working for one or two, and then a couple more over the coming months. I would help her with computer issues that she had. She knew enough to be dangerous to herself. Around May I noticed she started to lose it. She was making no money, and I had a job and school, so I really didn't talk to her much, because it would always be about how well she advertises herself, even though she made nothing. Cut to her barging into my room crying, telling me she is in the witness protection program, because a guy she used to talk to on Facebook was killed. Now this guy, as I found out, was a dating scammer. She wouldn't give him the money, so he told her to fuck off. She never got any messages back and thought he was trying to communicate with her through other fake Facebook accounts. At one point she is yelling about how she knows people killed him because he was wiped from the internet. She tried to Google his Gmail, screaming at me about how he doesn't show up anymore. I see she is actually on Bing. I go to Google and his Gmail shows up. She tried making other excuses, but I just walked back to my room. A couple weeks later, she comes barging in again. this time crawling on the ground, talking about how a convict knows where we live and how the neighbors are helping them because they have 2 dishes. The house next to us was a duplex. She showed me the conversation with the guy. He had mentioned how it was clear where he was, which was like Minnesota or something. She then looked up the weather there, and it was actually cloudy. She then called the cops and explained that to him. He basically told her to stay off Facebook, which she didn't. It finally culminated into our power being turned off because I couldn't afford it, and her screaming at me in the dark about how she just needs 12 people to get 12 people and pay her thing $10 a month to make her a millionaire. She wanted me, my dad and my brother to do it with her. I left the next day when she was blaming my grandma for telling the scammers where the one guy was that died. It was rough. Wow, almost 30k comments. Late to this party, but here goes. Once was at a volunteering event with some co-workers. One of my co-workers was of Indian descent. His parents were from India, but he was born and raised in the USA since birth, went to American schools, college, etc. At the same event there was a white bread kid, maybe around 17 years old, who was on a team with us to help. The kid was in total shock that my Indian American friend spoke perfect English without an accent. He was in total disbelief. He actually thought he was my co-worker was faking it, and was amazed that his impersonation of an American accent was so good. It blew his mind that there were Indian looking people who spoke without accents in high school. There was this one girl who did not buy a yearbook her freshman year. They were like $75 a pop back in those days. Her family could not afford it. This one rich kid in class could not comprehend there were people who couldn't afford yearbooks. It got worse when he started telling her that it was part of her history and she should really buy one. He was almost pleading with her to get one. It never clicked with him that she wasn't choosing not to buy one, but that she couldn't afford to get one. I think in the end he got mad at her for not being able to buy one. I used to work with a guy that was so out there it became less funny over time. In no particular order, here is a list of shit he did. He exorcised a house. A demon was in the attic. He ran out of holy water and the only thing he had was olive oil, and it worked. He killed a giant turtle the size of a horse in a dried up riverbed with a single punch. He was running from the mafia, and he turned into a tree. To escape. He threw a guy the length of a football field. Cold didn't bother him. He would walk a mile and a half to work in single digit weather wearing jeans and a t-shirt. He mixed blue algae with a concoction of different drinks. Diet Dew, coffee, tea and blue algae. He ate an entire pack of raw hot dogs with no buns on every break. That's 3 times in 8 hours. His 3-day-old baby could speak multiple languages. He outran a tornado on foot after it sucked him into the eye. That's not even half of the stories he told. I started ignoring him when I got bored with him. We grew up in a suburb of Toronto where the tap water is perfectly safe to drink, but my parents literally purchased gallons of faking spring water for years until one day my dad got sick of carrying all of this home, so he got a fridge that could dispense water and ice. Made sure it had a filter that was replaced every time the fridge said order filter. I moved out to go to school 3 hours away. First thing on their shopping list for me was a Brita with tons of filters. I do appreciate how good filtered water tastes, but then I look at other people and how they drink tap water like it's no big deal, because it isn't a big deal. Anyways, one day I didn't want to wait for my sister to be done dispensing water from our fridge back at my parents' house, so I just took some tap water and my mom, 4'11", Chinese, leaps at me and grabs the water out of my hand. The crystal glass broke on the ground, and she was like, "Charlie, how dare you drink tap water? You are going to get cancer and not have any kids." I've been a bartender and server for over 10 years in some above average restaurants and bars, and I've also done private catering and bartending at events. I've seen people, oftentimes new money, be so entirely ignorant to how polite people should behave. I once saw a woman actually cover her, probably 8-year-old, daughter's ears to tell me that she smelled cigarette smoke outside. This older couple, 60s or 70s, after talking about Hurricane Katrina and liberals to me, this was only 2 or 3 years ago, not right after it happened, urged me to make sure their food was on round plates, because it tastes better that way. Their credit card got declined, and the old man let out this "oh god" annoyed moan, and I said it could be because you're out of state, simply trying to comfort them. The wife didn't understand why a credit card company would ever put a block on your card when you were out of state to prevent fraud. A man storming back into the kitchen area, forbidden for guests/customers due to insurance purposes, because his ice cream was taking too long. This decrepit looking old man, that I heard was a billionaire, would come in every now and then. He had the strangest requests and we always had to keep certain things on hand for him in case he would stop by. He would just snap at people sometimes, then be nice others. He would talk about how Warren Buffett was one of his heroes. I think he could have been a little senile, but all in all I think he was just eccentric. Edited to add that I think it was truly odd that Buffett was one of his heroes, because he definitely treated people in a classist way. Mostly just a hair above middle class, or new money rich people acting like infants having tantrums. One even said she was being a second-class citizen because of some trivial thing, such as feeling her food was taking too long. My stepkids. Stepkid number 1 is from a different dad than my husband. His dad lives off his girlfriends, who have rich dads. Stepson 1 was upset the day he realized he had to actually work for a living and couldn't find a rich girl who liked him enough to marry him. He also dropped out in 8th grade because of this plan. Stepson 2 followed brother and dropped out in 8th grade. Mom let both of them drop out because she is extremely religious and doesn't believe in a secular education or any education. That's where it stopped for them. As a result, Stepson 2 is a flat earther who believes God's power is so mighty he put the dinosaur bones there himself. He doesn't believe in evolution, and he works for his uncle now because he tried to join the army, but they didn't want him due to his lack of a diploma. His brother also works for the uncle. Stepdaughter 3 is 21 and has never had a job. Not a single day has been worked. She comes to my husband for every single dollar because mom says, "Daddy owes you." She has an expensive computer, a MacBook, or some expensive sheet, and she drives a nicer car than I or her father that stepdad bought her, and then mom charged us half for. She expects to be flown internationally twice a year because she actually graduated high school. Not the worst, bet fairly resent reminder of the frustration of working with rich Texans. A frustration that I believe most people who grew up on farms can relate to. I was filming a wedding for an incredibly rich family that loved to embrace their southern countryside as much as possible. The problem is I don't think they have ever worked in the fields a day in their lives. Constantly overhearing comments about how proud they are of their simple country lifestyle as we film the pre-ceremony in a summer home nicer than any house I've lived in. The comment that really drove home the frustration for me is that when I got in their new truck with my gear I tried to shut the front door without letting the back door shut first. It's one of those trucks. Personally I've spent more time with trucks with a wooden bed for pitching hay than anything else. But having to deal with everyone snicker and the guy sitting behind me mumble, that's the kind of mistake girls tend to make. That's really frustrating, not just for the sake of belittling women. I'm a guy by the way, but the fact that I know I've spent more time in my life walking through half a foot of cow sheet in rubber boots than that faker spent greeting urban folks in his fancy cowboy boots flaunting his yawls. This is more of a rant on delusional urban cowboys who make six figures. I'm super late to this party, but I just had to tell my tale as well. A few years ago my ex was in a technical school for video game programming. The class was small, but one of the students was a 40 to 50-year-old woman. This woman had spent the last 25 to 35 years of her life managing computer systems for big companies all over the world. She would get flown places for emergencies, to fix servers and do maintenance. This woman came to the class after quitting her job. She said she remembered paying Atari and wanted to make games with the wonderful powerful new technology that today's computers can give you. Only she was heavily religious to the point of being shocked and upset that the teens and young adults taking the course wanted to make survival horror and shooter games. Any game with a single bit of violence was not okay at all. She would request private lessons, which the small technical school could not afford. She would complain that, "I quit my job for this education and you couldn't even comprehend how much money I made annually. Nobody in this room is anywhere near as important as me because of this." Eventually she accepted that she couldn't do that to get her way, so she said she would refuse to do projects with classmates who wanted to make violent games. The teacher settled with that and said they would find others who would be willing to make non-violent games. A big project comes, and due to this agreement she gets to be a lead. She wanted to make a game about a lost kitten who finds God instead of his mom and combats obstacles with school and Bible learning. She basically wanted to make a multiple choice question test with animations, where you can explore a big top-down Atari-like map between the tests. Some of the other students had joined her group hoping to do something like Mario at the very least. They showed her Mario, and she was appalled at how he was jumping on the heads of other living creatures. They made the cat game, but they convinced her to make it a point-and-click adventure about finding her mother, and not God. Then all throughout the course, it was clear she was really out of touch from making so much money at her old job. She would complain about only having the money to keep 2 of her cars and having to sell the Sunday church car. She said she couldn't believe she would have to let her daughter use the car for trips, to learn how to drive, and probably also to get to work or friend's house after that. She didn't want her daughter driving either of her 2 remaining cars at all, and her daughter better be grateful for it. Another time she complained that they needed to do laundry by themselves. She said she couldn't believe that other people went out and bought detergents and did laundry, that only poor people did that. She said normal people have maids for that. Another time she said she wasn't going to get her daughter a 4th cell phone this year because the early upgrade cost more than she could afford now without a job. She said maybe a tablet or laptop after she gets straight A's could work. This daughter is like 16 and was breaking her cell phone on purpose every few months when a new one came out that she wanted. The entire time she was completely convinced that taking this small course at a tiny tech school was going to give her all the tools to make it begin the exciting expanding market of video games. She would say things like, "My daughter can wait 2 years until I finish my course here and found my game company. Once our game launches online a few months after that, she can have all the phones she wants because mommy will be rich again." Oh wow, well I have a couple, well, 2. Let's not overhype here. So the first is about one of my friends from university. I'm in England. My background is basically that I've lived with my mother, a single parent, in a house that she doesn't own and can't really pay for with barely any luxuries or anything. Because we are poor, we were just lucky that our great granddad died and the house became available. We still rent it though we didn't get a free house. Anyways, moving on. That's my background. I used to have to work from the age of 13 to afford anything that I wanted because I knew that it would not be available via my mother, which was all good because I was able to help with the rent point. So I move up north to university and I get a decent amount of money from the student finance company, mainly because of the financial state of my mother, and I meet this kid who is friendly and harmless, but he has no idea how the world works. He keeps telling his friends that he is poor and comes from a lower class family and that all he eats is pot noodles and toast and shit like that. So anyway, it turns out towards the end of the year, when he finally invites us to his place for drinks, that he owns the flat he lives in. He straight up bought it, and that his parents paid for it, and paid the 27-ish grand for his uni fees up front, and gave him like 60 grand for the 3 years. Spending money, which he spent all of in 1 year. He thought he was poor, because he went to a private school where all the kids' parents were at least millionaires. When he heard about my childhood and my mother, he offered to get his parents to give me a load of money. I just couldn't believe what was coming out of his mouth. Sweet kid though. The second is about a kid that believes he is the shit. I studied film production at uni, and he came into the course thinking he was Spielberg reincarnate. I know, Spielberg of all directors. He used to think that his films were the most intense bits of cinema he'd ever seen, and often he'd brag about the social commentary he'd make in his films, and he guaranteed that he'd hire us all when he got big, so long as we'd help him with his work. But he refused to work with any of us on our projects because, and I faking quote, his art form took too much time to be working on creatively dull projects. The norm in our uni class was to trade work, so you'd do a day on set for another guy, So long as he returned the favor for you. The kid couldn't even turn on a camera, and he'd never written his own script before. Turns out the films he'd been showing us and applied to the university using were made by his media class in school. He was credited as runner. I used to manage apartments. In that time I had met many people that were sitting on the edge of reality and fantasy due to ignorance. I never expected to meet the one girl that jumped off that edge and lived quite happily on the other side. There used to be this tenant that would call my boss and complain to the city that her freezer in her fridge has never worked. My boss sent me and some workers to address the issue. We could never find the problem. My boss got fed up and decided to just replace the fridge with a new one and have me and the boys move her old fridge to storage. She got angry when I showed up to tell her his decision and refused to give us entry. The city sent inspectors, but she also refused to allow them in. So we never got a violation. This went on for 8 months until we got a small claims court summons from her. The following occurred in court. The judge, the owner is willing to replace the fridge with a new one. Your problem is solved. No. That fridge is important to me. When I leave, I'm taking the fridge with me. The judge then asks my boss who owns the fridge and my boss shows that he does, and that she agrees with my boss. The judge scratches his mustache and then says, "The judge, you can't take the fridge if you leave the apartment because it's not yours. You would be stealing from him." No. He and his staff wants to steal my herbs and money from me. The judge, how? You can't trust the banks. I keep all my money herbs in that fridge, and I lock it up every night with my chains. The judge, herbs? Yeah. Here I got some. I grow it myself. She pulled out marijuana and handed it to the judge. The judge, where do you grow it? On the roof. Every night before I go to bed, I take my pots down from the roof and lock it up in my apartment. My herbs need the natural light for the best crop. If I leave it on the roof, this asshole, she points at my boss, would find it and probably call the cops. The judge, and what do you expect me to do? Give me justice. That's what the courts do, ain't it? I want my fridge fixed. My ice cream keeps melting in the fridge. I can't use the freezer because my money is there. I know that you can lower the fridge's temp to freezing, but this asshole won't fix my fridge. The judge ordered a recess. An hour later we watched her get led away in cuffs, and a week later her empty apartment got raided by the cops. They took the fridge because she apparently was using to store other stuff in the walls of the fridge. My sister-in-law had a baby 3 months ago, then got married to my brother on Mother's Day. They live with my parents and get all kinds of help. My brother works a full-time job in order to pay for the baby. My sister-in-law is constantly passing the baby off to other people to take care of, and whenever I'm over she will be in her room watching TV. I'm in the pool and my mom is watching the baby. My brother is the only one of them working, and according him and my parents, she will refuse to wake up during the night to take care of the baby, even on the nights that he will be working the next day. The thing that has bothered me the most is the other day she texted my mom the other day asking if my brother and her could start pulling all-nighters with their friends. It's as if she hasn't realized that that baby is her responsibility. My brother is doing everything he can to take care of that baby and my parents have been helping them, and she refuses to go and get her JED or driver's license. She kinda just puts everyone out. Everyone has spoken to her about all the crap she does, but she doesn't seem to get it through her head that these issues need dealt with. It's not like she's on drugs or anything, but she needs to step up and be a mom to that baby. All the help she gets would make sense if she had other responsibilities like a job or something. On my Facebook feed just now, a friend, super intelligent talented female, mid-30s, just posted that she caught a guy glancing at her in an elevator and that's all it took to make her feel unsafe. I wasn't there. She's super reasonable most of the time, so I'm going to take her word that the guy looked like a creep somehow. But that post got 77 and counting comments, almost all talking about how looking at women is wrong and how men should be aware of their privilege when they glance at women. Furthermore, the point was made many times that if the woman feels threatened, she's a victim, and to question whether she should have felt threatened is to victim blame and mansplain. I've never seen a group of elite college educated people be so out of touch with reality? Point first of all, some level of danger is there with all strangers. They could be murderers, or thieves or rapists. Some people are terrible. Feeling mildly concerned about that is a choice. As is ignoring that fact and going about your day. Point at no point does that fact mean the man with functioning eyes did anything wrong. Point the risk is there. Whether the man glances or not. Your fear of the man should be there or not be there regardless of a glance. Point we cannot pretend that glancing at each other is a valid crime. Thought crime is dealt with in dystopian novels for a reason. Having just seen dozens of people do and support kicking a dude in the balls for a glance, this was suggested and defended several times. I have to choose this group as the least in touch I've ever come across. I got this friend who is spoiled as shit. It got horrible in college when he would continually fail classes and blame the professors. I self-taught myself basic HTML when I was around 13 and never kept up with, but when he had an intro web design class I knew how to do his homework where he was clueless. His dad is a chiropractor making serious money. My friend needed an unpaid internship to get course credit. He interned for his dad because his dad talked the school into allowing it. He donates a lot and goes to all the sports games. So my friend, instead of doing a real unpaid internship for course credit, took naps all day while his dad gave him $15 under the table along with an allowance on top of paying for all of his expenses already and got course credit for it. Point anyway, he developed into the person who will lie about anything to give off this illusion that he is flawless. The best example was when he tripped over his own feet, turned around, and, being completely serious, said who the fuck would plant grass here. He was already the type who would do something like drink his roommate's beer and, after being accused, would insist it wasn't him. Even though we'd seen him do it plenty of times. He just straight up refused to ever admit it and would turn it around and get mad at everyone else. He would go in head first and convince himself that his lies were real. At first you are like he just is the type that avoids confrontation. But eventually he just really believed them. And it became layers of lies, arguments over lies on top of lies. To the point where he basically was living in a fantasy world. Point tripping over the grass was pretty much the moment we all said yeah, he's a lost cause. I'm honestly not sure who is more out of touch, me or the other person in this story, but I used to have a big chunk of my money in cash due to busking, street performing, a lot. I had an online bank, so I couldn't just deposit it somewhere, but every so often, if I needed to make a big purchase I'd take a wad of cash into CVS and buy a bunch of Amazon gift cards, then use them to make the purchase. Point I was doing this once, and the cashier asked me what Amazon was. She was in her early 20s like me, living in a working class predominantly black part of Durham, North Carolina, and had apparently never heard of Amazon or of the concept of buying stuff on the internet. I had to explain that Amazon had no physical stores, that you'd need a card to buy stuff or do the gift card thing, and then it would get shipped to your house. She was amazed and said she now was thinking about getting a bank account so she could try it out. She also asked me if she could get it on her smart phone rather than the internet, since she didn't use the internet. At first I thought she was out of touch with reality, but then I realized that even in the US, I'm fairly lucky to think of things like banking, regular internet access, and buying stuff on Amazon as normal, everyday things. So maybe I'm out of touch for thinking that she was out of touch. About 10 years ago I was forced to take the bus because my car was in the shop. I didn't have a good MP3 player at the time, so I just burned MP3 CDs and listened to them on my trusty Panasonic Shockwave portable CD player. A woman about 30 years old with 2 young children was standing by me at the bus stop one day, and she pointed to my CD player and said, "What's that?" She looked to be quite a normal, functional person. I assumed her question stemmed from the fact that MP3 players and iPods were the only thing around at that time. I thought she was bugging me for using older technology. I responded to her and said, "Oh, that is just my CD player." She looked at me completely baffled and said, "What is a CD player?" Again, I thought she was joking with me, so I said, "Haha, you know it's like an MP3 player, but you have to load it with CDs." She looked even more confused and said, "What is a CD?" I didn't know what to say at first. I was caught off guard. I explained to her that a CD was a little digital disc that held music, so you could play it later. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Oh, so it's like a mini shiny record." I confirmed that is pretty much what it was. She then said something along the lines of, "That is crazy. What will scientists think of next? I can't even believe you can walk around with music in your hands." It's not as crazy as the rest of the responses on this post, but it was something that I still think of to this day. I mean, at the time CDs had been around for like 20 years or more. Okay. So I work in an urgent care in the US. Well-groomed woman brings in her 5-year-old son with a fever of 105.9 F, 41.0 C. The kid is lethargic, drooling. The mother is oblivious. We ask if she had given him anything for his fever, and she responds with, "Well, I gave him a probiotic last night." Well, good thing his gut bacteria will be happy as he sees his fact. This happens at least once every couple of weeks. Unemployed parent brings in one child with random illness. Usually it's just a faking cold with sniffles and a cough. Decides to check the rest of their brood in. Well, I wanted to bring in child 1 because whatever. Child 2 wiped his nose this morning, and child 3 sneezed yesterday. Since we are here, I wanted to be seen too. 99 times out of 100 these families have Medicaid, free/government subsidized healthcare, and are usually frequent flyers. The part that pisses me off is that these people, who I genuinely believe are the exception and not the rule, are abusing a free service because they can. Meanwhile, people with real health issues and who have to pay $50-100 co-pays at the door have to wait while we tend to this family and end up telling them to drink more water and deal with it. Me, are your child's vaccinations up to date? Parent, offended. Oh, no, we don't do that. Like, I asked them if they were crack addicts or if their child was the product of a Lannister-style incestuous relationship. This one was kind of strange. I've worked for managed service providers for like 10 years, and I used to work in a build room. My job was basically to repair hardware on computers and image them. So, I was moved out of that job for the help desk. In a 30-person company, if you're the build room guy, you're basically bottom tier and you kind of just go do all the shitty jobs. Well, my replacement started, and now I was feeling entitled because I had made it past the build room job. He signed all his paperwork and started working. Well, someone came to me and said, "Hey, can you put together this treadmill for the CEO?" I said, "Yeah, sure, I'll get my new guy to do it." So I faking go ask this guy, and he flat out refuses. He would not do anything unless it was on the job description he signed. So I asked him why, and he just got upset and wouldn't talk. Okay, weirdo. So someone else goes and asks him to do something else. Again, refuses to do it, gets upset and won't talk. We both let the CEO know what was going on. The guy just started yelling and acting crazy towards the CEO, so he had to fire him right then and there and have him escorted out of the building. I grew up in a very affluent town, went to private school, etc. My parents both came from humble beginnings and made it big, live the American dream, and all that jazz. So I was raised well and didn't end up with the crazy entitlement that many of my peers still have to this day. Many of the rich people problems I saw neighbors, classmates, etc. dealing with growing up were just disgusting. This, however, took the cake. One of the families at the private school I went to took a 2-week vacation to China one summer, and the mother told her kids to throw out their underwear at the end of each day because she didn't want to deal with the smell in their luggage or in the laundry room. The kids were both teenagers without any hygiene issues, so it's not like the underwear was disgusting after one day of wear. Those kids threw out 28 pairs of underwear while traipsing through areas of extreme poverty, all because their mother was pissy about the smell of slightly dirty clothes in their luggage and laundry room. I have many crazy family stories, but one just happened on Sunday that made me realize she was truly psychotic. I'll give you a very brief summary, though, because otherwise this story could take hours. My fiancé and I have been living with his mom for about 2 years now, while we attend college. His mother is insufferable. Always hovering, calling 5 times a day to see where he is, telling him he does everything wrong, etc. Point last Wednesday we decided to move in with my mother. We broke the news to family and she couldn't understand why he needed space. Point after days of arguing and he being incredibly unrelenting, her parents, my fiance's grandparents, decided to mediate the arguments. After 6 hours of everyone telling this woman she was wrong in this situation, she still didn't understand. She doesn't like to lose. Point throughout the 6 hours, when she didn't get her way she was childish enough to storm out of the house and cry, come back in, and yell that no one understands her, storm out again, etc. Incredibly childish. Point the moment that made me realize how delusional she was at the end, when she looked at her parents and said, if you keep agreeing with fiance, I'm disowning him and you both. Point they refused to take her side, called her narcissistic, and she left. She hasn't spoken to them since, and we've since moved in with my mom. What a nightmare that woman is. I worked on a psych unit for 20 years, so the most out of touch was catatonic. One of the more interesting cases was a schizophrenic who was so psychotic she would smile and speak total gibberish. In a personal experiment, I tried to see if she could comprehend what we were speaking any better than what she could say. So I responded to her gibberish with more gibberish. Gab smart seat dooba doo. Her smile grew, and we held a conversation of mindless gibberish. The interesting part was that as her blood level of antipsychotics rose, the gibberish became words, but in nonsense patterns and order. Map purpled spandex road. Then the word order started make some sense. That flight world construction green. And became intelligible. I'm as hungry as an onyx, said when it was dinner time. Then she finally made complete sense. We had one poor fellow who had aphasia from a stroke. He knew exactly what he wanted to say and could completely understand you, but only the right words would not come out. For example, when he asked for a glass of water, he would use the inflection to ask a question and even motion with his hand, as if to drink a glass of water, but what he said might be something like, special tribe spank the manger. One of my exes moved in with me for a while. She didn't work or go to school, but the house stayed relatively clean, and she planned to re-enroll, so I let it slide. I noticed that we started amassing a large number of half-full 2-liter soda bottles and bottled water. Odd, but whatever. I guess she likes to stock up on water and only drinks soda that's freshly carbonated. My other roommates and I had no problem with flat soda, so we would get around to drinking it eventually or using it for mixers. Then I noticed on my credit card statement that I had a ton of $12.96 charges from a pizza chain. She had been ordering a $5 salad for lunch and filling the rest of the minimum $10 order with soda and water every day while I was at school or work. My card was saved to the pizza place's online ordering system. I confronted her with my credit card bill, and with a completely straight face she said it's not like it costs any more than going to the store. I don't know why anyone goes grocery shopping anymore, but it does. $12.96 was getting her a side salad, a 2-liter, and a bottle of water. Oh, and the driver got a $2 tip. She wasn't broke and starving at home, by the way. She had a car and her parents sent her an allowance of $200/WK for existing. Back in the day, about 2006 to 2008 or so, I was working for a 2-person company. Being small, they did not get the insurance rates that a huge corporation got, so could not afford company health insurance. My boss, being cool, told me he would pay for my personal insurance and I could work out a deal with the guy if I wanted to pay for my family. Long story short, the salesman told me point blank we were all uninsurable due to pre-existing conditions. So that sucked the big one. A few weeks later we were having a business dinner with our main customer and the subject of politics naturally came up. Healthcare needing to be fixed was in the news at the time, and someone made a comment about it, and our customer looked at us like we were from Mars and said with genuine wonder, what's wrong with healthcare in America? Why does it need fixing? He was not some young inexperienced sheet for brains either. He has been working for over 30 years, but apparently had no clue. I was later congratulated by my boss for keeping my mouth shut, even though I wanted to choke him. I work in TV. A certain TV star once tried to get me fired. Here is the story. Actress calls the production office to tell me that she has some dresses being shipped to us and needs to try them on as soon as possible for some award show that weekend. We have a late call, I think like 3 p.m. I tell her that we don't have anyone to bring her the boxes at the moment, but that we can send them to set, so they'll be in her trailer when she gets there, or that she is welcome to pick them up. She said to me, but once I pick them up, how am I supposed to get them up to my apartment? I wanted to say make 2 faking trips like normal person, but I held my tongue. Thinking she was picturing giant boxes, I said, oh, they're actually pretty small. I could have definitely carried them in one trip. But that was enough to set her off. Let me talk to boss, she beached to my boss, and then took it even higher to the producers of the show, trying to get me fired for that conversation. Luckily she was unsuccessful. Eventually she moved on to trying to get the next person fired. It was practically a weekly occurrence. Everything she and a ton of other famous people did made me realize just how out of touch with reality famous/wealthy people are. I work in healthcare. I literally do not even know where to begin. Every day I reap the benefits of a society where the customer is always right and every child is a winner. No is not a thing that has ever existed for a lot of these people. One woman was upset that her eye drops cost so much, so she called the office and demanded that I call her insurance company and tell them to change the price. I didn't know how to respond because I didn't know if it would work because no one in our office has ever acquiesced to such a ridiculous demand. Maybe I should ask her to call Trump and tell him not to run for president anymore. A guy just this morning was yelling at me because he just walked into the office and sat down without checking in with the receptionist, and he thought she was unbelievably rude for telling him he had to check in for his appointment. I asked him if he went into restaurants and just sat down at a table and waited for a waiter to notice him, and he screams at me, eyes bulging, spittle flying, "It's not the same thing. This is a doctor's office. Those are just 2 stories out of hundreds." The lack of perspective, the entitlement, at times it's hysterical, at others it's so depressing that it's all you can do to keep from screaming or crying. I worked with a bald, slightly overweight and always unshaven dude. Never smelled or anything but never looked very clean cut, and also used to gel what little hair he had up. That alone is answer enough, but there's more. He is 34 and lives with his mum. I know, not a big deal, it happens. However, she cooks, cleans and everything else for him while he sits in his room and plays his PlayStation. The only sign he is in fact an adult is he works 38 hours a week. He'll receive a meal undercooked or something delivered to his room by his mum. Mind you, I lived with them between houses for a few weeks and would proceed to walk out and throw it at her, screaming how useless she is. The most astonishing thing about him is he truly believes he's a catch and will one day end up with a model of a girl who will love to be treated just like his mother is treated by him. Last I heard he's put on a fat ton of weight and is still living with his mother in their weird pseudo relationship. They also socialize together, drinking and such. Again, cool if it's every so often to go drinking with your mum, but every time her friends invite her out he goes along, and he's still waiting for his supermodel wife that he can start treating like shit, so she'll love him forever. Definitely late to the party, but I'd have to say an acquaintance of mine from high school. He was a pathological liar who had bipolar disorder, so it was to the point where we all thought he was believing his own lies, which included his dad being part of the Hungarian Special Forces. He claims to have been kidnapped while in Hungary, and his dad and uncle proceeded to save him, which included uncle killing someone with a bayonet attached to a shotgun that he used to stab, and then lift up a fully grown man and shot him off it all with one arm. Constantly claims the bank was freezing his bank accounts for no reason when in reality he was just broke because of a drug and roid problem. Said drug problem then gave him a psychotic break where he thought the entire city was out to get him and tracking him. And the list goes on. I'd love to list everything, but I'm on my phone and the formatting probably looks like shit. Anyways, the last I heard of him, he somewhat turned his life around when he changed religions after he hit rock bottom. This will probably be buried, but I need to get this off my chest anyway. My cousin, before she committed suicide, I visited her on a Wednesday and she took her life on that Friday. I was the last person to see her alive in my family. She originally called asking if she could get some Xanax. She was a big benzo addict. I do not have or use Xanax, but I offered to spend some time with her. She picked me up. To start off, I commented that she should be wearing her seatbelt, especially in a convertible. She said she was convinced that the airbag was all she needed. Then she suggested we go grab a drink to just talk. I know she shouldn't be drinking, and I could tell she really didn't want to. I don't drink either. So we just go chill at her place. That is, when the crazy came out. She was asking me relationship advice at first. The thing is, she completely scared the guy away with her crazy. She told him, after only a few weeks, that she was pregnant. She was not, and wanted to get married. She has been convinced that she was pregnant for something like 5 years. She told me that the OB/GYNs would give her abortions against her will. She couldn't describe how they would occur, or why she wouldn't report it. She literally said, "I'm always pregnant." The thing is, she knew she was having delusions, but she couldn't help herself from believing in them. She knew she sounded crazy, but still believed it. I tried to talk to her about her delusion, tell her that I believed that she believed it was real. But then I tried to help her by giving her excuses to blame it on, like hormonal birth control making her think she is pregnant, etc. I hoped to give her something to latch onto so she could pull herself back into reality. Further down the rabbit hole, people were always trying to break into her home and steal her valuables and prescriptions. No, she was just pawning them and taking all her pills at once. I offered to stay and make sure no one broke in, but she declined. She was also convinced that people were out to hurt her. She thought her ex was tapping her phone and computer. Being a good person and good with computers, I examined her phone and laptop. No keyloggers or anything were on there, and we changed all her passwords. Worst of all, she thought she was an angel. Angel Claire. Her name was not Claire. How do you even begin to talk about that rationally? Long story short, the conversation was over 4 hours long, and she was out of it as fuck. I miss her like hell, but I'm glad she is no longer tortured by her own mind. I had a CEO that was completely out of touch. Every 2 years he would lease the newest Porsche or Ferrari. They paid us well, but not well enough for the following statement. One of the employees was admiring the new Porsche and the CEO said, "Do you have one, too?" No, I don't. Also, he was extremely competitive when there was no way to win against his salary. If you saved up and were traveling to somewhere you could barely afford, he would ask where we're going or what city you were going to, and then say, "Don't stay there, it's crap. Stay at an insanely expensive place that only a CEO could afford." Once, I told him that my husband and I were staying at the Four Seasons on Lanai for part of our honeymoon. A very generous gift could not afford on our own, knowing he had stayed there before and couldn't one-up me. Well, he asked where our room was and what it overlooked, just to show his room was better than ours. I get it, Yorick. I used to travel to Hong Kong every summer to see my dad, and over the course of a few consecutive years visiting I had started to make a few friends over there, specifically a girl that I became pretty keen on. Anyways, one day she agreed to meet me at a downtown mall for a day to hang out / eat / see a movie. While we were walking aimlessly around the mall, me desperately struggling to make conversation and act cool, I somehow got onto the topical rant about how Easter eggs are a bunch of shit, and it doesn't make any sense, because bunnies are mammals and all that shit. I probably thought I was being real clever and funny at the time, when she, in keeping politely with the conversation, said, "Well, yeah, but it's just advertising, like how there's always cows on milk cartons." Where I replied in probably the meekest way possible, trying at all costs not to be an asshole, "No, it's really not like that at all." After a little back and forth I figured out that she believed milk to be a synthetic product like Coke, and she was totally dumbfounded and sickened by my revelation that it was milk from cows, which is produced, like all milk, for infants, just calves in this case, and not human babies. I really don't mean to slander her or anything, because she really was an intelligent and cool person, just not exactly well versed in the workings of the dairy industry. Ran at university, met a few interesting characters, but this was the most interesting. He was a rich kid with money, being wired to him by his parents constantly, though he only went home twice during the whole academic year due to him living at the other end of the country. We had this supermarket nearby that was cheaper than most, but was still very good. He said, "Man, I'm so faking rich and can buy all this stuff, and yet you're struggling to pay for food from that place." He had never done his own laundry or housework, so we had to show him how to do it. He thought this was too much to do, so he would just buy months worth of clothes as he lived a few hours away, and would just take back suitcases full of clothes to be washed at home. When he went home at the end of the semester, had never had to tidy up after himself, so just threw any litter he had on the floor of the kitchen. Would withdraw about $300 of money from an ATM if a girl was nearby and would then place the money on the table as it was uncomfortable in his pocket. Would spend all the money as well on a night out. Spent about $600 on champagne for girls at a club to get phone numbers. I think the military showed me the depths of these kinds of people. And of the two worst examples, I can't decide which one was more out of touch, so maybe the people can decide? I'm trying to present the claims in chronological order. They get a little screwy in there, and if sometimes it doesn't make sense, it's okay. They don't make sense. One guy in boot camp claimed, on top of numerous other things, his uncle was a senator. When pressed for his name, he couldn't remember, even though he spent summers with him all the time. Then the uncle had died recently, so that's why he forgot the name. But this uncle was also going to give him and his naive friend cake orders to Hawaii. The dead uncle, whose death, a US senator, not a state one, never even showed up in the news. Also, before boot camp he was training with all the SEALs in his hometown of middle of nowhere, Iowa. Apparently there were like 40 of them in that one town, all active duty still. For some reason, in Iowa, and in his hometown his parents did pretty well for themselves, because they were accountants to a bunch of millionaires/billionaires that all lived exclusively in the middle of nowhere, Iowa. It's apparently a really badass town. That's how he could afford his dozen cars and huge gun collection. But despite all this, he chose to enlist. And using his uncle's influence, the dead one, but not really. Haha guys, he was talking about his other uncle, the admiral. Duh. He got in the Navy as an undesignated sailor. Apparently his uncle or uncles were kind of dicks. One kid in my command just had all the claims. Of course, he was pretty rich, which explains why he was enlisted, and he owned an entire warehouse of classic cars. Oh, and he was a helicopter pilot at the age of 9, but he was only ever referring to being an RC helicopter pilot after months of being called on this claim. He also was the sole mechanic of an entire hangar bay of airplanes by the age of 15, which explained how he had absolutely no knowledge of aircraft. And he got a 99 on his ASVAB. We checked this one, he got pretty low. And his family ran a custom car business, which is how they got rich. By the age of 16 he was already building multi-million-dollar cars for a bunch of NBA players. But he didn't personally have the funds to bring any of his RC helicopters, his favorite topic of conversation. He knew enough about them to go on for hours, or any of his hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of his collection of classic cars to the area, which he totally had. When I was a freshman in college, I dated a guy from a wealthy family who had a very sheltered and coddled upbringing in an insulated upper-class suburban community. I grew up in a working-class family inside of a huge city and was pretty much a free-range kid from the start of junior high school. He wanted to see where I lived one day, so I drove him to my neighborhood. Now, the neighborhood I grew up in was a typical blue-collar subdivision with smaller single-story homes on small city lots. Very tidy yards and well-maintained homes. We weren't poor by any means, and it was a safe and clean little neighborhood. But this guy thought I'd taken him into a third world slum or something. He freaked out thinking we were going to be carjacked by the kids playing in the street, and he was shocked at how tiny the homes were. He couldn't believe that entire families shared one bathroom, and some siblings had to share bedrooms. I took him to my house for lunch. He was absolutely fascinated and kept opening drawers and cabinets and wandering from room to room. I cooked us some mac and cheese, and he was amazed at my cooking skills. His family had a cook. He'd never fixed any of his own meals. After we were finished, it blew his mind that I had to wash the dishes by hand because we didn't have a dishwasher. He told me that he felt sorry for me having to live like that, which pissed me off because I thought I had it good. And in reality, I did have it good. My parents and I all worked, they owned the house, all three of us had cars, the house was in good repair and clean, we all had full healthcare coverage, money in the bank, all the necessities and a lot of the extras, never behind on bills, spending money in our pockets. So on the way back to the college, I drove through a couple of the poorest inner city neighborhoods and showed him what true rough living was and who he really needed to feel sorry for. He was overwhelmed. He said it felt like driving through a movie set, and he'd never have imagined that places like that were actually real. I thought he was going to cry at one point. It never occurred to him that what he saw on TV and in movies was based on reality. When you leave your current job for another one, seek a decent pay bump. If you are leaving on good terms, in order to advance your career, go for about 20% more than your current. It doesn't hurt to ask and lie about your current pay point. No one can legally check your current pay from your current employer. If they somehow do, who cares? That's what you're asking for. I'm pretty sure everyone does this within reason. I'm always shocked when I have friends that tell new companies exactly what they make. I mean, it's cool to be super moral, but not to the detriment of your life. Companies will take advantage of you for that shit. They barely get market adjusted or an equivalent to our inflation raise and they accept more responsibility. It's almost a step in the opposite direction. Of course, this only applies to people with careers. If you are leaving Burger King to work at McD's, obviously the strat won't work. A bit late to the question, but it has to be all the faking people preaching fat acceptance or health at every size. I'm all okay if people want to be obese and not change their lifestyle, it's their own choice. But it seems with some people that their level of delusion increases proportional to their waist size. No, you can't be healthy with a BMI of 31. No, you aren't anorexic if you're eating over 3,000 calories a day. Again, I'm okay if people tell themselves this to make them feel better about themselves, but what movements like cheese or fat acceptance do is almost criminally negligent and outright dangerous. It tells people they shouldn't change. It actively discourages people from changing their lifestyle. It misinforms people by saying they are healthy when they are obese. It makes people distrust wonderful doctors who want the best for their patients. Movements like these could be indirectly responsible for the deaths of thousands of people. It pains me to see that the delusions of a few mentally challenged have this big of an impact on society and the health of some people. My mom telling her story of how we got our dog, which she fully believes to this day, and is completely false. Our family was at dinner with our grandpa when she started telling him how we got our dog. At this point we'd had our dog Spots for 3 years according to my mom. She was driving home from work one summer evening, and when she was half a mile from her home she saw 3 puppies running down the middle of the road toward her. As they approached one another, one dog went left into a field behind our neighbor's home, and another dog went right into the field across from our home. Spot's brother and sister supposedly. My mom then pulled into the driveway of our home, and when she stepped out of the car, the last puppy ran right up to her and started kissing her face. My mom decided then to keep her and brought her in the house. My brother and I sat there speechless, jaws open. We just stared at her and said, "What in the hell are you talking about?" She got really defensive and said we were liars and we didn't know what we were talking about. The true story is simple. I found her in my neighbor's yard playing with their dog. No fences separating our backyards. She's done this with a few other events, but this one was the funniest/oddest. True story here. This guy I know is so out of touch with reality that he does not know how to love himself anymore. His girlfriend recently cheated on him with someone he had hired not too long ago. She has cheated on him multiple times with different dudes before in the past. She has stolen from him on multiple occasions. She has successfully replaced his credit card machine at his shop so that the money will go directly to her bank account. I told his dumbass to call the cops, but he said he don't want her to get in trouble. The neighbors have called the cops on them multiple times since they've been together. Most of the time she was the culprit. She has a habit of breaking sheets in the house and outside of the house, his car, when they get into an argument. They argue almost every other day. She attempted to stab her own daughter once. He got stabbed with a kitchen knife before. Again, he never reported it because he don't want her to get in trouble. She kicked him out of his own house once. Everyone in his family and circle of friends hate this bitch. Yet he always find an excuse to forgive her despite what everyone is telling him. She has already left him for another dude several days ago, but he is still sitting at home waiting for her to come back. The worst part is that he is running around telling everyone how much he misses her now that she is gone. I don't know what is wrong with this guy. Can a psychologist elaborate? A neighbor I had as a kid was off his rocker. We lived out in the country, so his house was about a 1/4 mile away from ours. He had about 20 dogs and would complain that our dogs kept him awake with their barking. Except our 2 dogs stayed on our property and only barked when someone approached our house. One night we drove by him as he was walking along the side of the country road we lived on. In the dark, dressed in PJs and rhythmically smacking himself in the head with a fleswitter. He died a few years later when his house caught fire. My uncle, who lived with us at the time, was on his way home from work and tried to help and was able to save the wife, but he said the house was so full of crap he couldn't get to the husband. The wife later told my uncle that her husband had been complaining about being cold, so he chose to start a fire in the fireplace. But he still couldn't get warm, so he kept pushing the couch closer and closer to the fireplace until apparently some embers landed on the couch and started the larger fire. She said he just sat there even as the couch started to burn with him sitting on it. I've been in a mental hospital a few times, so I've actually seen some crazy shit. Most heartbreakingly out of touch. When I was 19 I ate breakfast with this woman every day. She was very nice and motherly. I assumed she was there for depression. Seemed like your everyday person. One day I woke up, she was tearing apart the one ward, running around flipping things over, mumbling to herself and talking to people. She kept saying the CIA was bugging her, etc. They had to shut down that half of the ward. A few days later she was completely normal again. I asked her if she really thought she was in the CIA or that they were tapping her. She said yes, you 100% believe it is real, even the people who weren't there. Most scary. Same trip to the hospital, I was 19. There was this elderly lady there, she wouldn't eat. They would sit her at a table in the hallway. She was not allowed to move until she ate, which she never did. I came into my room one time, she was squatting on the floor pissing all over. She started screaming at me. Later someone told me I should be careful because that used to be her room. She gets confused. Weirdest, I work at a call center. I have this girl who's a regular. She's in the FBI, CIA. She works at the Treasury. She makes sure she keeps saying she has top security clearance. Last time she called she said her sister showed her how Apple is collecting data on her, tracking her, recording her. I asked if she had an iPhone. She said no, she doesn't have a cell phone, TV, or internet. Caller ID shows she's calling from a cell phone. She then kept telling me how Apple is stalking her and harassing her. She saw it all on her sister's phone. Also that they are wiretapping Blake Lively in his room. She wanted the numbers for the FCC and for Verizon. The number one had for Verizon was not toll free. She said she'd look on her phone bill for the number. I get her about once a month, but usually doesn't say much about her wiretapping. This woman, we'll call her Mary, is continuously putting herself into the most dangerous situations while being painfully oblivious to what is going on. A mutual friend was so concerned for Mary's welfare that she held an intervention. I never met Mary before and had no idea what to expect, but I showed up. Mary, a waif of a woman, met a John online, I think via Craigslist, and John was going to take Mary on an all-expense-paid trip to Cape May this weekend. He was magically able to get a reservation at a very popular Cape May hotel in the middle of summer with 2 days notice. She assured us it was fine, that she was going away with a complete stranger she never actually met, but only talked to on the phone, because he promised her that she would have her own bed, in the same room, but separate bed. Our conversation went something like this: have you met John yet? No, not yet. We only text/talk on the phone. We are meeting tomorrow night, when he comes to pick me up. What is John's last name? I don't need to know that. What does John look like? I don't know, but he said he was. Described a guy. Are you meeting John there? No. I don't have a car. He's picking me up. Are you going to crawl into the trunk and save time? Wah. I'm just wondering if you are suicidal or stupid. I'm not stupid. Why would you agree to have a stranger come to your house and pick you up and take you anywhere? Because he said we were going to go to the beach. Another friend chimes in. Mary doesn't have enough money for a hotel or food this weekend. She asked to borrow some money. I'm afraid she will be stuck there if something goes wrong. Mary, what happens if John decides he doesn't want to bring you home? John would never do that. And I already told him I didn't have money for food. He said he would pay for everything, and we are going out to a fancy restaurant every night we are there. Mary, do you realize how risky this situation is? It's not. I want to go to the beach. Do you want to be raped or murdered? I'm not going to be raped. Or murdered. Why not? He said he wants to treat me like a princess. Why would he agree to do that? I deserve it. He said I was beautiful. How does he know what you look like? I sent him a few pictures of me. Shows sexy photos she sent wearing sexy underwear. Mary, seriously, are you agreeing to go away with him in exchange for sex? Indignantly denies it. Why do you deserve to have John pay hundreds, if not $1,000 on a woman he doesn't know? I work hard, and I deserve a vacation. Why would John pay for your vacation? Why wouldn't he? Okay, let's try a different approach. Text him now and ask him to send you a photo of his driver's license. No. Why not? That's rude. So is luring stupid women to their death. But that didn't stop him from asking for sexy pics or where you live. Stunned silence. Go ahead, text him and ask for proof he has a license. What if he doesn't? How is he driving a car? Oh, no. I can't be that rude. This went on for a while until I gave up. I just referred to her as murder victim #1 throughout the night. I later learned that she never went away. Someone in her family learned of the setup and intervened. But every one of her friends have removed themselves from her life as she keeps doing this. I have a cousin I despise. He is 36, lives in his parents' basement, has never landed a job on his own, and has racked up massive credit card debt buying scotch and cigars so he can play Mr. Big Shot on social media. A few months ago my grandfather got my cousin a slam dunk job opportunity with a company he has routinely done business with over the past 50 years. The old school Italians take care of their own. My cousin was to be paid $58K a year to basically drive sheet from one place to another and fill out the occasional form. He told everyone he thought he should hold out for at least $60K since he has a business degree from a Big Ten university. First thing he did was go out and sign a lease on an $1,800 a month, 1-bedroom apartment in a tony part of the city, of which his parents are paying a substantial chunk of. I don't know whether to laugh or cry sometimes. Maybe it is me who is out of touch with reality for actually trying to be my own person, rather than leeching off of relatives and such. For some reason, our tech startup CEO hired a business manager, we'll call him Stan, at our small company, under 15 employees. Stan was proud to claim that he was a business aficionado, turning $1 million deals for breakfast, and boasting that his family had a net worth of hundreds of millions of dollars. Our small company had no money. He was offered and accepted a payment of about $13/HR. Stan said he didn't care about the wage. He was there for the challenge and investment of flipping the company into a multi-million-dollar publicly traded company. There were a couple red flags. Stan had no car. He couldn't decide which one to buy. His dad dropped him off to work every morning in a beater, and frequently he would bum a ride home from one of us. He would bring over business associates from the nearby bar and smoke weed with them in his office. They were just regular bar patrons. Some of them very poorly dressed. He would watch Archer loudly on his laptop during work hours. Every day. He would always spend at least 3 hours on lunch every day at the aforementioned bar. He would sometimes sling hash with one of the waitresses at the bar and stash it in one of our office storerooms. One time, while on a business trip with the CEO, ops manager, and big money investor, Stan insisted they go to a high-end restaurant. "Don't worry," Stan says, "I've got this covered." Per the ops manager, the bill came out to over $1,200 for 4 people. Stan's credit card was declined. The CEO picked up the entire bill. To give him credit, Stan did have some talents. He could bullshit his way out of any situation. He could down more liquor during the business day and stay more functional than my father, who has been an alcoholic for 30 plus years. After less than 5 months of his employ, the startup had run out of funds and had to close up shop. I once rented a small apartment located on the floor below the owner and his family's apartment. I noticed more and more that the guy was a wee bit of a drinker. He would smell like beer constantly and sometimes he'd smell of harder liquor. I didn't mind, not my business, but it was a bit annoying because he wasn't quite living in the same reality. Every weekend, I'd have my best friend over and we'd drink a few beers and play video games. One Sunday, after our gaming session, the owner comes downstairs and accuses me of stealing his daughter's laptop. I asked if he was actually accusing me of sneaking into their apartment and stealing her laptop in her room while they slept. Absolutely. I, of course, refused this nonsense, so he says, "Can you call your friend up and ask if he did it?" I had to call my mate up in front of him and awkwardly ask if he had stolen the laptop while they slept. I still don't know why I did that instead of just telling him to fuck off, but apartments were extremely hard to come by in my area at that time, so that may have played a part. They later found the laptop in her closet, where she had forgotten it. His family later apologized to me. He never did, though. I was living in South Korea in 2002 at a brand new English conversation school for elementary school kids, Hagwon, SP, and the owner hired a new teacher who had had a really bad experience in his first job in Seoul. He said the school he'd worked at closed and the owner, a corrupt bastard, tried to sell his contract to a new school, which is illegal, and force him to go work there. When he refused, threats were exchanged, which escalated all the way up to death threats. He got out of there and came down to where we were. He was so screwed up by his first experience that he became super paranoid. He thought everyone around him was watching him for the owner of Out School to make sure he didn't run away from his second job. Everyone around was part of her family, even though she was from Seoul, and they were all spying on him. He even confronted some guy sitting in a car in front of his apartment building, yelling at him, demanding to know why he's spying for the boss. The guy couldn't even speak English. When I tried to tell him he was imagining things and to calm down, he said 3 guys came out of a bar in front of me and started apologizing to me. I told him they were apologizing because they were so drunk in front of they are all part of her family. You're wrapped up in their web of lies and can't see the truth. I know how things work in Korea. I have to admit I lost me cool and told him if things were so bad to just leave. So he grabbed his backpack and walked out. Total nutcase. Myself and a few friends all moved to New York after HS graduation. Not together, but we would hang out from time to time. One friend had wealthy parents who were supporting him 100%. Rent, bills, food, you name it. Tired of living in Brooklyn, Park Slope, mind you, he decided to move to Hell's Kitchen when his lease was up. We, being good friends, showed up to help him move, even though he was hiring professional movers. When we got there, nothing was packed. Feeling bad for the movers, because our friend was clueless, he was watching a movie in his bedroom, we immediately began packing and cleaning. At one point I was cleaning the kitchen, which was easy enough. He had literally never used it. He came in and watched me as I was wiping down the top of the stove. "How do you know how to do that?" he asked. He had to repeat the question. He asked if someone had taught me how to clean. He had never so much as wiped down a surface in 19 years of life. The leader of my country's official opposition party is still clinging to power despite the fact that 75% of the MPs for his party have declared that they have no confidence in him. The usual cutoff for a new leadership election is just 20%. He is nonetheless convinced that he is doing the right thing. His supporters argue that his leadership is the will of the grassroots party membership, which is certainly true, and make the claim that there is something democratic about his remaining leader despite the fact that everyone can see it's destroying the party. They even blame the MPs for rejecting him. Even though the MPs are elected through actual democratic procedures and are acting in the interest of the party, It seems now that even Corbyn himself wants to resign, but his allies in the cabinet are egging him on, clearly trapped in some radical fantasy. I don't mean to be that guy, but I think it's obvious to the largest part of the population and the whole of the political class that Corbyn and all his supporters are totally divorced from reality now. It was incredible that people originally believed he would be popular. The idea that he is now anything like innocent in the collapse of the Labour Party is basically a conspiracy theory. About 10 years ago there was a show on TV where they invited politicians to talk about whatever. Not long before this, the Conservative government faked over poor families with children. Anyway, there was this Conservative politician talking about how everyone should spend some time and travel, or do something during the summer, and not stay home and be lazy, because she and her family has always been traveling, and it's so great, because kids get to experience the world, and become enlightened, rather than stupid and poor in experiences. The host asked her how poor families would be able to afford anything now that she faked them over. She said something like, well, you can always sell some stuff. Let everyone pitch in. The kids can sell their bikes and TVS and games, and the grown-ups can sell one of their cars or perhaps a lot of clothes. If everybody pitch in, the family can get a really nice sunny vacation. 15-year-old me was stunned. How can someone that stupid be a part of Hoss in charge of my country? I have a couple point. When I was in college, my girlfriend and I were friends with a girl who happened to deal drugs for income while going through school. Very nice person, caring, easy to get along with, etc. Anyways, we were at her place one day and saw her put a $100 bill in the microwave and microwave it for about 10 seconds. We were baffled and asked why. She told us she does it to destroy the microchips that the government puts in the bills to monitor people. She also genuinely believed that various types of rocks have powers like healing powers or the ability to ward off bad energy. Another person I knew used to be fairly normal, and we had a lot of mutual friends, so we saw each other a decent amount. Over the years he started being more and more absurd. Now he believes that most of the higher level government is actually reptilian aliens who are trying to enslave humanity. I don't really talk to them anymore, but last I heard they got arrested for DUI and resisting arrest after getting into a high-speed chase with police because he thought he could outrun them and get away. My ex-wife, the woman who fought me in court for 3 years to get primary custody of our daughter, the daughter who she has never attended any of her events, softball, plays, etc. played with, literally getting on the ground and playing dolls, for example, praised her or made her feel loved. She uses her as a pawn to get money and put on the facade that she's a wonderful mother. The woman who found a bug in the house and convinced my daughter that she's spreading head lice around the house. Now they all pile into one bed because the others are contaminated. I took my daughter to 2 doctors and she's never had one lice or egg on her, according to them. The woman who is still going to college in her 40s so she can get the student loans. The woman who changed her name in an attempt to dodge creditors. The woman who has another son, not mine, who she calls worthless. The woman who gambles all of her money away on online poker and then buys a boat on credit the next day. In my entire life, I've never met a person so clueless to reality. I've tried to advise her that all our daughter wants is her attention and love, not a new dress every 3 months. She doesn't get it, and she never will. My daughter figured her mom out years ago. I never dissed her. Did I mention my daughter just turned 8? I have received an alumni scholarship from my university, where of which an alum picks an incoming student to give it to based on what they are looking for and their scholarship message. Anyways, my alumni donor is the kind who likes to be involved with your life. He's very kind, intelligent, kind of like a father figure. He is balling with so much money due to his private investing in Hong Kong's mobile industries and technology. He pays me to help his 10-year-old daughter with her schoolwork. One time as I finished helping her out with her stuff, he asked me if I knew how to send a fax. He needed to send this business meeting presentation, PPT, to a coworker. He didn't want to give his coworker access to his business account, taking that the file was in his account. I asked him if it was easier to email him the file instead, taking that the file was about 80 slides long, a lot of slides to fax out, if you ask me. He then stands there, bewildered, and says that he doesn't know how. I had to basically teach him how to download the file from an account and then attach the file to an email. He was so happy that he hugged me after. This guy donates thousands of dollars to my university, is super successful in everything he does. I would imagine that he would at least know how to send an email. I was shocked. He probably has people send emails for him. Ha 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 ha. I work at a drug and alcohol treatment center. So the majority of people come in on the first day completely sheet-hammered drunk, or so high on heroin they can't keep their head out of their lap. But there is one woman who stands out more than anyone else. She was a 46-year-old woman who was checking herself in. She was supposed to be in at 11 AM, and she showed up at 11 PM completely wrecked on vodka and Xanax. So, there are 3 CPAs, clinical program assistant, on this particular night. 2 women, and 1 male, myself. The new client stumbles into the office, where we do intake paperwork, and proceeds to explain to us why she doesn't need to be there. She's just doing it so she can keep her job at the law firm she works for. She was a waitress at Applebee's. Then she goes on to offer me the best blue job I would ever receive, and that my co-workers could watch. After I kindly decline her offer, she asks if I want to watch her and my co-workers have a 3/some. We all decline that offer. Finally, we start on her paperwork. While asking her the standard questions in regards to her drug and alcohol use, we notice a strong odor of feces. This woman cheated and pissed herself without batting an eye. We asked her if she wanted to maybe use the bathroom, shower, or at least change. She saw no reason to do anything of the sort. That's the most out of touch person I've ever been in contact with. But she still has her employment at Applebee's, so there's that. One is hilarious, and one is really sad. A few years back I was working reception at a large resort/timeshare property. My company had recently taken over the timeshare operation. I'm not sure they understood at all what they were getting into. Needless to say, the previous TS company had massively screwed the guests and had some pretty shady marketing practices, don't they all? One day we get a lady checking in for her week in her unit, and she has traveled a long way, over 2,000+ miles. Most people are tired and say weird things at check-in. By week's end I was going to take the hotel bus and run her crazy as over. I have never in my life met a more difficult, stubborn, delusional, utterly devoid of common sense person. She clearly belonged in an institution. She lacked basic life skills to get meals, dress herself, even ask for simple things like soap, directions, to work the keys, to open the suite doors, following simple directions such as the elevator is to the left. She would come up to my desk every single day, slam, or throw some paper at me with the scribbles of a child on it, and say these are the improvements you must make to my suite today, or I'm calling them. You need to do this, or I will get them to make you. And then she would go sit by the bus, stop and wait patiently for the hotel bus, which I also drove, to head into downtown for shopping, and day trips. She would call at all hours of the day and night to rant about them, and the aliens, and how there were devices and stuff, and she knew all about it. She would insist the bus drive her at odd timings into town outside the regular schedule, so they couldn't follow me. She would follow people around the street, and then approach me to file a report on them. She would scream at housekeeping if they rolled their service carts too close to the shrubs in the garden, because we were interfering with her ability to read the light rays from the shrubs. She went around every morning to find the tree or shrub that was sending her the special light messages that day, and that we had better not steal them first. It goes on and on, but honestly, as people who were untrained to deal with persons who have mental health issues, we're utterly exhausted at the end of the week. I did manage to get a hold of her address, and when I googled it, it came up as an assisted living facility. I know we tried on some level to get a hold of the facility or some family member to try and get her out of the timeshare contract on compassionate grounds, since it was obvious she was not able to live without support. But I do not know how that ended, as I have left the company since. The sad cases were the ones I saw when I was an admitting clerk at a county lockup for a while. The job was eye-opening in terms of the kinds of people you see, and just how desperate some people's lives are. We had a few girls in who had fried every last brain cell with drug use and unable to even say their own names despite being sober. We found a 17-year-old boy one night, wandering the freezing streets in his underwear trying to pull the skin off of his arms. He was not intoxicated, and since he couldn't tell us where he lived we had to bring him in, or he would have frozen to death. We gave him some clothes, and in the cell he would try bashing his head into the wall, saying he wanted to voice us to shut up, so he could sleep. After a while the spell was over, and we were able to contact his mother. She barged in the station, demanding we give back her poor innocent baby, and that she was fully capable to dealing with him. By this point he was back to smashing his head into the wall, so we enacted a temporary mental health hold to have him transferred to a hospital. The mother was beside herself, and in complete denial about his condition, even when a judge approved the MHA hold. I really hope he got some help. 17 is a terrible age to deal with schizophrenia. One day we found a younger guy in the bar, totally wasted, couldn't say up from purple, started a bar fight, threw chairs through windows, injured people, tried to fight several guys at once, just being an over-the-top douchebag. He was a small guy, still took 3 big officers to get him into a solo drunk tank cell for the night. 99.999% of people sober up within 8 hours and, aside from the hangover from hell, are fine to go home. A little humbler, blew off some steam, but they go on with their lives. Not this guy. For almost 18 hours he went full tilt, bouncing off the walls, yelling insanely obscure comments, screaming that rats were eating him, all kinds of random stuff. Finally we told him, if he stays calm for 2 hours, proves he can remain in control of himself, we will let him go. He does a pretty good job, and after the paperwork for the charges related to the fights and damage are signed he goes off. Future court date in hand. Court date comes up about 10 weeks later. The kid shows up. He is a skeleton, hairless, his whole body is frail, almost see-through skin. Surgery scars all over his bald head. He's 23, and he looks like he has been tortured in Auschwitz. Turns out he had a huge, incurable brain tumor that causes crazy behavior and he has but weeks to live. The court dismisses all charges and tells him to go home and spend his remaining time with his family. Boss who inherited the company comes into the office, calls the Cadillac dealer saying he wants a new Escalade and to trade his current one. The dealership comes to the office, and he signs paperwork, and a few days later he comes into the office with his 2-year-old Escalade, and the dealer comes by and swaps the cars during the day, and he drives home in his new Escalade. Not the way I go about buying a car for sure. Same boss, calls the Rolex dealer, and tells him he'd like to shop for a new watch. The dealer comes to the office with a briefcase handcuffed to his wrist and a guard. The briefcase was full of Rolexes. My boss tries some on and picks one. The dealer leaves and customizes it for the boss's wrist and returns with it a day later. Not how I buy a watch or anything. Same boss overheard me telling a coworker about my $50K profit from selling my house, and I was rolling it into my new house. He chimes in with he sold his $3 million house and made $400,000 profit, and he's building a $4 million house. His profit was more than the value of my new house. Same boss, wife has twins. He and his wife, who does not have a job and has maids to do all the housework, cannot handle the loss of sleep that newborns bring, so they hire 2 registered nurses to alternate nights. They hired 2 RNs at RN salaries to be night nannies, so they won't be bothered by their own babies. Not how I dealt with sleepless nights when we had newborns. Same boss will not drive into the 3/4 of the city or the downtown center because those areas are not safe. Too many non-white people. I go anywhere I want with no fear, so there. My boss is the most out of touch guy I know. I worked at a gas station at the intersection of 2 major highways, so it was pretty common for people to stop and ask for directions. One time, an elderly couple asked how much further to a major highway. The most direct route was about an hour's drive, but it connected the same 2 metro areas as one of the highways right by the store. I'd always ask where people were heading, and most of the time I could save them a good hour by pulling out a map and showing them where to go. This couple was going to the city that was 90 miles from our store to the west, but if they went to the interstate, it would double the distance they would be driving. After almost half an hour with the map, they finally believed me. The issue was that they had actually come from the other side of the interstate, crossed it, and drove for another hour before stopping to ask directions. They would have been at their destination by the time they left my store if they hadn't missed their turn. The weirdest part was that they refused to believe that I knew where my place of work was on the map when I pointed it out to them. My girlfriend's girlfriend's little sister was diagnosed with diabetes at 13. Her mother basically let her do whatever she wanted because of that. The sister also happens to be completely selfish as well, so she's a huge nightmare. The lack of discipline she received growing up is the reason she is the biggest bitch ever. Now point back in high school, she would always make some BS up to her mom about why she couldn't have a particular hard teacher or whatever, so mom would complain and get her moved to a class she wanted. Then, she would ditch a lot. The school would call your home when you ditched, and she would say her teachers must have missed her on the roll sheet. All 6 of them, in the same day, something that never happened to me once. Well, her mom bought it, because the chosen one can't ever lie. Now she's in college, has failed BO twice, and will in all likelihood not graduate, and be kicked out soon. She's also on formal probation from her sorority, because she posted a picture drinking in her sorority gear. In high school, she got so drunk at a party, she got lost. Her friends called me, because they couldn't find her. This dumb bitch actually was so plastered, she fell asleep on some guy's lawn, and he invited her to sleep on his couch. Nothing happened, but easily could have. She also came home one time so drunk that she passed out while taking her pants off, and her parents found her half naked leaning against her laundry basket. Was she ever punished? Of course not. Mom thinks she is chosen by God. She routinely will scream at people and tell them they have an attitude for no real reason. Mom will usually tell these people to stop being so mean to her when this happens. Oh, did I mention she's 19 and has herpes? The entire family dynamic is honestly hysterical to watch as an outsider. My girlfriend can see it, but is too scared to do anything, because literally the entire family is scared to stand up to this stupid 19-year-old brat. She makes everyone around her feel worse. She comes home for 5 days and it's literally an all-out war. She will say, after being home for 4 hours, that this is why I needed to leave, because the entire family is arguing, because she is being a huge bitch. She also thinks she's the biggest grown-up in the world, despite her parents paying her rent and car, and she only works for her food money. She also is the worst backseat driver, because she has anxiety from when she slammed into another car, because she was texting. But her anxiety doesn't prevent her from raves, because people with anxiety love crowds, loud music, strobe lights, and drugs. She loves to talk down to people, like she's earned anything in life. She knows that nobody will stand up to her, because if you go after her you will have delusional mom right behind. I truly cannot wait for the storm to finally hit. It's been building for years. I can't wait for the day when I hear she was kicked out of sorority and school, has to move home. Family finds out about the incurable disease, and both of her sisters finally see the shenanigans this is. She is putting a hellacious strain on the family. My ex's mother was super religious, and, me being me, I used to argue with her every chance I got. The father, was the worst businessman in the history of entrepreneurship. In the years I knew them he opened and failed at least 10 to 15 business ventures, mostly because he thought profit was for personal expenses, like boats, and not to reinvest in the actual business or pay, employees. Also, he liked to borrow money for those businesses by forging his son's names on loan applications then reneging on the payments. One day we are outside at a family BBQ and the mother-in-law and I get into a heated argument about the man's role as the head of the household, and, I swear, her opinion that women should support their husbands, no matter what they do, and keep their mouths shut. So I say to her, what if one day comes to you and says he's going to invest in a business? It's a really bad idea and he's going to lose everything you've worked for. Your house, your cars, all of your savings and retirement. Are you telling me that you just let him do it and not say anything? And she replies, I'd trust him as the head of the household to do what's right, and I'd pray to God knowing that God will provide for us in all ways. God will make sure everything works out. After the ex and I divorced, because clearly his family was insane, and it was hereditary. I really did do exactly what I predicted that day. He invested in a business, and it ruined them. They lost everything they had, and ended up living in a mobile home on welfare and the largesse of their children. He died a few years ago, and now, I hear, she's completely demented because of it and masturbates in public. Go figure. My brother's wife. The whole family is on FB, as is their 5th grade daughter, and I don't generally post anything beyond yay, we have a new national K park, or I love Bernie. But at one point, I must have said something, a joke, along the lines of Santa not being real, because she went crazy and PM'd me some vitriolic stuff. I replied, sure, that's fine, I'm really sorry, I didn't know she still believed. My sister-in-law replied she didn't care for my other posts and she'd like her daughter to be able to make her own mind up about things. So I replied, if you're gonna let your 12-year-old join FB, might want to bear in mind that you're breaking copper federal laws. They don't really like me. They don't return messages or emails. The weird thing is, they freeze me out and constantly entrust their child in the care of our significantly older brother, the one who systematically sexually abused me until I was 7. So my mother is BPD, which is probably why she's so out of touch with reality. Some of the things she has said: I was trying to get a job when the recession hit. Not only did she have zero sympathy for how difficult it was to get a job, she actually declared many times that there was no recession. On the contrary, during this alleged recession everyone was just getting richer, and I was somehow the only one missing out. She told me to take all of my savings and use it to start up a business. And not just any business either. She was sure that I would be a millionaire if I started making hats. It didn't matter that I know nothing about making hats. Hats were, in her opinion, going to be huge in a year or two. She believed that everyone would want to own a hat, and that I needed to strike while the iron was hot. The time that she went to a super fancy spa and the staff there apparently ganged up on her and called her a beach. And then they stole $200 and some jewelry from her. None of that happened, and there were witnesses, who weren't staff members, who said that it didn't happen. She told me that she had cancer, and didn't know how much longer she had to live. She begged me not to talk about it with the rest of the family, because she didn't want everyone talking about her and feeling bad. I believed her at first, because who the fuck lies about that to their kid? But when I noticed that she wasn't taking any medication, I asked my sister what was going on. Mother denied that she'd ever said any such thing to me, and called me crazy. Not my best story, but here goes. I spent much of my teenage years in the white suburbia of America. It wasn't rich white, but more like middle class to dirt poor suburbia, where trailer parks are hidden behind the fence and trees of identical houses. Probably the poorest people I knew were the most delusional. You know the saying that Americans believe that they are temporarily embarrassed millionaires? Yeah, they're like that. Here's a story about a girl that got knocked up on purpose with her boyfriend. She's in her 20s, so nothing too bad. Here's where shit gets weird. She's one of those don't take any handouts, and I'm against socialism. Unemployment should not be a thing, etc. Yet, she lived with her boyfriend that paid for everything. Well, what do you know? They break up 4 months into her pregnancy. I figured, well, she's such a self-reliant lady, she'll be fine. She was so fine that she moved in with her parents that paid for everything. What are the implications? Even before she was pregnant, she could not take care of herself alone. If her parents straight out said no, you can't come live with us, she'd end up on the street. She's on her parents' healthcare. If her parents weren't supporting her, she'd end up with a shitty time at the hospital and tons of bills hanging over her head. Yet, she doesn't realize this. Her parents are her safety net. I thought that the experience of not being able to rely on her boyfriend or herself, and having to move overnight to her parents, might knock some sense into her, but nope. Just a couple of weeks later, she complained about the lazy immigrants stealing our jobs, getting free healthcare, etc. Edit. The reason I say I know lots of delusional poor people is because they are often the staunch protesters of the very programs that help them survive. You wouldn't believe how many people I know are against food stamps but use WIC. or how many of them are against unemployment, yet they have parents that fully provide for them. Or how many of them believe in hard work paying off, yet they decided to flunk school, not look into anything they could do to make money, and barely do a good enough job flipping burgers. My older brother. Dude was put as a DJ in one of my grandfather's nightclubs when he was 14 to 15. It ruined him. He's now 30 and so out of touch with reality it's literally insane. You'll find him outside just staring directly into the sun, drowning flies and trying to bring them back to life to prove he has divine powers. He has like 3 kids with 3 different girls and will absolutely deny they are his until there is absolute proof. And I mean absolute. It's hard to describe this one because it's so obvious they are all his children and he just doesn't want to pay child support or whatever. And on one he'll go back and forth believing it's his kid from time to time. Used to talk about pouring bleach in his eyes so he would go blind and be more in tune to see/hunt demons. This was scary because I could see him actually doing it as he drank bleach once to try and pass a drug test. It's impossible to have an ordinary everyday conversation with him because he tries to quantify literally everything. You can't say, hey man, those were some good cheese fries, huh? Without him staring at you like he's never seen you before and attempting to connect the cheese fries to some event that happened in the past. Once stared at me for hours in the garage and was unable to speak, respond, or even put his jacket on, and yet still denies he has a drug problem. He simply didn't want to respond. He would say afterwards, "We'll argue any point at any time." And the worst part is the points he's arguing he's not wrong. He would have made a great lawyer. It's a very tedious argument because he's not always wrong, but just so far out of touch. Prove that kid is mine. Where's the proof, dude? You know it's yours. It looks just like you. You've been sleeping with her. You have 2 other kids in this literal exact same situation. You haven't known her to be truly sleeping with anyone else, even though his paranoia reaches new levels. It's your kid, but do you have proof? No. Aha. As he grows the most annoying sly grin one could know. Doesn't think about the future at all, because God will take care of it, even though most of the time he's almost literally living on the streets. Every job he's had, since the managers are always faking him over and that's why he's fired. Even though it turns out he was apparently asking the tables he was waiting if they knew where he could get heroin. Once fasted for like an entire month, which to me is just insane and unhealthy. And so much more point he's been given every chance to change his life. Way more than I ever have. He has never truly taken care of himself and cannot do it. He's been sent to rehab and the one time he went, it did nothing. However, I believe it ended up being more of a spiritual kind of rehab than a real medical one. When I picked him up he had convinced them to prescribe him the same sheet that has been getting him high. He's got to live at family places for years for free, etc. Finally when it became unbearable they'd get him a hotel and drop off food and stuff. Which has finally stopped. No one wanted to see him die. It's a true fear and I often expect the call to come at any time. But there is nothing that can be done on our ends. I stopped talking to him a few years ago after I was again pleading that he cuts it all out and yelled at me, "You know nothing about quantum mechanics." I ended up hitting him in the arm. I was not right to do so, but the motivation was born out of just so much frustration. Almost an attempt to knock the reality back into him. After a small tussle in the car we stopped, and as I was going to drive off again he broke my nose. I haven't had any real contact with him in almost 2 years. Last I heard he couldn't stay at his baby mama's place anymore and walked about 30 miles to get to my grandmother's house. They gave him some water but refused to let him in. I hope that one day it all clicks for him, but it doesn't seem likely. Worst part is, he's really brilliant. He literally could have become anything. One of the smartest people I ever knew, if he wasn't such a dumbass. Thank you for reading this. One of my roommates in grad school had a friend who had grown up wealthy in a wealthy family. She came to a small gathering of friends, about half of them poor grad students in ratty t-shirts, wearing pearls. The Great Recession had just hit a new low, and one of the grad students was talking about how her mom had just lost her teaching job after working there for several decades. The problem was that it was some kind of special program tutoring or working after school or something like that, and it didn't need a credential. She felt she was too old to go back to school, and she didn't have the money, and she was applying everywhere she could, but not having any luck, because most of the jobs she had experience in required credentials, and the jobs that didn't require credentials she didn't have experience in. And there just weren't many jobs period. Point which was when this wealthy girl decided it was time for some tough love. She explained that there were plenty of jobs and condescendingly complained that people were just too prideful to take them. Specifically that my friend's mother was too prideful to take them. She complained that my friend's mother was too entitled and that she should get a job at Masses because they'll totally hire her for a macute counter or something. Saying all this while wearing an enormous pearl necklace to what was basically a Barbie of a bunch of mostly poor 20-somethings. She was literally clutching her pearls at one point. What was even more breathtaking was that most of the people didn't seem that bothered by it. A couple of people chimed into the conversation voicing some level of disagreement, but they treated it like it was a totally reasonable thing to say, like I think in this economy it might be hard even to get a job at Masses. Rather than what the fuck, are you serious? Is this a joke? I was just sitting there, in stunned silence for most of it. Everyone decided to move to the backyard, leaving just me and my friend with the unemployed mom as we grabbed a beer, before going outside and joining them. We just stood there for a second staring at each other in a sort of silent solidarity, before we both quickly acknowledged that we honestly couldn't believe that had actually just happened. It was like a caricature of a clueless awful rich person in a movie. Throwaway for reasons. Background. Where I work is a forever home for people with mental illness. It's small, 14 residents, and it's staffed 24/7. The place was set up by rich mummies and daddies. So the premise is that these 14 adults will live together in separate units with communal spaces and with staff, carers, their parents, and residents playing happy families all the time with tulips and unicorns. Except, all residents have severe mental illness and personality disorders. Most hadn't met each other prior to moving in together, and staff have a job to do. So mummies and daddies get their noses out of joint because Joey doesn't like Sally and it's all the staff's fault. Never mind that they don't get along because maybe they don't like each other. You know, kinda like high school for middle-aged adults. We've had meetings about the fact that a parent or family member can yell and scream at their child, but staff can't, and these mummies and daddies don't understand that. Oh, and then there is the residents who are on a disability pension, and yet their parents still give them an allowance of between $1,000 and $2,000 a month, despite the model being one of an independent home, with support if things go wrong with their mental illness, and they get all the other goodies the government provides to low-income persons. These guys make more than the manager does. A couple years ago, I was in a relationship with a guy who was HIV positive. During a conversation with an acquaintance, she announced how sorry she was for gay men, that they were stuck alone battling this disease. When I asked her what she meant, she told us all about how AIDS was a disease that only gay men could get, that it was received through the same thing that made men gay. Like the thing that made them gay was the thing that let them get AIDS. When I pointed out to her that in Africa, for example, the overwhelming majority of people who have AIDS are heterosexual, she said that it was a different kind of disease. That it wasn't AIDS. When I showed her that indeed it was AIDS, she instead switched it up and said it must be a different kind of AIDS because normal people, yes she said normal, not straight, normal people don't get AIDS. So Africa's AIDS was a different AIDS. Not the AIDS that we have here in the US, and that our AIDS was a disease that was impossible for anybody but the queer dudes to get. Point suffice it to say, we ditched that conversation very quickly afterwards. Monroe is northeastern Louisiana, nothing but that bullshit Arkansas Mississippi trash. They're vastly more Protestant, and about as far away from Cajun as you can get. Their food is bland as shit. Most have never celebrated Mardi Gras. They have no idea what big nuts are. They don't know what Arcest Bon means. They never have festivals. If they do, they are not worth a sheet. No Zydeco. They can't pronounce Rue right. And it's far less cultured and diverse than Southeast Louisiana. For instance, Lafayette is the heart of Cajun culture. They're the friendliest, most fun, and enjoyable people on earth. Granted, it's southwest Louisiana, but it's the heart of Acadiana. The food is to die for, and the festivals are a blast. It's literally the happiest place I've ever been. 2 hours east is New Orleans, arguably the greatest city of all time, cultured beyond reason, bad as food, tons of crazy events / festivals / fundraisers, a great ethnic melting pot. The friendliest major metropolitan area I've ever been to, and I've been to DC, Kai, Dallas, Seattle, Louisiana, San Diego, Boston, New York, Philly, and Vegas. Southern Louisiana is awesome because it's the people. It's like nowhere else on earth. And those aren't my words. I live in an area with a ton of transplants and they always say we never wanna leave. Where I work, the boss is super rich. By that I mean he purchased a sit-down arcade machine with a Bose sound system inside. Who plays Double Dragon with Bose sound? Anyway, I'm pretty much broke. I work 60+ hours a week, have a family to care for, and haven't taken a holiday for 10 years. So I come into work one day, having got 2 trains to get here, and the boss says, "Why do you get the train?" I said, "Because my wife needs our only car as we have children." Reply came back, "Why don't you have the car and she can walk or get a taxi at this point?" Well, I was a bit speechless. I said she needs a car, just in case there is an emergency. The reply came back, "Why don't you just buy another car? You could get one for £5,000 or even a motorbike for £1,000. I was just speechless. Some weeks I can't even afford food, although I always make sure my 3 kids have good food. My wife works like crazy hours as well. My boss is so out of touch, and he has 4 cars of his own. Several times. Here's one. Hiked around the lake and back at Schwitzer Falls in CA. High above the lake a small river flows out, drops down and hits a rock outcropping 40 feet below, and bounces 30 feet into the lake. At the top it goes out a polished rock sluice between 2 very large rocks, so you can't see out. There was a sign warning 5 people had died on the slippery sluice. My party went on ahead. A fellow hopped up on drugs came and started talking about sliding out the sluice to land in the lake. I told him about the rock outcrop it hits. He didn't believe me. He started moving out to onto the sluice in between the 2 rocks. I got tense. I literally bent the sign around so he could read that 5 people had died doing that. This went on for 5 minutes. I stood there telling him that he would slide out, hit the rock outcropping, lose consciousness, and drown. That I had been to the other side of the lake and seen the waterfall as it came out. It took me several minutes to convince him that he would die if he tried to take the river into the lake or just slipped. I had to explain it and tell him what would happen several times. I was not going to do anything to stop him, but talk to him as he was already in the sluice. The most astonishing thing was that he did not believe the sign and said so. Working in public service is a great way to meet the weirdest people around. About a year ago we used to get this regular coming into our coffee shop. She was about middle-aged, and judging by her clothes, was fairly well off. She was very friendly and very vocal, and every day would come in, hail down the closest server, and proceed to unload a fresh pile of absolute nonsense onto them. The first time I met her was about a week after I started. My colleagues already knew her, and so decided to send the new guy over to serve her just for a laugh, no warning. This was around Christmas, and she began chatting right away about her Christmas plans. "Oh, hello darling, hi there, how are you?" "Oh, I'm wonderful darling. I'm just getting ready to go and visit my family for the holidays." "Great. I hope you have fun." "Oh, I will darling. We have a large estate in Italy where the whole family meet every year. You may have heard of it. It's called the Vatican." "Oh, ha. Right. You're very welcome to join us, darling. Ha ha. Maybe next time, every day, would be something different." Whether it was that she was related to royalty or had just that second given birth to a puppy in our public toilets, she had a new life for every day of the year. I understand that mental illness is a big and complicated problem for a lot of people, so I suppose it's not fair to say that she was out of touch, but we all used to get a good chuckle out of her stories. Dear God, my old roommate This will probably get buried because I'm so late, but she refused to use condoms, but thought the pill was unnatural, so she regularly used Plan B and said if she got pregnant she'd just get an abortion because that's feasible and totally less damaging than the pill. S once called me a Republican for liking diamonds. I'm not a Republican, nor does Republicanism have anything to do with liking diamonds. Thought croutons were pronounced crotons, didn't know what centrist meant. Probably why she thought a political party meant you like diamonds. I don't know. Once put beef taco salad in a Ziploc bag thinking that was a reasonable way to store it, God knows why, and proceeded to leave it sitting out on her desk for 3 days. Thought $30 was too expensive for a haircut and judged me for paying $50. An absolute steal for where I'm from, by the way, yet spent her entire savings on a MacBook that cost more than 3 times what my laptop did. The list goes on. I don't think she understood how the world worked at all. Having worked tech support for a number of years, I've encountered at least a couple people that think Wi-Fi damages you physically. One lady needed a way to hook up her internet connection to her computer that was located on the floor above, but the cabling situation or something made it so the modem and computer couldn't be in the same room. Well, I started. You could buy a wireless router and just connect to the internet wirelessly. What? She responded incredulously. No, I can't do that. I have kids. Excuse me? I asked. I have kids. I can't have wireless in my house. She repeated. I'm not following you. I said. I have kids. Wireless waves stunt developing young brains. So putting a wireless device in this house is not an option. Okay. At this point I realize that she's crazy and just advise that her only option is to run a long Ethernet cord. Another guy, which was kind of recently, was unable to get online, so I had to put a ticket in a ticket to have technicians analyze his line. I told him he had to leave his router on and he sighed. Oh, shoot. Guess I'm not going to be getting any sleep for the next couple days. Why? I asked. I don't know. For some reason the wireless just interferes with my sleeping habits. I usually turn it off before I go to bed. Again, another person that I really just want to tell them how insane that is, but I just kind of have to move the conversation on point. So pretty much, there are many Chucks from Better Call Saul out there. They are walking among us, wearing tinfoil under their clothes to shield themselves from gamma radiation. My mother, she gave birth to 6 kids while married to my father. Only 2 of us his. Abandoned 3 of us. Next 2 got taken away. Gave up the youngest. Literally left me and my 2 older sisters for dead and neglected every one of us while we were with her. Bounced in and out of my life my whole childhood. She would come back and then simply vanish again without a word about it to me. No warning. Mom's just suddenly gone again. I stopped loving her when I was 8, when she and my dad were in one of the on parts of their on and off marriage. They were living at my grandma's house, where my sisters and I had been living since being abandoned when I was 9 months old. They cultivated this happy family thing, drew plans for a house, and kept talking about how we were going to move out and be a regular family. Then, without saying a single thing about it to me, the 2 of them moved to a house across town without us. At one point, when I was a teenager, my mom was visiting me and decided to complain about her mom forcing her to get her tubes tied. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Wanted to scream at her because you wanted a 7th child to not raise. Bit my tongue, though. She still occasionally makes remarks that would be totally fine coming from a normal person, but from her are insensitive bullshit. She'll share those sappy mom posts on Facebook or talk about how much she loves her grandkids she's seen like 3 times. I hate it when she acts like she was ever a mom to anyone and she has no idea. We'll go for a different kind of story. When my grandma was really sick and in the ICU, I hope I got the name right, but I mean the place in the hospital where the most needed patients stay. After a little convincing from him, I go for a visit. I hate hospitals, and in this case my grandmother was basically unresponsive. We get there, and I see him trying to talk a little to her, and trying to convince me that she was understanding him, and pressing his hand in a way of saying yes or no. all the while reassuring that she was going to be okay and going back home soon. Point in my eyes, she was pretty bad. Could barely breathe alone, and I was almost sure she wasn't gonna make it. The catch is, my dad was always really rational, but I could see in that moment that he was just trying to convince himself that she was going to be okay and survive. She died a couple of weeks after, but that moment will be in my mind. I'm about 3 hours and 6,000 comments late, but this is too relevant not to share. I have a good friend who comes from a very wealthy family. Because his family actually made most of their money through hard work, they are of course pretty liberal. We were discussing healthcare at one point, and I brought up the point that people avoid going to the hospital when they need to because of concerns about the cost. He didn't believe me. He's a fairly liberal guy who supports universal healthcare for his own reasons. But he absolutely refused to believe that people wouldn't go to the hospital for financial reasons. After all, health is more important than money, right? So why wouldn't people just go to the hospital if they're sick? For him, this was something he'd never had to give a second thought. This conversation really made me realize just how messed up it is having rich people in charge of everything. Even when they are well intentioned, they are completely out of touch with what reality is for the overwhelming majority of people. I was friends with this girl who would make up these alternate realities in her head and just start living her life like they were true. If you're only hearing her side of the story, it's hard to catch on to it, but I moved in with her for a year, strictly friends, and started hearing the other side. So she dated this guy for about a month, and then they broke up. She found out that he was still trying to get back together with his ex, who he has a kid with. Apparently, he proposed to her a few months before he met my friend. So he and my friend are broken up for a week, and he keeps trying to get back together with her, and ends up convincing her to take a little day trip into town with him. While they are hanging out, he takes her to a jewelry store and returns a $5,000 ring. I'm guessing it was meant for the ex, and he was returning it as a gesture to prove he was over her. The jeweler says something like, "Is there something wrong with it?" The guy gives my friend a glance and says no, just didn't work out. So my friend gets home, runs into her room, and starts calling all her friends to tell them the story. For the first friend it was like, oh my god, whose ring was that, and what could it mean? The next friend, oh my god, I think he bought that ring for me. By the time she got done calling her friends, the story was he proposed to me with a $5,000 ring, and I made him return it. That's when I thought, I gotta get away from this lunatic, and moved out. My friend, acquaintance at this point, started dating a girl who is a good 10 years his senior. No one was allowed to meet her for a good 3.5 years or so. But he told me, when he met her she was living with a guy, so he was knowingly cheating with her, but she told him she never slept with a live-in boyfriend anymore. I finally am forced to meet this fake blonde with huge breasts, who was in truth a little thick but looked okay. After the "hi how are you" intro, she dead serious looked at me and said she has no girlfriends because all women are jealous of her beauty. I think I just stood there what the fuck-ing. I was forced to share a meal with her in New York City that day too. She was a preachy and judgmental fat vegan who truly believed she had no peers in this life and was better looking than Helen of Troy. She further told me to make sure I don't fall in love with her, proceeds to tell us a story that she went for gas and the little brown man with an accent who pumped the gas, as is the law in NJ, told her she was beautiful, she can no longer go there because he wants to rap her. Yeah, cringe. They are still dating, I guess going on 6 years. I've never had to meet her again, and I hardly ever see said friend. I guess it makes sense why she only has met 3 people in the group. I did acid with a couple friends of mine. We'd all done it plenty of times before, but this particular instance our friend completely lost his grip on reality. We watched the animated movie, Ghost in the Shell, then we started watching Inception, and that's when my friend started acting real weird and then bolted for the door. We tried to stop him, but he fled the apartment and ran off into the city. Since we were both high on acid, we decided to not chase him, and we didn't see him again for 12 hours. When he showed up at the apartment battered and bloody, later on he wrote down what was going through his mind, so I just copied it for you. And so the story begins near the end of Ghost in the Shell and the beginning of Inception. Leo DiCaprio wakes up, and it starts explaining how the longer you believe in your surroundings, what is really your subconscious, the longer you get stuck and lost in that reality. When he keeps waking up and asking how can I get back home, because he realizes that even though all of it was his subconscious, it was still home because of the people and everything in it were real, and he felt real emotion. Well, I was thinking I was in the same stage. I thought that everything I had ever known, people, music, history, whatever, was dreamt up in my mind. I was tying both movie worlds together. Once I realized that the reality I knew had all just been in my mind the entire time, I thought you guys were my subconscious. I thought Rat-a-tat, Inception, Ghost in the Shell, the hills around us, the cars we drove. Everything I had ever known in this world was a creation of my mind. We are all things my mind dreamt up while I was asleep. I'm a god that's been sleeping for a long time at this point. So when I realized that I had been asleep this entire time, and the time of reckoning was coming to where some higher power, somewhere, was about to wake me up back into existence, I thought there was an ultimatum. Either I realize and release everything I've ever known and love to be fake, which was the truth at the time, or I keep believing what was around me was real, in which if I did, that I'd be stuck here in limbo, Inception term, and I'd never transcend to my real, body. Around that time is when you stopped Inception and started playing Cream on Chrome, Rat-a-tat. I didn't know you did that. I was looking upwards. Once this new reality hit me in the face like a semi-truck, you said something to me like, "You alright man? Looks like you're not doing too good," rough paraphrase. When you said that is when all the realizations were hitting me. So when you said that, it went perfect with my current thought process, and I thought it was my subconscious talking to myself, through you, to me. That's when I get off the couch and try to go outside. I thought that if I stayed there, that would mean me staying in limbo and believing my surroundings would keep me in this fake world and I wouldn't transcend. The deadline was now. It was going to happen at any moment. And when that moment came, depending on where my mind was at, choosing to keep believing in my fake world, even when I knew it was fake, just so that I could stay home. Or I could leave the apartment, which was the first step towards transcendence. When you tried stopping me at the door, that's exactly what I expected my subconscious to do, to try to keep me trapped in my mind and never achieve my full body point. So, by getting out the door, and when I was standing at the drop-off point, I was still trying to just comprehend what was really about to happen, losing this body and ascending to my true form. Then I look over and see you again when you were on the wall or whatever. Well, in my mind, that was just another test to get me drawn back into my old world / home. So I take off running, run across the highway into the field, thinking about shit, looking around at everything, the hills, the road, the people, everything I had ever loved / known, was all in my mind. So I look to the sky and raise my hands towards it, trying to prove to myself that I'm willing to accept that everything was fake and to transcend to my true self. That's when I started running up the road, then eventually was just walking. A couple cars passed with people leaning out the window asking what I was doing, where was I going, all more tests like yours, to keep me in my mind. Ignoring all of them, I kept going up the street, waiting for me to be woken up. I didn't even see them / it happen. Next thing I know, 4 to 5 cops are holding my face against the sidewalk, my wrists handcuffed, ankles handcuffed, and them telling whoever was around that they think I was on Molly or LSD or something. Next thing I know, I'm being loaded into an ambulance. They kept my hands / feet handcuffed to the sides of the stretcher till they knew I was going to be trying to break out of them any longer. Around the 5th time or so of being asked what my name was, and having gave no answers prior, I mustered up the strength to answer, "God." Then, I started coming out of that psychotic state, look around, and I'm in the hospital, tubes / ives everywhere on me. I pulled all that shit out, blood faking everywhere. Then proceeded to trying to escape the hospital a couple times. Eventually, one of the security guards said he was off the clock at 1 AM and insisted that I just waited there till then and he'd give me a ride back to your place, and that's what happened. It's shocking that everyone was okay at the end of the night, but he still tells me that he thinks what he say may actually have been true and that he may just have failed to pass the tests. I kind of worry about him. that he'll get real high someday and think the way to transcend is to kill himself. I wonder about what if his visions had told him that he needed to kill his subconscious. He was entirely convinced, so I don't think we would have had much a chance. I have a friend named Simon. I took him and 2 other of my friends on a 3-day Russian music festival. I got them all acid while I decided to babysit. It was a great 2 hours until my Simon absolutely lost it. Screaming I have to go to the military, X is having a baby, life death. He was just in general really freaking out, but my other 2 friends still had their mind intact. So we took him out to the field across from the concert to calm him down. We sat for a little bit, but it didn't help whatsoever. At one point he ran away from us. This motherfucker ran up on stage during the middle of a concert, ripped his shirt off, and started yelling I have to go to the military. He was then kicked off stage and we ran near him where 2 hippie girls and a Russian EMT were attempting to calm him down. The hippie girls gave us a Pink Floyd CD. The Russian EMT taught me how to drop him to the floor if I need it, and told us to go to a quiet place so he can ride out the rest of the trip. I grab Simon's 2-door car. One friend goes in first, the other pushes Simon in the back and sits up front. I drove off somewhere remote on the campsite. There was only one song that would kinda sorta help calm him down, so we played it on repeat for the next 4 hours of his trip. During the last 4 hours he attempted to run away, tried to kick out his rear window, thought we were kidnapping him, thought we were aliens, and of course let me out. I'm supposed to go the military. At one point I asked him what his favorite color was, and he replied, boobs. When his trip ended he didn't believe us and thought it was all a dream. TLDR friend on acid trip freaks out, loses concept of reality for the next 8 hours. Once when I was hanging out with my friend, who was known to be a little weird, he dropped the bomb on me that he thought everyone in the world was able to read his mind, but nobody ever talked about it for some reason he didn't understand. He believed that this was because he was special and had the ability to read their minds, but it was like a 2-way radio. You can't read someone's mind without them being able to read yours. He believed I was special like him, and when I denied it and told him that he was delusional and needed help, he got aggressive and accused me of lying to him. I told him, if you can read minds, tell me what I'm thinking right now. And he yelled, it doesn't work like that, you know it doesn't work like that, and ran away. Last I heard he's currently being charged with assault and robbery for mugging someone that he thought broke into his house and stole from him. Needless to say, he didn't. Anyway, for something more personalized, I live in Co, where Tumblr and Stormfront clash. I'm convinced that multiple realities of alternate timelines converge here. Person is at least 18 years old and tried to clean the shoe polish off of a black person. Person talks about how it is not fair women cannot vote or own property. She is at least 20 years old. When the professor pointed out the laws that allow this, she was legit shocked. I asked her where she was from, and she says Washington. Student asks my sister where Texas is on the map. She points it out, and he says it should be its own thing cause Texas never joined the union. Sister graded an exam, gives one student a 15 because she only answered a few questions and wrote random crap about male privilege and white privilege for everything else. Another student got an 85 cause he answered the questions and wrote relevant essays to questions about the Great Depression. The girl claims my sister has internalized misogyny cause the guy who got an 85 was male. Another dude was shocked to find that I was able to even speak cause the president was black, and that by saying things like hello welcome to Subway, how can I help you, I was oppressing him, and that was not allowed. Dude looks at me and says I'm so privileged cause the president is white. This was in 2010. High school teacher here. It's not even funny, just sad how kids have no idea. They'll be pro soccer players. Are you on a rep team? No. School team? No. Pro singers? Lessons? No. In a choir? No. Kids who read at about grade 3 who are going to be doctors and lawyers, etc. One really sad one was a kid who screamed at me until he was red in the face and almost crying. My insult? I told him he'll have to keep up his math courses if he wants to be an electrician. Apparently everyone knows electricians don't need math beyond grade 9 applied, which was more like grade 4 to 5. I feel sad about it. What's my job, if not to teach them about the world, and prepare them to do their best in it? But everyone is afraid of Indian parents whose high caste kids just must get high caste jobs, and of people understanding the truth, which is that you go to this special education school, because your grade 8 teachers think you're only capable of maximum a grade 4 to 5 education. Oh lord. My friend's older sister. She's 30 and lives at home with her parents. No job, no education. Her parents are the sweetest, most hard-working people, and make quite good money. Can't hold a job, because work is hard. Claims to speak 6 languages. She knows an average of 1 phrase per language, but could not break that down for you if you asked for individual pieces. Was trying to become famous for metal opera, screaming and singing long notes I assume. She cusses like a sailor sometimes and drinks, then a week later claims to have found all the Jesus, and will preach to you endlessly. She posts religious videos weekly that are up to 15 minutes long. They will source the Bible 100 times and just kind of ramble about how we need to find Jesus. She also uses words like awen and whatever. One time our friend's girlfriend miscarried, and she proceeded to tell her that it's all God's plan. You weren't meant to be parents yet, and then sang 30 seconds of a Christian song. Bonus material: girl that miscarried was never actually pregnant. She would find out she was pregnant right after our friend would dump her for doing meth, and then it was I miscarried when he said he didn't want anything to do with her or alleged baby. Why do I know these people? My grandfather. He's almost 80, so some of this is just being old. An old white capitalist. An old, racist, misogynist white capitalist. The best irony is he drives a Cadillac Escalade with gold trim. I don't think he has any idea that the Escalade is associated with hip hop culture. He used to ask every woman who interviewed at the company her marital status, then why she had to work if she was married. Also what religion applicants are. Good thing my aunt made him stop interviewing people before we got sued. He got my grandmother a facelift for their anniversary, which she did not want. She waited 3 years until he forced her. I believe he has also gotten a facelift. To my grandmother, in a note, 2 weeks after confronting him about seeing another woman recently. They are both late 70s, and he's still doing this Mad Men shit. I'm going to diet camp. Be back in a month. Bye. Through his credit card we know he was on a road trip with this woman. I'm 29 and I've been dating my boyfriend for 5 years, living together for 3. We've talked about marriage, but we are just not quite ready. Pretty normal for highly educated people my age from where I'm sitting. I'm pretty certain he believes my boyfriend just doesn't want to marry me. His advice? Lose some weight and start running around on him, then he'll pay attention. I was about 30 pounds overweight, so not great, but not like emergency diabetes. My grandfather does have diabetes, which is his excuse for harassing me. When I started working for our family company, during training, he made me go on a liquid diet before I could transfer back to my adopted hometown location. I lost about 20 pounds in 2 months and got back home. This was 2 years ago. My body is fine. Talking to him is not. He asks me when I'm going to lose the rest every single time we speak. About 3x/E now, thank God. Loudly rooting for Darren Wilson in the days before the verdict. In 2012, President Obama is an idiot. Look what they did to South Africa. He's ruining your inheritance. I mainly avoid interacting with him. Thank God I live 2 states away. My freshman year roommate was a rich kid from Europe. He asked me to help him do his laundry because he didn't know how. He had purchased supplies from the student store, but he didn't know how to use them. I opened his bottle of Tide, filled it to the fill line, and showed it to him. As I was about to pour it into the machine, he stopped me. No, it's blue. It will stain the clothes. I laughed and told him no, it won't, and poured it in. Then I see him open his box of Bounce dryer sheets. He takes one sheet out, throws it in the washing machine, and closes the lid. I took it out and explained to him that that was for the dryer, not the washer. Later that same day, he spilled dry cereal on the carpet in our dorm room. He and his other rich friend from Europe went to get the hall vacuum cleaner, But when they brought it back to the room, they didn't know how it worked. It was just a regular push vacuum. This time, I didn't help, just watched. They looked all over for the on button. Took them a long time, but one of them finally found it, the button you're supposed to press with your foot, and he presses it with his hand and the vacuum cleaner turns on. Then, with the vacuum in locked upright position, they didn't know about releasing it, so it could be pushed back and forth. They stand on opposite sides of it, and together they slide it left and right over the spilled cereal. I was just watching this laughing to myself, because I couldn't even believe it was possible that someone my age had been so sheltered and pampered, that he had never even seen a carpet being vacuumed. Had a roommate who wrote uplifting words on his water bottles because he thought it infused them with positive energy. Knocked on my door at 3 AM begging me to grab my camera because there was a UFO outside. It was a satellite. Believed he had psychic power such as absorbing other people's energy, whatever the fact that meant, talking to animals, reading minds, predicting the future, and talking to dead people. Anti-vaxxer. Vaccines cause autism and mind control. Chemtrails 9/11 was an inside job. Basically, name a conspiracy theory, he believed it. Christians are deluded, he would say. Yeah. MHMM. Carried around different colored gems that gave him luck and energy and whatever. Constantly lost at the casino anyway, but when he did win he would credit his magic gems he bought on eBay. Had a group of similarly crazy friends he hung around with, and they'd perform magic rituals and do tarot card readings and whatnot. Thought he had a firm understanding of theoretical physics and quantum mechanics, which he used to defend his woo-woo beliefs claiming they were scientific. Actual had zero understanding of how science works, hated modern medicine, and was a huge advocate of alternative treatments. Things that don't work. Despite all the spiritual, new age mumbo jumbo he bought into, constantly talked shit about religion. Because he wasn't religious. Nope. Not one bit. Totally didn't hang around people who thought exactly like he did and perform comforting rituals. Nah, not him. I know it's way too late, but first time I did acid, another guy with us went totally out of his mind. His roommate was mad that we didn't share with him, so he started playing annoying industrial music. Our friend who was tripping kept asking him to turn it off. He didn't, but said he had. So our friend goes nuts, and when we finally got the guy to turn it off, it was too late. He couldn't stop hearing it, asking us to turn the music off, whatever. At some point we locked him in the bathroom. He dismantled the toilet. We tried to tie up the guy's hands, but he broke out of the duct tape. His roommate at that point proposed smashing him in the head with a tire iron. We declined that option. Finally got him trapped in his room, and he's mumbling please, turn off the world, at everyone. Then he got quiet and maybe even slept a bit. He says he didn't remember what happened. I'm sure he had. It was faking bonkers. Late to the game, but this one will always stick with me. I used to work at an opera company, and one of the founders was older lady who also helped with production on occasion. I built the scenery. She was not my direct boss, just handled payroll. Time cards were filled out every other week. Checks came out the Monday following. We were close to an opening night, and everyone was busy. So, I don't make a big deal when I don't see a check on Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday I'm getting nervous. Excuse me, I was wondering when checks were going to be cut this week. I don't have time to cut checks this week. We are so close to opening night. Oh, okay, I understand we are all busy, but it is pretty important that I get paid something. I do need the money, Sam. I'm too busy. If you need money you're just going to have to go to the bank like everyone else. Wander off to direct boss. So the other founder just told me that you couldn't be bothered to do payroll and I should go to the bank if I need money. My direct boss was much more in touch, and he just gives me the most long-suffering look of anyone I've ever seen, sighs, and says, I'll take care of it. He got me a check in about 15 minutes. Edit. She was about 70ish. I never knew her whole history, but I assume she went from rich parents to a rich husband and just never put two and two together, that the money she always had came from /somewhere/. I used to work in community radio. Almost everyone that I worked with was bizarre in their own way. The first people I met was the breakfast team. This guy and girl who were a young couple. They were pretty cool when I first started talking to them, but they were completely delusional. Both of them had huge issues with heroin abuse in the past, but claimed to be completely clean now. But when I went to their place for a Steins Gate marathon, they were stoned out of their minds. Apparently they smoke pot pretty much every hour of the day, and look, I've got no real issue with that, but they definitely weren't completely clean. Also, the guy claimed to be this pacifist activist who stands against capitalism and makes peace with the world, but he used to wear balaclavas and make threatening videos to people he thought had wronged him, including a salesman who sold him a TV. He cracked the screen after a week and said it was the salesman's fault. Then there was the boss. He had this 10 AM noon current events show, and he went on about how we were going to be the next big thing in Australian radio, which apart from Hamish and Andy isn't saying much, but he was absolutely shithouse. He'd botch simple things, names of influential people. He thought George Bush was still president in the year 2011, and he'd get a lot of texts from people plainly telling him that they hated the show on our text line, but he still told everyone that he had the most popular show at the station. Usually I wouldn't mind. He was just a harmless old crackpot, but he'd often come to odds with the show that I helped create, a heavy metal program that focused on lesser known Australian bands as well as a few bands from a different country each week, Indonesian metal, Argentinian metal, and that program was actually very successful. My co-host and I were interviewed by the national youth station about it, and we started putting on live shows in our town, but he'd threatened to cancel us because we didn't empty the bins. The worst though was this woman who had the late night Saturday time slot. Her show was absolutely terrible. She had the most awful voice and played outdated disco songs alongside dubstep and modern pop stuff. The recurring theme here is that she, like the others, thought that her show was the best thing on the air, but unlike the others she was really vocal about it. She told me that my drive program needed to be more like hers, and that I was causing the station to lose viewers. Despite the fact that her show averaged 40 to 50 viewers a week, my drive show averaged around 500. And the metal show would consistently get 1700 listeners a week. Once during an outside broadcast, her microphone stopped working, and she threw it at me and screamed that I was sabotaging her because I was jealous. Luckily her brother and co-host, she got fired because she and the male breakfast host that I mentioned earlier got into an enormous tiff. They were both completely out of line, but the boss liked the breakfast crew more, which is funny because eventually he fired them too because he found those balaclava videos on the studio computer an absolute madhouse. I worked for several years at an alternative health college. It was everything you're probably envisioning. There were many incidents of prospective students having absolutely no connections to reality whatsoever. My favorites were the folks that would get in touch with us to sign up for a PhD program and would get crazy indignant when we told them the certificate they earned from cosmetology school didn't meet the prereqs for them to go straight into the PhD program. But my boss beats them all out. Not only did the woman that owned this school have her own practice in alternative medicine, she quite literally advertised that she had cured cancer in patients she'd never met who lived 2,000 miles from where she was located. Once I was talking with her about a particular student, and she told me that she got a vibe from the woman and was 100% certain from said vibe that the student had been an artsy in a past life, which is why she was being so unreasonable with us. That job was pretty soul-crushing, but it kept things interesting. A friend/acquaintance from high school had a mother who did everything she could for her children. About 10 years back, this friend and I got in an argument in which I was clearly in the right. He wanted me to give him keys to my home while I was out of town so he could laze about, which I refused, and his mom decided to take up the charge to defend her son. Instead of letting a 21-year-old man fight an unwinnable battle for himself, she proceeded to take the phone from him and accuse me of having homosexual urges. I'm being polite. Her words were not for my roommate at the time. I think she thought if I were wounded from the argument that I would acquiesce. Odd approach. Shortly thereafter, I received a letter from the city police department asking if I would vouch for this man as an officer candidate, and I replied very firmly with no. He becomes a member of the police force and is later fired after an internal investigation uncovered that he was having sex with civilians in his patrol car and was making unwelcome advances at his female colleagues. He has since lost another job on sexual harassment charges. TLDR. Former friend's mom protected her son from anything and everything, and he ended up losing all of his friends and being fired from the police because he has no human decency. I used to work at a US movie theater part-time and was typically in charge of handling the lost and found. For those of you that don't know, after a set amount of time we are just told to take the unclaimed items and either pitch or donate them. If it was something of value, the managers would likely hold on to it. Case in point, the AMC had 10 iPads juggling around at some point. Anyway, one day I'm sorting the collection and tossing some wallets. One of the wallets, without ID, was stacked with Canadian bills. I'm talking about 500 Canadian point, so I took it to the manager and asked what I should do about that. She looked at the money and looked confused. Just throw it out. You can't buy anything with it, so it's useless. I asked if I could keep it because my brother has an international currency collection or something like that. She let me, so as soon as my shift was over I rushed to Bank of America and exchanged it. Came out to something around $600, and I was brimming from ear to ear for a week. TLDR. Manager had no idea that money can be used or exchanged outside their country. One time my friend ate 1/8 of an ounce of magic mushrooms, which is a lot for one person. Normally, he proceeded to take his cell phone, both of his roommates' cell phones, and one of his roommate's girlfriend's cell phone and smash them against the floor. He was screaming, "Apple is trying to steal our brains and use them against use." He also broke both mirrors in the apartment. Unrelated to Apple's brain steal scheme, he got outside and was very loud. No one could calm him down. Police were walking by randomly. This was a college town on a weekend, so it was normal. They tried to calm him down. It did not work. A friend of mine tried to tell the police he was under the influence / hallucinating, but the police got mad he was close to them, so they pushed him away and ignored him. Then the police proceeded to try to take him down, but the mushrooms gave him what I can only describe as superhuman strength. My friend is 5 feet 7 inches and 3 cops could not take him down, all while he was screaming on and on about Apple stealing our brains. Finally, the police get sick of trying to take him down and proceed to bust out the tasers and mace, which still took a while to work. I picked him up early the next morning at the hospital. He did not remember anything. No charges were filed, but he had to pay the hospital bill and everyone back for the stuff he destroyed. I miss college. Republicans. Trickle-down theory / Reaganomics has been proven not to work over and over again in both mathematical models and in reality itself, yet they still believe. You still believe, don't you? Oh, by the way you guys, I heard about this awesome place that has no centralized government, no taxes, no gun regulations, no business regulations. It's called Somalia. Here it's not working out that great though. Ever notice every single successful civilization in the world has a strong functioning government, yet you still believe in your corporate masters? Government is bad. I don't trust big government, yet you pull your pants down, bend over, and let big corporations, big oil, big insurance, have their way with you. You're just a dumb libtard who is drinking the Kool-Aid of the liberal media. Yeah, check this out. Go turn on your TV right now, put on CNN or network news, and see what liberal agenda is being pushed. Really, do it right now. What do you see? Banal campaign coverage, or school bus rolled over somewhere? Hell, go put on NPR radio, listen to NPR. You will probably hear the voice of a Republican congressperson. They bend over backwards to not to appear to be liberal, and the Republican message permeates everywhere. Kind of late, but I'll add anyway. I used to work at a Tor public library where we had a regular patron who used the computers almost every day to run a blog where he grossly exaggerated his accomplishments and ongoing projects. He hijacked the popularity of famous people in the news by saying he was working with them on important projects. For example, if Jennifer Aniston was in the news, He would write that he was working on a film with her. According to his blog, he was working alongside the Obama administration. He was good friends with Michael Jackson, was working to bring peace to the Middle East, etc. In actuality, he was not the famous filmmaker, famous musician, philanthropist, legal scholar, or religious prophet that he claimed. Instead, he was a rather creepy, unkempt middle-aged guy who lived with his mother and wore the same sweatpants, sweater, and took throughout the ridiculously hot humid Ottawa summers. He also handed out business cards to staff identifying himself as the divine prophet of the Lord. After making several inappropriate comments to some of our younger female staff and not relenting in his behavior, we had him banned for a year. We followed his blog at this time and read that he was on a divine mission from God to stamp out corruption in the highest ranks of public institutions, including the library, and was threatening a lawsuit against the city. It was somewhat funny at the time, because we didn't hold a high opinion of him over his treatment of some of our staff, but hopefully the guy has gotten the help over the years that he needs. Apparently he was something of a respectable academic in his earlier days now. Since this question got me thinking about the guy again, I'll have to check to see if his blog is up and if he's still writing. Every year my mom and I spend days buying, prepping, cooking, decorating, etc. for Thanksgiving. A few years ago I started a new tradition where I lay out paper and pens at each place setting so everyone can write down what they are thankful for and everyone reads what they wrote throughout the dinner. Sometimes we laugh, sometimes we cry. It's definitely emotional. You're not allowed to say family and health because those are obvious. The goal is to get creative / really think about it. The first year we did it, my twin 18-year-old stepsisters couldn't think of what to write. Finally, after all 22 people at the Thanksgiving table went except my stepsisters, my stepfather demanded his girls say what they are thankful for. He pays for college, food, vacations, clothes, medical insurance, etc. for them. One finally says, "Okay, I'm thankful for my phone and Facebook." The other one goes, "Ugh, she took mine," and couldn't come up with anything else. The rest of the family sat there in disgust. My stepfather was mortified. My mother looked at him across the table and mouthed, "Nice." This past Thanksgiving they were thankful for their curling iron and college parties. Then one asked if any of us knew who Jeb Bush was. Used to work at a Papagino's back in college, pizza parlor chain located in the Northeast USA. Anyways, we lost a grill cook and needed to hire a new one. The assistant manager took this responsibility and interviewed people for 3 days before she settled on this gem. His highlights include not understanding why corporate was mad at him for trashing Papagino's on Twitter after identifying that he worked for them, holding up a bag of green peppers and asking, "So these are onions?" He pulled a similar stunt with the olives and thought they were mushrooms after having it explained to him multiple times that the cheese blend was mozzarella cheese. Still being unable to answer customer questions about what cheese went on the pizza, not understanding that you can't take 20-minute smoke breaks during dinner rush, not understanding that you can't take food home for free at the end of the night. He genuinely thought that after the registers were closed he could just make himself a salad and take it home with him, complaining to the assistant manager when his hours got cut. He thought it was unfair that other employees should work more than him. His entire defense was that he was a hard worker who did anything that was asked of him. He made this argument 20 minutes after verbally refusing to clean the bathrooms when told to by the assistant manager. He left after his appeal to the assistant manager didn't work. Only lasted 2 weeks. I was at my mom's place of residence the other day. Her landlord/roommate came home from vacation and we were quietly watching TV. After settling in, she came into the living room and says to me, "I see you went shopping." I hadn't been shopping at all, but while she was gone, I did stay at the house to take care of my mother's aging cat. I asked her what she was referring to, and she said in a very snarky way that there was a jar of mayonnaise on the counter that wasn't there when she left. I told her I didn't know what she was talking about, and she passive-aggressively said, "Interesting." At this point I started to wonder what the snark was about, so I asked what was up. She then claimed that, while she was out of town, I had gone into her cupboard and shopped for the jar of mayonnaise, in other words accusing me of stealing the jar by taking it out of her cupboard and placing it on her counter without opening the jar. I told her that I hadn't even opened her cupboard and asked how this would be considered stealing, since the jar hadn't been opened, or for that matter, left her house. She just continued to get irate, accusatory and snarky until I just told her to fuck off. After reflection and a later conversation with my mother, I came to find out that the jar of $2 mayo was a purchase my own mother had made after her roommate had left for the weekend. This was apparently just the tip of the iceberg of how nutty and delusional this woman was, and my mother has since made plans to move out. Accusing someone of stealing something you never owned without it ever leaving the property that it was on is very reflective of how paranoia can create a dark hole that just gets deeper and deeper. The more she convinced herself that something nefarious was happening, the farther she got from reality. I have a friend who's been living off his dad for 4 years now, I think. He got $10,000 as a moving out gift. That's in addition to his college fund, which would have given him a free ride more or less if he wanted an education. Naturally he blew through the money in a couple months and then proceeded to mooch off his for months before getting dumped, which is when his dad started footing the bill. For a while he had to really tough it on maximum food stamps allotment plus about $450 a month, $100 a month for farting around after expenses and food in this area, before he argued his dad into giving him $750 a month, plus he still gets food stamps alright. That's not totally out of touch with reality, but we haven't gotten to the good part yet. This guy seriously believes his life is tough, and his really harsh childhood growing up as a single child to well-off reasonably nice parents is to blame for the fact that he can't be asked to find a job or generally take care of himself in any manner. I used to listen to his bullshit all the time about how he didn't have money to go and do shit with the rest of us because his bastard father won't give him enough money to do anything but sit at home on the couch. Actually, he spent all his transit money on magic cards. He has a never-ending list of excuses about how it's someone else's fault he can't succeed, usually because someone else won't give him money or won't do all the work for him. Can't get a job. His dad should give him more money for a reliable phone line. He definitely couldn't cut back on magic cards or eating out, or his dad should give him more money for nice clothes, or the places he can't get a job at should better handle his special needs. No, not actual special needs, Winnie baby special needs, or he's too good to work at the places that will hire him. He basically doesn't ever want to do anything except stay a teenager and leech off of everyone he knows forever, and he's both willing to blame everyone and everything except himself for why that's all he's doing with his life, and unwilling to accept that he can't just do this forever. I spent a few years trying to help his lazy ass, but now it just drives me right up the wall. A few months ago I had a conversation with a customer of our company who was convinced we were controlling his life. He was a nice enough guy, polite and all, but just utterly convinced that his whole life had been surrounded by our company's employees who were monitoring and influencing everything he did. We monitored his phone calls, altered what TV channels he could receive, manipulated the websites he visited, even organized employees to befriend him only to turn out to be horrible people, so he'd stop speaking to them, or would purposefully give them misinformation. This included when he moved out of the region and traveled to other countries. Apparently we got in touch with similar companies in other countries so that they could keep control of him for us. It was a really detailed fantasy he'd concocted, though when I asked, he couldn't for the life of him explain why we'd ever want to do such a thing. I really wanted to tell him this company does everything it can to get out of spending £100 on a single home visit, and can't even organize the most basic of things, let alone paying an army of sleeper agents to maintain a lifelong ruse against a single guy for no reason. I was just kind of sad though, that he can't even forge friendships without paranoia telling him these people are shadowy agents of a local podunk business. I went to a Christian college. Despite the fact that it was in California, and one of the more liberal of Christian colleges, I went to school with some very sheltered former home and private school people. For some of them, I was the first person they had ever met who has divorced parents. Cue my roommate's friend asking, "So when are you and boyfriend getting married?" After finding out that we had been dating for 3 months, I told her that I had no idea if we would even get married, much less when. She looked at me, dead serious, and said, "Why not? As long as you guys love each other, it will all work out." What? No, not at all. My parents loved each other very much, still do, are also very divorced. Marriage takes a hell of a lot of hard work. Then she told me, "If you think marriage is hard work, you're really in for a miserable marriage." 3.5 years later, then boyfriend became now husband. We celebrated 10 years last week. Former roommate's former friend was married less than 2 years before divorcing. My wife. She acts like we are poor. She is constantly worried about our finances and explains we are on the brink of collapse to my friends/family. She goes to an online forum to get donations from people for our daughter. She shops at Goodwill and Vincent St. Paul. I have not seen her buy new clothes in years. We own 2 properties. Both are valued over $600K and we owe a combined $500K. I have a stock portfolio valued around $200K. She freaked out when our checking account dipped below $24K, even though we had $30K in a savings account at the same bank. We have exactly $0 of credit card debt. We charge to it every month and pay it off every month. Our credit scores are in the 800s. We have a live-in au pair to care for our daughter. We have a cleaning service and a gardening service. Our monthly living expenses are less than $4K, and most of that is mortgage. We own all of our cars. I make over $140K/year, and she works making about half of that. We are poor. Long post ahead. TLDR. My mother, coming from a family of violent criminals and addicts, and even partially raising one, to this day she's happy and clean, and it blows my mind. My mother, bless her soul, but she's so gone and disconnected, but somehow always happy. She had a very rough childhood and adolescence, well into adulthood, struggling with hard drugs and a criminal family. As a child, she had physically and sexually abusive father. Her 2 brothers, as a result of the violence, have followed a life of crime. One is doing the rest of his life for child molestation and the other brother is genuinely missing, but has criminal history of domestic abuse. My mother and 2 other sisters were physically abused, as well as her mother, my grandmother. My mother married out of high school to a man who is now life in prison for drug crimes and first-degree murder, and also my 2 half-siblings, brother and sisters, father. I never met him. I'm the youngest. His drug crimes were driven by money so much that he was selling my mother at the time as a prostitute. He was literally her pimp. At home, he was abusive. When she was unable to bring the money and or drugs he wanted. Sometime later, after meeting my father, they got together. My father brought an older son along, another half sibling of mine. I was later born. My father was abusive as well, mainly towards the older siblings, whom aren't biologically his. To this day, my sister blames my father for her brother's criminal path. My father kicked him out during his preteen years over a fight about a gun, where my father forced my mother to choose between son or husband. Being kicked out so young with no one to go to resulted in criminal behavior such as trespassing, vandalism, stealing and arson. One bad night at a party where my brother hooked up with a girl he met resulted in statutory rap charges, even though it was consensual. It was unknown to my brother that she was underage and her parents pressed charges. Already having a previous criminal record, he was given full term of 15 years and sex offender status. Meanwhile, I was being raised. My older sister willingly moved out at 13 to be with my grandparents, who since sobered up, and my grandmother remarried to a very good man, my father's other son. My other brother was beside me for most of my years, but he was always getting into trouble, but usually to a smaller scale, such as juvie in his teens and in and out of local jail for things like DNAs and court fees. All this time my mother was selling and using hard drugs with both her first and second marriage. Money came and went, based on how the drug flow went. It wasn't until about 15 years ago, I'm currently 23, that my parents got stable jobs, and about 10 years, now that they have been sober, my sister has since got a master's in forensic toxicology, happily working and bought a new house. She's in her early 30s. My oldest brother, who spent 15 in prison, has been out for about a year and a half, and he got married to his longtime best friend and is now working some part-time jobs getting his life together. He's in his mid-30s, milder middle brother. Honestly, I don't know where he is at. We hear about when he ends up in jail and we are all reluctant to hear he is still alive. I'm doing pretty well. My own apartment, living with my full-time working girlfriend. I've been sober my entire life. I stay away from trouble. I'm working full-time towards a career in finances, but I'm recovering from a poor previous career choice. Having invested a lot of time and money in tech school, to work on cars only to get stuck in minimum wage work 4 years. My mother is alive and decent, having worked for Walmart to this day for about 15 years and sober for 10, after she was able to even survive the trauma she went through. She lives still with her second husband, my father, up in California North Coast. I was never close with my father, so honestly whatever. He's sober and working for the local humane society, so that's all I care about really. I say my mother has disconnected with the real world because she's stuck in the 60s and 70s. I always say she's a sort of spiritual successor to Janis Joplin. That said, she doesn't work well with modern tech and stuff. Her toaster confuses her. Moreover, she's happy. After all that trauma, she's happy. Nothing gets her down. Literally nothing. I guess I just can't fathom what she's gone through. I love my mother to death, and I respect her for her strength in living, but on a day-to-day basis, it's hard to just be around her, because she doesn't move with the rest of the world. It's her world. We are all just in it. I used to clean carpets for many places, and one of our clients was a group that housed mentally disturbed adults. We went to this one job that my coworker warned me about, a small one-story house with 3 guys in it. I walk in, and the walls are covered with hand-drawn, mainly in crayon, glyphs and symbols on letter paper. There were some symbols I recognized, such as astrological signs, constellations, hieroglyphics, and pentagrams, and a bunch of other ones I had no idea about. On a bookshelf they had hundreds of books, a lot of different translations of many religious books, plus books by conspiracy theorists and new age gurus. The main living spaces were about 25-30% covered in these drawings, many with lines drawn to connect them. As we worked our way down the hall to their bedrooms, the walls were almost 100% covered, and the rooms as well, as if they were meant to ward off something. None of the guys living there said a word to us, and we decided to say fuck it and just clean as fast as possible. The carpets were already many years beyond cleaning. To this day I wish I had taken some pics, but I was too weirded out to risk them seeing me take my phone out. Strangest place I've ever been. I had a friend from high school who had gotten into drugs after H.S. and eventually into meth. We smoked some pot during H.S. while I myself experimented a little more than he. He really only smoked a little pot, drank every now and again. We will call him Farah for this recollection. Anyway, fast forward 3 years after H.S. we had a nice 3-bedroom all-included apartment with our other close friend. We will call Zai, Farah, Zai, and myself all work jobs, and hung out together whenever we had down/spare time. Now Farah never really used anything besides pot until he started working in the retail service, which then he started using Adderall for the busy rushes and midnight shifts. At first Farah did use them only for those occasions, but as time went on he found a hookup and started doing them nearly every day recreationally. At that point I didn't mind too much. I kept an eye out on his doses for him, other safety considerations, etc. But after a while he got introduced into benzos, Xanax, etc., and that's when the real problems started. He would stay up for long periods of time, eat Xanax like they're candy to the point of him stumbling, being blacked out, then crashing and sleeping for days at a time. At first he hid the fact he had been fired from his job. He stopped asking for rides to work, which I didn't see odd, because his job was within walking distance anyhow, would leave at the times of his former shifts, and not come back until a little after his shift ended. Eventually he started to get careless, and I had noticed his work had not called him in to cover for some time now. At that point I had it figured out. He would be gone for days at a time, his personal hygiene slowly went to shit, and I just generally noticed he wasn't the same Farah that I was used to. He was more argumentative and very secretive of what he did. For example, just making conversation and I asked him something along the lines of what did you / what are you doing today, to which Farah would reply to me with none of your business, hanging out with some friends. You don't need to know my whole life story. Then his rent started being consistently late, barely making it, or always being a day or two past. He never had money to go out with us anymore, or for the matter, to buy small things like bread or milk, but yet he always had cigarettes with him. This pattern carried on for about 5 months. I knew his dealers personally, so went over to talk to them and ask about Farah, to which they flat out told me he's been doing meth for the last 3 to 4 months, and quite a fair amount. At this point Zai and myself confronted Farah about this, to which he boldly denied every aspect, even though we knew what was going on. Now Zai and myself still enjoyed to smoke pot, as to which we got our MMJ cards, and went 50 over 50 into growing our own personal smoke for ourselves. When Farah was hurting the most for money, he stole roughly $200 of pot from me, and about $400 of pot and $200 in cash from Zai. At that point he took off and simply never came back. 2 weeks went by, and he simply texted us saying I'm moving out. That was it. No half a sorry, no arguing. Just him moving out. He didn't even pick up his stuff, none of his clothes, none of his electronics, absolutely nothing. So we threw his stuff in boxes and dropped his stuff off at his parents' house. About another 2 weeks goes by and out of the blue Farah texted me then later asking if we wanted to hang out, since we haven't seen each other in a little bit, as if nothing at all had happened. We both told him off and basically said, you stole from us, are you serious? To which Farah believes he never stole. He came up with this lie and tried to say that we basically smoked it all and forgot about it, but that he did steal the $200 cash from Zai. And he faking believed himself. He wholeheartedly believed that he did nothing wrong and that we were just being assholes to him. Farah now lives with his girlfriend at her parents' house. Neither of us have talked to Farah since. Being 100% serious here, most gun control advocates, particularly the ones behind New York's SAFE Act, 99% of the time they have no idea what they are talking about and don't even bother to educate themselves on guns. They bang things like adjustable stocks and threaded barrels simply on the grounds of them looking scary. Then they throw around words like military style or assault. Let me tell you all something. In all of the recent mass shootings in the US, not one single assault rifle was used, none whatsoever. By definition, an assault rifle has select fire capabilities. That means it can be switched from semi-automatic to burst-off full automatic fire. But the press doesn't give a shit about facts. All they care about is scaring people and using the scariest adjectives they can. Please tell me how a rifle is less deadly because the stock doesn't extend. It's not. A gun is a gun. My favorite example is this moron who was seeking legislation to ban high capacity magazines because she honestly believed that once you shoot all the bullets out a magazine, you throw it away like it's unusable now. So by banning high capacity magazine clips, magazines and clips are two different things. People would expend the ones they currently have and wouldn't be able to replenish them, and they'd eventually disappear. That's like buying a new car because yours ran out of gas. Completely ignorant to what they are heated to pass legislation on. This happened with an old roommate of mine who was a spoiled brat with no concept of others. He had been seeing my girlfriend's friend for about 3 days. Things were going well, and they are making out on his bed, when he tells the girl, I want to fuck you so hard right now. She responds, I'm on my period. To which he says, I don't give a fuck. I've got a box full of condoms in my closet. Don't be a faking tease. I found out about this the next day from my girlfriend. I can't believe this girl stayed the night, but we did live 15 minutes from town and the guy did have anger issues. A few days later he tells me that they broke up. They were never dating. They had met just 3 days before the incident. He couldn't understand what he did wrong, and when I brought up the period conversation he thought it was a funny story point. Somehow he got a girlfriend later on in life, but I thankfully never saw him after I moved out. I worked with a man who couldn't grasp just about anything properly. There was this detached reality he has where he is lord and master of everything. He's 53 and has had several dozen jobs, all of which he is a master at, and spent 10 plus years perfecting his craft. He claims to be a poet laureate, also claims dyslexia, wrote the premier book of the science of cooking, used as the top teaching book in the world, at 18 years old, literally cannot find proof of it anywhere. He has shaman blood, whitest white man you've ever seen, by the way, and used to be a minister. He was a pastry chef, and worked at Le Cordon Bleu for a number of years. But he was also a McDonald's multi-franchise manager, but he also spent 12 years as the territory manager for Pizza Hut Corporate. We worked together at PH, franchise, and he was a minimum wage employee. He's a metalsmith and a gunsmith and his car is an antique, dilapidated 80s Geely sedan. He went to school as a political science major, never stated at what part in his life, but doesn't understand the democratic process. Claims to currently be in a top recruit-only aerospace engineering college degree from the community college that barely has an art program, let alone an engineering program. Constantly posts what are easily refutable lies about multiple political parties and will talk over you or completely ignore you if you ever say that his facts aren't straight, even if you have evidence to back up what you're saying. Oh, and some National League football team wanted him when he was in his 20s. He's 5 feet 7 inches, overweight, and has no balance or coordination. Late, I know, but here, I work for a large hoa in the southern US. We have our fair share of nutty bastards. Here's my collection of 3 years in the job. 1 point This faking old guy who looks like a more human version of the Jeepers Creepers monster with the late Michael Jackson Band-Aid nose comes in and wants to talk about the automatic wall that will come out the ground after his neighbor finishes his patio. There's an automatic wall, see, that comes up, and it will block my friend's view to the marsh. They come up when they do things like this. It's automatic, too. The walking lady is always standing awestruck looking at traffic coming onto the island every morning, and doing the same watching traffic leaving the island every evening. It's like God is speaking to her. Every day, she walks about 5 miles. The cookie lady moved into our community in '73. She started, well, a successful cookie company. The company still does well, and everyone knows she sold her portion many years ago. Every time she owes a bill, we humor her by saying we'll always take payment in those delicious cookies. And each time, she says, oh, wouldn't you know, I keep cases of them all the time, but I've been so busy that I'm fresh out. Truth be told, she's broke, sold her shares and the entire business many years ago, and she's perpetually out of cookies. There's more, I think, but I need a cookie. I'm still angry about this. Last year I worked in an animal hospital. There was a woman in her 70s working there, and she'd been there for like 15 years. She was a Christian conservative, and so was our boss, so he tolerated her BS, and would never fire her. She had no concept of caring for animals. She didn't give them water, because then she'd have to take them out more often. Once there was a paralyzed dog that we had to hand feed/water, and she got angry and said we were babying the dog. She told me God put animals here for us to exploit. She let them sit in their own piss and shit and got angry when I cleaned their kennels because oh, they're fine. They won't die. She beached about people, including myself, taking the boarding dogs out to the yard as often as we could because in reality, dogs don't get out that much. They get to go out maybe 2x a day in real life. She was lazy as fuck regarding the animals, but what she did do was leave Bibles laying around, Ben Carson pamphlets, and she turned up Rush Limbaugh really loudly in the kennel. She wouldn't even let the dogs listen to music or have silence. All conservative talk, all the time. She was a thing slob and hated it when I cleaned and tidied up because it made her look bad. She told me she keeps her cats confined to one room because she's the boss. She adopted a puppy and she's like 74 and can barely get around. She literally stalked me and watched my every move around the clinic, wondering what I was doing. Because seriously, she didn't like me making any improvements or, you know, doing my job. She's the last person you'd want caring for your animals. And yet, the vet who owned the clinic would do jack shizzle when anyone complained about her abusive and deranged behaviors. He felt sorry for her because he felt no one else would hire her at her age and because of her temperament, so he allowed her to bully others and neglect the animals. Eventually I quit because of her out of principle, and she's still there. She sure did preach about God, but was one of the worst human beings I've ever met. I tried to be nice to her. I tried to empathize. I tried talking to her. She didn't even want me giving the dogs blankets in their concrete kennels, even though the kennel was stocked full of beds and blankets for that reason, because she didn't want to do laundry. I was always asked to come in at a certain time, and without fail, every single week. I was there for exactly a year before my mind broke, and I up and quit and walked out one day. She'd unleashed her anger at me because I didn't have to come in as early as she did, but I didn't make the schedule. There were lots of messed up things going on in that place. Lots of people quit because the vet had no backbone and refused to manage or discipline, but she was the worst. I will never tolerate workplace bullying or crazy again. Not worth it. A couple weeks ago my S/O and I attended a small festival. Around 5 to 6 AM we went to our friend's camp and were all hanging out. One of our friend's friends was barely coherent and just kinda there. At one point my S/O looked over and just said that's a business. And at first everyone ignored it until he said it again and motioned over towards who we now call Noodle. Noodle Boy was pulling his genitals out of his pants and looking very surprised that he had any. Noodle was very intoxicated on many different substances. After a while of pulling his noodle out and calling for our friend's girlfriend, both of which were right there, and the girlfriend getting uncomfortable at this point, the two people that actually knew Noodle Boy outside of just meeting him left the area to another part of the event. Noodle just went further down the rabbit hole from there. Soon he was crawling through what looked like to be a mental swamp, digging through a blanket trying to get to the ground, jumping and spinning looking very lost. We tried to calm him, we tried to do whatever we could to help, but he was nowhere near coherent. He also almost ripped someone's side mirror off their car. Around 8 AM someone came over and asked us if we knew what time it was and if we could keep the noise down. I motioned over towards Noodle Boy and told her we would if we could. Eventually the event medics came, and eventually Noodle Boy was taken to the hospital. Not necessarily for being that intoxicated, but for taking/drinking so many substances with a very fresh concussion that he failed to tell anyone about until after hours of "It's my birthday, get me faked up," and receiving plenty of birthday party favors. I don't think Noodle Boy even knew what reality was at that point. I had a friend from middle school who dropped out of high school and has since become the most out there, adamant conspiracy theorist, to the point that I had to unfriend her on Facebook because I'm pretty sure it was approaching paranoid schizophrenia and it was getting really depressing. Chemical trails, anti-vax mind controlling chemicals in public water. She thought the US government could cure AIDS, but refused to make it public for population control reasons. She'd find posts from some nutball blog, share it on Facebook, and when folks tried to disprove it with links to Wikipedia, net, academic articles, etc., they were unreliable because they'd already been paid off or coerced by the government. I usually didn't engage, but on one occasion, I couldn't help myself. I made some comment about how disorganized the US government is. They can barely fix a bridge. They certainly don't have the coordination to build an indestructible sheet-powered moon station, let alone keep it a secret since 1957, or whatever theory she was espousing. So I said as much, in a very polite way, and cited the fact that I'd been living in DC for 4 years, and knew quite a few dunces working for the US government, and quite a few really competent people who were totally hamstrung by bureaucracy. Her response? Anybody who's ever been involved in politics, or known any politicians, had already been reprogrammed by the government. So, the very sources that could confirm or deny these theories were off limits anyway. Long story short, believing in a theory that is by definition unfalsifiable is the same thing as believing in magic. I have an ex-friend who, I don't know if she's truly a bad person, mentally ill, or both, but she can't fathom the idea that anyone really likes or is interested in her. She compensates for this delusion by pathologically lying about every aspect of her life. about stealing from her friends. Oh no, I just bought one just like it, so we could match. Concerning her familial issues and how she reacted, the last time I saw my mom she tried to beat me, so I almost killed her. And my dad kicked me out, so I train hop for a few months, but don't tell him. Ugh. The lies just spiral and tangle, and she'll never fess up. Every few months she has a huge spiritual realization and talks about how much she's matured and changed, while doing the exact same shit. Like, I had to quit being friends with her, because trying to have a fake conversation with a person, who doesn't really exist, is incredibly uncomfortable and confusing. Like, no matter what truth I knew, she would either vehemently deny it, or just ignore what I said altogether. It really hurt, especially after the 7th year, when I realized that I still didn't know the girl behind the facade. Edit, words. Oh, I've got two. Short one. First point. So I have a friend who works with me at a small breakfast shop in town. There's this new girl in her mid-20s, we are basically 20-ish, who has had prison time and is on parole. All she talks about is her children and her children's father that she deplores. Anyways, my friend is really sad one day, and she asks if he's okay. He says that he's having a bad day, because for the second time one of his best friends died from an overdose on heroin. She then asks if he knows anyone else who's still buying, because she needs money for her kids. How dense can you be? Point. The other is my aunt who's quite intelligent in her workplace, and amazing at her job. She's a very accomplished doctor, the kind of person who will identify an injury and direct the patient to the next level of treatment if it's outside of her expertise. She's always been a bit weird, but not on a bad level until later on. She had little quirks that she made up, like that she's allergic to mushrooms. We know she's not, because she's eaten food with mushrooms and then acted sad when we told her there were mushrooms in the soup. She doesn't call her nieces and nephews by their real name and makes nicknames. I once as a small child asked her why she never used my real name, and later that night she called me by my real name and told me it made her sad. She, being quite obese mind you, took to dating websites a few years ago. The first man who seemed to take interest to her, much to the family's surprise, because of her weight and personality, was supposedly the engineer of an oil rig in the ocean making tons of money. Their romance blossoms and they decide to meet, but alas, due to unexpected work he can't make it. The next time his flight is cancelled, then his daughter is sick. Every time there's an excuse. Until after some elaborate story he needs money to help his daughter or something. Aunt starts asking family to help gather the $40k or something dollars, and we all know he's probably fake by this point. Anyways, they break up, and not too soon after she finds another man. Same situation, a guy with a good job, who is a former husband who lost his wife to a tragic accident. Time goes on, and he's in jail for something he didn't do, and he needs bail money. Aunt falls for it. It's been quite a few years, but no matter what we tell her this same pattern has continued. All the men are the same, and she keeps buying into it. She's been through about 5 or 6 of these relationships. I have completely lost count, and ignore any mention of boyfriends anymore. I currently live with someone who is completely out of touch with reality. When someone asks her not to do something she will go on a long rant about how she pays rent and can do whatever she wants. But when someone else does something she doesn't like she will go on a long rant about how disrespectful people are. Also she constantly talks about people behind their backs. But when she overhears other people having a conversation about someone who isn't present she'll start yelling at them for talking shit about someone who isn't there. Her reality is what she wants it to be, and I walk on eggshells every moment I'm home with her. Example, she once walked into the TV room and groaned at a movie I was watching. It was almost over, and it was one of those movies you think are going to be bad, but end up being decent. So I told her not to judge the movie until she's watched the whole thing. She then proceeded to yell at me about how she pays rent and she can stand in front of the TV or do anything she wants to. I just didn't say a word. I work at a sporting goods store in the shoe department. This elderly woman came up to me with her friend looking for a pair of shoes for her son. She was looking for all black shoes and I pulled out one that fit her description. She looked at it for a bit and said, no, I want black shoes, not blue. I looked at her for a couple seconds, then back at the shoes, and told her that they were indeed black. Her friend agreed with me and reassured her that they were in fact black. She refused to believe us and told me there was something wrong with my eyes. I got the box that they were in and read off the colors the shoes were made up of. Black was the first color I read off, with no blue to be found in the description. This crazy old lady came to the conclusion that the manufacturer had to be wrong about the colors, with 2 different sets of eyes in the box from the manufacturer. She was convinced we were all wrong and that she was not mistaken. 2 stories, both about people that were in my same class last year of high school. So, first, there was this guy who had already repeated the year twice, and he was a pathological liar. He probably skipped over a third of the school days, missing 4 weeks, if not an entire month at a time, and he always had some excuses, like I'm not feeling well, or I was too weak to come to school yesterday. He had some sort of medical condition, so it wasn't like we didn't believe him at first. We were pretty concerned, but then we started seeing that every time he was ill he would later post a Facebook picture with his girlfriend. He skipped tests for months. Everybody tried to help him as much as he could, and he just kept refusing to take tests. One day he came to school on a day when there were no tests scheduled, but my philosophy teacher decided to have him take one while she still could. We found him locked in the bathroom half an hour later. On a more funny side, this other classmate of mine one day told me that it wasn't possible that we landed on the moon, that the videos were faked because the rover and the astronauts kicked dust. I'll let this one slide. In the air every time they moved. Everybody knows that this can't happen when there's no atmosphere. Point B. The objects projected shadows on the ground and on other things. Again, everybody knows that when there is no atmosphere there are also no shadows. So I calmly waited until she finished talking, and I proceeded to explain where she was wrong, treating the subject like it was some very complicated physics that nobody understood, and in her defense she kept silent and didn't say a word. We didn't talk about it ever since, but I think I have convinced her. TLDR, 2 classmates of mine. Guy was a pathological liar and missed school on purpose, faking illness. Girl was convinced moon landings were fake because of silly reasons. So there's one kid I know who orchestrated a cyberbullying campaign against some guy who suffers from severe depression and occasional suicidal tendencies. The guy was constantly harassed by this kid over a period of 9 months before he stopped, finishing with one incident of physical assault. When he was outed about this a few years later, the kid, now a man by this point, responded by saying that he was the real victim because he was too young to comprehend the gravity of the situation, and the guy he bullied was the real jerk for outing him in the first place. Suffice to say, the kid managed to spin a convincing enough story so that others labeled the actual victim a disgusting waste of human life. Around the same time as the above, same kid threw a house party, and one girl eventually passed out on his living room sofa. She was eventually woken by the same kid, who managed to sneak downstairs and lay down behind her, his hands touching her and him whispering something in her ear. He was then startled by someone else coming downstairs, and he promptly made a quick getaway, while the girl was left confused by the incident. When she questioned him about it, he brushed it off and said that, because he had recently come out of the closet as gay, he was not responsible for his actions at the time. Fast forward to this year. This kid, again, now a man, works for a political party as an equality officer, LGBT, people of color, etc. A picture of him is leaked online, where he is wearing a black facial mask with the caption "I changed race lol." Black people were understandably furious and called for his resignation. However, he was let off after writing an apology blog that stated he should not be held accountable because, like the bullying story, he was too young to understand the gravity of the situation and was the real victim. Same blog also goes on to blame the person who first called for his resignation, saying that he had no right to make it public. The vast number of people who ate up his apology, white people, of course, because he was just a kid. These same white people had no qualms about slandering another more famous politician who allegedly did a sexual act with an animal carcass in his youth a few decades back. Double standards, right? I knew a girl in college that was incredibly obsessed with herself, but you only saw how nuts she was occasionally. She was mildly attractive but nothing special. She said she would make ugly faces into mirrors to remind herself that she's human and isn't just beautiful. She was convinced that whenever she makes a decision she thinks things through and therefore never makes a mistake. Because of this she would look down on people who didn't have their life together to the point where they would change majors. She changed majors after 1 year from engineering to creative writing. One time I was hanging out with her and she literally said, "I'm the most dedicated person on the planet," and not 3 minutes later I asked her if she was late for class and she said, "Oh, I'm not going," and fell asleep in her room. She ended up failing freshman year, being accused of cheating, getting her license suspended, and getting placed on 3 different types of probation. Many of her friends abandoned her as she started acting out, but didn't tell anyone what was going on. She started posting these incredibly long rambling Facebook posts about how amazing her life is, and the deeper meaning of life in general. As time went on they got more and more nonsensical and dark. It was pretty messed up shit. From what I gather she's a bit better now though. Was having dinner with friends, discussing life, politics etc. One of the guys at the table has lived a privileged life and just completed his CFA. I said something like, "Yay man, it's getting hard for people in the service industry to afford to live in Sydney, especially if they have kids. 35-40k a year isn't what it used to be." This guy used to work for a financial newspaper, right? His response, "Well, 40k is a pretty low salary considering the average wage in AU is 88k per year. Now the household average net income in AU is 80k. But what broke me was that was saying average, but he was placing it in a context that it represented the median wage. Getting the mean of all the monies earned and then dividing it by the number of people provides you with a useless figure in the discussion of economic inequality. Well, not useless, it does show how unequally spread the dollars are when compared to the median, 50k. Seriously though, you think half the population earns more than 88k a year? I was at Costco during a big mattress sale. They were going out the door like crazy. Bought mine. As I was leaving the stamp, a lady asked me if I wanted help loading it. I said sure. Told me to leave it by the bay door and go get my truck. They had 3 guys in charge of checking receipts and loading. My 6-year-old said, "Mom, we shouldn't leave that there, someone will steal it." I said no, people aren't like that. I brought my truck around and someone had took off with my mattress, took the shopping I had in a box, and left the box on someone else's bed. It was messed up. I flipped out a little, cause what the hell? It happened so fast, less than 2 to 3 minutes. Super great lesson for the kid. Costco was shocked and went and got me everything I bought the first time, no charge. They were super supportive and classy. People suck a lot. You would have had to have a plan to steal a mattress from Costco. Bed is super comfy anyway. This one day I was talking to my mother's ex-boyfriend. They were together at the time. About his personal history, getting to know him. He was talking about his experimental college years, where he did all those hallucinogens, but eventually he started talking about his past marriages. He told me this story, where he got home from work and found his ex-wife, who he hated even before this, in bed with some other guy. He pulled him out of bed and put a gun to his head and told him he was going to kill him. I never understood this logic, because it's the spouse who he hated that betrayed his trust. The guy's always just trying to get some action and neither of those ever deserve a death sentence. He didn't kill him though. He just tossed the guy's keys out the door as hard as he can point. I criticized my mom's ex-boyfriend for what he claims to have done in the story. Not so politely either. I said he was faked up and all of that stuff. Then he drops any sane person would kill the guy who sleeps with their wife. He even claimed it to be perfectly legal because of heat of passion. That's not true at all. If he had murdered that guy, it would still be second-degree murder because he's not a threat to anybody, and it's my mom's ex-boyfriend's ex-wife who let him in the house. Point: my mom's ex is the same guy who always has to know exactly where she's going and for how long. He once tried tell her what she is and isn't allowed to do, but she didn't put up with that shit. Fuck yeah. Anyways, he is known to lie a lot. But in this case, whatever he said is faked if it's true and faked if it's false. Both cases show me that he's out of touch of reality. Funny thing is that it wasn't that which made my mother decide it was time to break up with him. It was when he started threatening me over an argument, which had nothing to do with the paragraphs above. If anyone needs to get violent and start cussing because they're losing an argument, chances are they're not very smart. Who's right and wrong should never be decided by who's bigger and stronger. But my feeling was that he just wanted the argument to end and didn't know that saying "I'm done arguing with you about this" would make me stop. If I don't, I would pretty much just be harassing him. In most cases, if someone continues harassing you after you tell them to stop, you can simply call the cops and they will make sure you're both separated. If you have to call the cops twice, they'll usually take someone to jail. Note that cops hate having to deal with this anyways. That's the story of my mom's ex. I answered this a little late, but I'll just copy and paste this when a similar question gets asked. TLDR, don't date pathological liars who think it's cool to be a psychopath. I've read quite a few stories in here, but I don't think any come close to the one I have. So a couple years ago there was a dinosaur documentary show airing on TV, Attenborough style, with the narrator walking around pointing at the CG dinosaurs and talking about them as if they were really there with him. One of my mother's coworkers happened to mention this show to my mum at their work, saying how great of a show it was and how it was amazing how scientists had managed to bring back real life dinosaurs. My mum laughed, thinking it was a joke, but after seeing that her coworker wasn't laughing, said, "You do realize those dinosaurs aren't real, right?" Coworker says that no, she really did believe dinosaurs were alive and walking around in a wildlife park, being filmed for television. I knew this coworker and she definitely didn't strike me as an idiot, at least before this story. So when I was told about this, it really put a new perspective on how ignorant some people can be. TLDR, middle-aged woman thinks Jurassic Park is real. My mother, and to some extent, my father as well. Back in 2012/2013, we found out my father had leukemia, CML. He had just retired from the municipal government, so his insurance was pretty good. My mother at this time was working what is basically a clerical position for county education, so together they were making alright money. Just some background on my folks. My father was, and my mother is still, very much into holistic healing and Reiki and crystals and the like. My mother also has a penchant for bringing home the occasional homeless animal. So, just prior to my father being diagnosed with 950, my mother had brought home a cat from her work which, unbeknownst to her, was pregnant. The cat had 4 kittens which eventually were let into the house. At this point my father had begun his chemotherapy treatments and had a nurse come to the house every week for infusions. Now, when you have no immune system, the doctors recommend you try to eliminate as many sources of bacterial and fungal infection as possible. So knowing that, my parents continued to have the kittens in the house, even though they were indoor/outdoor cats. These cats would lay on the bar and my parents would be eating right next to them. I would express my concerns about what the cats might track in, but I was assured that the cats, in some mystic way, were part of the medicine. Eventually both of my parents contracted ringworm and had to be treated for it. Also during this time, they were having work done on their house, some of which I would help out with. One day I was cutting wood for some replacement beams on our porch, and, probably unwisely, my father was standing on the porch to supervise. At some point he probably breathed something in and began to feel more tired than normal. We took him to the local hospital and he continued to decline. He was transported to a larger hospital and stayed there for a while, but his breathing continued to be labored and no progress was being made. He was then transported to a specialty cardiopulmonary hospital and started to make vast improvements to the point that he was allowed outside. After being allowed outside for a few weeks, his breathing began to decline again, quickly. The hospital administered every treatment it could, but nothing was working. After 5 or 6 days of continuing decline, he died. This was a huge loss, since at that point it was only my mother and I'm an only child. Luckily, my father was a fantastic saver and my mother received what I assumed to be a $200k payout through life insurance, as well as his pension and social security checks. She smartly paid off the house, but then strangely, bought a brand new Prius, because she felt that, if everyone gets in on these, we can save the planet. Little background on my mother: got her degree in fine arts, but never used it. Still did art, and maintained a network of artist friends, most of whom I thought were whackers. My mother is very particular about the spaces she's in, whether it be temperature or just who is there. My father played to this, and most of the time, everything was just so at the house. This will come into play later. My mother is also very trusting of people, and doesn't seem to remember any past interactions with them, because she's willing to believe that most everyone can change their core personality and tendencies in a split second. Once some of the more important financials had been taken care of, the task of selling my father's 2 trucks came up. He had an immaculately well taken care of newer Dodge Ram. Mileage was low, because he would rid a chauffeur work in a provided van. Maintenance was always kept up, and it was always garaged. It was advertised for $5,000, but no one was biting. My father also had a rolled Chevy pickup which was in pieces, because he never got to finish it. A friend of the family, who my dad was always weary of, offered to buy both of them for a combined total of $15,000. This was great, as my mother and I would split that down the middle, and would go a pretty decent way towards paying down my student debt. I'm in graduate school. Well, the family friend was only able to pay $2,500 at the moment for the new truck, but my mom is a trusting person, so she lets it go. A few weeks go by and the family friend still hasn't paid the rest of it. They and my mother argue about it, but nothing happens. A few weeks later, my mother asks me to be at the house one weekend, when he stops by to talk about it again, but not to provide any kind of mediation or advice. Instead, it's because I look very much like my father, and my mother wants the family friend to see me and to be ashamed of themselves for refusing to pay the rest of what was owed on the newer truck, despite my mother having signed it over to the friend. Long story short, the money owed was never received, and while the old truck wasn't sold to him, my mother uses that money owed to her as some sort of self-jerk-off mechanism. I'm not really sure how that works, but that's my assessment of it. Continuing on, my folks had bought some property in another state, and were planning on moving up there once they sold their current house. After my father's death, my mother sold the house I had grown up in, which had been in my father's family since it had been built, which was in the 1930s. In my conversations with her about what she would do once she moved to the land in the other state, with a straight face, her no bullshit response was, I want to host traveling artists there, because those people need a free place to live, so they can do their art. I reminded her that she was pretty far out there, and to be careful she didn't have some questionable people living with her. She understood, but didn't change her mind about doing that exact thing. When we were cleaning out the house and going through things, my mother kept very few of my father's possessions, with the exception of some of his artwork, ceramics. I asked her about her seemingly quick detachment from the house and dad's things, and her response was, I've never felt like this house was mine. All of the things in it belong to your dad's side of the family and I don't have an attachment to them. This totally blew me away, since I had always viewed us as a single family unit. I can now somewhat understand, but to just let most of things go that belonged to someone you were married to for more than 30 years. Wow. About a week ago, my mother's real estate agent had a dinner for her. Since my mother was moving to the other state, she has since moved there. Some of our family friends were there, and it was great to see a couple of them, but the entire night was basically one giant jerk off for my mother, with people telling her how great she is, and that she deserves all the good things the universe will be sending her way. At one point the real estate agent was telling her how powerful she is, and how amazing the universe is, that it brought them together. The real estate agent is a pretty wacky lady too. She shows up on the day we are packing my mom's things, and says, well, I guess I'd better start helping. What does she do? She just stands around the entire time with my mom, bullshitting about all the great work my dad put into the house, which my mom does not give a single fuck about and is selling. At one point I'm standing on the porch with boxes in my hands and the real estate agent is telling a story about some difficult lady who was a client. Here's the conversation. Real estate lady, she was just a big German ball breaker. She was a German lady who just really liked to break balls. Is that descriptive enough? Surfboard. Me. Yep, I got it. Point. Just a weird lady. Point. To contrast this, at my father's funeral, everyone got up to speak about him. He was a people person with a great sense of humor. My mother took advantage of all the goodwill for that brief period and has since basically cut all contact with everyone who helped her out. Did I mention that the person who was doing work on my dad's old truck is now probably romantically involved with my mother, barely a year after my dad's death? That's happening too. My mother using my dad's death to shame people while simultaneously taking advantage of my dad's great reputation, all the while cheating on everything he built including relationships, and then going off to establish her artist colony and become some great philanthropist while never recognizing reality as a whole, just the parts which play to her advantage. I work with a guy who is the biggest conspiracy theorist I've ever met. While I believe people have a right to their own beliefs, it is uncomfortable when he starts talking to customers and trying to convince them of these things. For one, he's real big on the fact that the Rothschilds rule the world and mentions the Illuminati constantly. The most recent person he claimed to know for sure was in the Illuminati was LeBron James. He is a vegan because he believes the government is poisoning our minds with animal product foods in order to control us. His other reasoning is that because gorillas only eat fruits, and gorillas are pound for pound the strongest animals in the animal kingdom, that we do not need animal products either. I asked him what about ants being the strongest comparative to size, and he told me ants weren't animals. Not only is he vegan, but he also eats alkaline, so he avoids acidic foods. His reason being that cancer can only survive in an acidic environment, so if I eat and drink alkaline I will raise my body's pH level and I'll never get cancer. Completely untrue all around. Your body's natural pH level cannot be manipulated. Your body keeps it at a certain level. That aside, digesting those foods would not make it go into the bloodstream. Maybe your urine and digestive tract will have a higher pH for a few hours, but explain to me how that affects your lungs for example. And where does he claim to get all this knowledge? From the Library of Congress, which he told me I really need to visit here soon. I could go on but I'm getting frustrated just thinking about him right now lol. Oh, I know a gal. She failed multiple grad school classes and always had an excuse, being sick, family issues, etc. when in reality she didn't study. She has a job completely outside of her studies and claims it'll be no different to work in the real world because she works in a store. She didn't mow her lawn for 2 months and then didn't understand why the city sent a notice. It's just grass. She's religious but has never read the Bible other than verses from Pinterest and doesn't know a lot of the content if it comes up. She and her fiancé are waiting for marriage but have both been married before and have had sex with each other. Then they started having an all because they said that's okay, but premarital sex is not. Lastly, they claimed that atheist friends of ours don't have a real marriage because it isn't God-centered and should be considered just a civil union when they've been divorced. I could go on all day about this girl. She's so far from reality. Years ago, my aunt began submitting legal complaints against our entire family for hiring hitmen to murder her and my grandmother, whom she was her caretaker. Within her stories she elaborated on how we also conspired with local politicians affiliated with the KKK to steal her mail. Shortly thereafter, she had her license to practice law revoked. She was an attorney. Fast forward 10 years and our grandmother's died, so we need to put her house on the market. Turns out my aunt hadn't done a very good job caring for the place. The ceiling was completely brown with cigarette tar. The toilet has plants growing from it. One fridge couldn't be opened because it had formed a massive block of ice inside binding the door shut. The other fridge was completely covered with shells of what I guess was maggot larvae. At some point she gave up cleaning the floor, so she poured dusted cat food and litter on the ground to soak up any mess. You literally could not breathe in there. Miraculously, 2 years later we had it completely gutted and fixed up. I forget what we sold it at. The way we found it, it wasn't worth $100. I was living in a small apartment with my then wife, teenage stepson, and my own toddler son. One day I had just gotten back from the laundromat having done all the dirty laundry in the house. I had like 3 bushels of laundry. and I started to make breakfast. My wife comes downstairs and starts screaming at me that there's all this laundry in bushel baskets on the floor. She's cussing and she hits me while I'm cooking. She's totally freaking out. Then she goes back upstairs. I'm shaking, trying to finish making my breakfast. My stepson saw the whole thing. It wasn't an unusual occurrence to us. She then came back downstairs. My stepson and I must have cowered or something. She was a completely different demeanor. She said, "What's wrong? Why are you guys acting like that?" Complete disassociation. That was the scariest thing. Terrifying. I left about a month later after calling the cops on her and they wouldn't arrest her. Had to leave my kid behind. He's 18 now and doing okay. Lots of stories in between. Maybe not the most out of touch, but I was surprised recently after talking with a friend I was visiting. Both she and I went to school with bright people, and, by most topics, we can agree or find some type of good discussion point. However, we got on the topic of what the potential consequences of what automation will bring in the next century. I brought up the tens of millions of people vulnerable to the first wave of large-scale automation in trucking and other industries, and how if there was no government program in place to help with this transition, many people surmise it could be a pretty chaotic environment to live in. I told her that the people who lost their jobs would grow angry, discontent, would be rioting and doing who knows what if there is no program to assist, because they were essentially going to be left for dead. Other low-skilled industries could come up, but I don't think it is wise to expect another industry to come up that has the capacity for millions of people. And how long would it be before that industry was next to go? Anyhow, I talked about how people, when pushed into extreme situations, will do extreme things. Those people would end up doing terrible things, and we'd live among them. So ideally, we should not let it get to that point. However, she was adamant that it wouldn't get nearly that bad, that the people wouldn't be pushed to kill one another. I broke down the situation to something simpler. I told her there is an extremely hungry homeless person and there is me with food. In this situation, the homeless person asked for my food, and I said no, I will not, and have no intentions to give them the food. I told her people who are extremely hungry will go to any extent, and would most definitely attempt to kill me for my food. She denies that, saying most people would not kill me and would just try to take away the food, but make a conscious effort not to kill me. Imo, that's ridiculous. For someone who is only striving for their own survival at that point, a point that any single person reading this could reach to, that person would go to very extreme means to reach the end, which would be food. But she denied that, saying most homeless people would rather starve to death than attempt crime akin to murder to survive a little longer. She said she has read that starving to death is actually not as bad as you'd imagine, that at some point, it is rather painless. I tried to link how crime rate is associated with poverty, that the lack of monetary means pushes people to more extreme situations more often, and so people commit crimes there. But she did not believe that either, that wealthier people also commit crimes frequently, but because they are wealthy they can hide their murders/violent crimes very well. At this point, my mind exploded. She was set on this idea that when people decide to kill people, it is because of their innate disposition, that people are born killers or they are already just psychotic. That the situation was not a significant factor in molding a person's decision tree to possibly commit crimes. To kill people. History has showed countless times of revolts simply from discontent, but she did not see them. And that was when I decided to just drop the discussion, because the effort to change that idea from inside a car with just my phone at hand was too much. One of those you would really understand if you knew the guy moments, but I have a friend who has been sheltered all his life. We will call him Gary. Some examples of Gary's remoteness to reality. First time he had ever driven on the highway was to come to college. 200 miles away from home. Has never kissed a girl in his life, let alone done anything further. Even asks advice about talking to/tindering girls. He is 20 and in a fraternity at a fairly large school. Gary could drive you to Taco Bell 4 blocks down the street and ask for directions to get there, then ask for directions to the same Taco Bell the next day. That is absolutely no sense of navigation or direction. Another example is my friend Gary literally believes that color blindness is fake because he is convinced that he knows exactly what you can see because he sees it. Despite owning multiple gaming consoles, Gary cannot hook them up, and if you don't help him, he will just grunt like Tina Belcher from Bob's Burgers. Instead of washing dishes, he just buys new ones. Has to call his mom to add/drop classes for him in college. Has no idea what kind of milk he drinks every day, just knows it has a red cap, even though it's on the jug. Lol. Gary's complete obliviousness to everything around him both annoys and astounds me immensely. I can only promise that this story is true from my perspective. I'm still not so sure that such a delusion is possible. Freshman year of college, 2 sophomore dudes that we will call A and B lived on the floor below me, and both of their schedules aligned enough with mine that I'd see one, but never both of them on the elevator/walk to class a few times a week. Due day was a pretty hot but nice enough guy. I remember seeing him right after Thanksgiving in the elevator and asking him how the break was and if he went home and all, and he said no, my parents live really far away, so I just took a strip of acid and laid on the floor of my room talking to God for 3 days. So fast forward a few months and I notice that I haven't seen A in some time, so I ask B, his roommate, what he's been up to. B gives one of those immediate smirk/laugh sort of faces where you know something good is on its way. Anyone he says so yeah, A doesn't go here anymore, he dropped out. A while back he was at a party and said that he met a family of traveling magazine salespeople who he started smoking a blunt with. Then they started asking him if he knew where to coke and Molly were at, and he took them to meet his dealer. The next day he was telling me all of this and was convinced that he was on an FBI watch list. He made up some nonsense to the college about how he needed to change dorms after this ordeal so he could throw them off the trail. Last I heard he had dropped out entirely. Like I said, I doubt the validity of A's experience, but don't entirely doubt his perception of reality as told to me by B. One of my good friends comes from a family that owns a ton of land. They rent the land out to farmers and eventually, when they see fit to do so, sell small plots of it to housing developments in multi-million-dollar transactions. His dad owns and operates the business, and both he, my friend, and the rest of their family are genuinely good people, but being that most of what they have comes from old money, that is more based in their lineage than anything else, they take a lot of stuff for granted that would astound most people. Or sometimes don't realize how much of a disconnect there is at times between their lives and everyone else's. My favorite example of this came up when my dad, myself, my friend, and my friend's dad were all sitting around drinking at their hunting cabin. The discussion of duck hunting came up, and we were talking to my friend's dad about how one portion of their land always tended to yield the best results in terms of the number of ducks they would bring in. My friend's dad then proceeded to tell us something along the lines of the key is to make sure you bring in enough buddy ducks. He sort of just glossed over the statement and kept going like it wasn't anything really substantial, but my dad stopped him and asked him what he meant by buddy ducks. My friend and his dad proceeded to explain that every year they buy hundreds of live ducks and ship them to their property to be released a couple weeks before duck season begins. These ducks, in turn, attract more ducks to that area, ensuring that the population keeps going throughout the hunting season and that there is always a good number for them to hunt. They explained this in the most nonchalant way, like it was something as common as filing your taxes that everybody does. My dad and I were sitting there cracking up at this, and both my friend and his dad were a little confused at why we found it so funny. TLDR. Friend and his dad buy and ship hundreds of live ducks every year to their property for hunting season like it's nothing. My first year in college, I was down in the laundry room getting my stuff when one of my floormates comes up to me and says, "Man, your clothes are always so nice looking. How do you get them to not wrinkle?" "My clothes always wrinkle." "Well," I said, "I put a timer on so that I know almost exactly when the dryer stops, so I can come down and get them. I'm not very organized. I just didn't want someone stealing my stuff." "Yeah, I do that too," he says. "They're still really wrinkled." "Well," I reply, I don't know, but I use some pretty nice fabric softener. That may help. At this he just gives me this blank stare. What's that? What? Fabric softener? What is that? Is it like something expensive? Where do you get it? Is it like for dry cleaning? No dude, it's this stuff that you mix with the soap and it softens the clothes up and makes them smell nice. You can buy it by the gallon at Walmart for like $4. Blew his freaking mind. He could not wrap his head around it. I really don't understand where he was coming from. It's not like he was super rich or anything. Granted, he lived about 100 foot from the bathroom and instead decided to pee in used water bottles, so he didn't have to leave his room, so who knows what was going on in that dude's head. I know a guy who's just out of touch with his own reality. I've known him a long time and he's this weird mixture of racist, awkward and has this odd love-hate sort of entitlement toward women, and his statements and attitudes towards women that don't hook up with him are just overall kind of faked up. The only real reason we hang out with this guy is he's best friends with another guy we really enjoy hanging out with, so he always sort of tags along. We'll go out with him on weekends and he'll inevitably start judging everyone else around him harshly and always lean in to crank jokes that are sometimes extremely racist and doesn't seem to get that nobody thinks they're funny or making us not comfortable. Point even more to the point, he can't or isn't able to wrap his head around the fact that his failures with women aren't their fault but his. Just a few weeks ago a friend was talking about how he had met this girl in a nearby city and had a fun night with her, so this entitled friend made a remark something like, "Buffalo girls are such pretty beaches. I haven't been able to get with a girl for years." Comments like this are pretty typical. I even remember a case in college where he was convinced this one girl was a faking dyke because he was talking to her and she wouldn't make out with him or something. Point completely oblivious that his worldview is pretty screwed up and hasn't made one step toward becoming a better or different person to fix his problems. For me, there was a whole group of them in high school. Point, I'm from a steel town. Most of the city is employed by the mill, and there is a fairly clear divide between the haves and the have-nots. You either have money or you don't, and there is a street running right through town that divides those neighborhoods. Drugs are a massive problem, low property values, vacant homes, a failing school system, crumbling infrastructure, you know the story. Most people with a brain realize this town has major issues, except for those whose money makes a nice blindfold. Point anyway, this particular group of people all went to the same elementary school together. It was the nice school on the east side of town, where the test scores were good, and they all wore uniforms. My elementary school on the other hand considered one entire class understanding English as an achievement. These kids were inseparable, even up to high school. They were the star students, the top athletes, most hip, the best Christians in their extreme youth group, etc., and were considered the highest example of what our system had to offer. That said, they were in reality terrible people. They seemed friendly out in public, but then they were apart they did nothing but sleep around with each other, gossip, and stab each other in the back. They showed up to class late, cheated on tests, and were best friends with all of the teachers and coaches because they either played sports or their older siblings had come before them. Despite all of this, they faking loved our city and our high school. Life was awesome, while others were coming home to tweaked out parents, if there were any there at all, and wondering where their next meal was coming from. Kids at school were getting beat up, drug problems were rampant, the building was falling apart, but somehow they were just oblivious to all of it. They got their permits the very day they were allowed to, took their driver's test in their brand new cars the day they turned 16, and played car tag on the highway leaving school. They would weave in and out through traffic trying to get behind each other, causing more than a couple close calls, but one of their fathers was the police chief, and another on the school board. Some kids had to walk several miles just to get to school. Point anyway, a lot of them even went to university together, married each other, and returned to that school to, wait for it, serve as coaches. Well, they also happen to be teachers, but they are really there to coach. They weren't all bad people, they just had no concept of how life was for other people. I was 15 at the time, and I was at the house of a family friend. There was another guy who was there, who had known my father when they were both in high school. Both my dad and this other guy had fallen out, but they both had a mutual friend whose house they were both visiting. Well, this guy had a few drinks, and he started to tell me about how he could speak in tongues similar to the way they do in Acts from the New Testament. I just stared at him, and he could tell I was skeptical. Now, I should mention that, although I'm agnostic now, I was quite a devout Christian back then. But even though I was a devout Christian, I could still tell that this guy was full of shit point. So he proceeds to spout a bunch of nonsense, claiming that he is speaking in tongues. My jaw literally dropped. I couldn't believe that he was trying to convince me that he could speak in tongues by rambling like a crazy man. There was no utility for it either. The entire purpose of people speaking in tongues, according to Acts, was so that people could communicate with one another about the word of Jesus despite a language barrier. There was a purpose point. This guy was absolutely convinced he had a gift from God. I was convinced he was a loony. TLDR, met a guy who claimed to speak in tongues, but would only ramble like a madman. Overheard a girl complain that she would be in London for her birthday and not France because her family was vacationing there or some shit like that. Anyway, I feel like I have a lot I experience with this as I live in a rich suburb. My family is not. We are just above the median family income in the US, and I'm currently going to a rich private school. Thank you scholarships. I'm very fortunate for my education both in high school and now in college, but the people at both schools could be very out of touch. I work as a busboy and overhear lots of conversations, and it's ridiculous the number of conversations about traveling abroad or vacationing in Europe, as if it's just the common thing to do. That and going to their lake house for the weekend. Meanwhile, I was very lucky enough to find a study abroad trip that was heavily subsidized by scholarships and a company, and even then it was a stretch to pay for it. It's my first time out of the country, but everyone on the program talks about their favorite countries to visit and places to go. I've sort of grown used to feeling left out. I mean, I can't really contribute to the conversations other than ask them about it. Most of these people though are really nice and probably realize they have it good, but when talking with others they just don't realize that others don't necessarily have the same experience. A couple of years ago, being young and dreaming to study, I contemplated being an au pair in Vietnam. On the paper, everything seemed fine, and after contacting them, they asked me to come over. They were in France at the time, for a week trial. I ended up in a domain, having to take care of half a dozen kids at all times. The original deal was just to take care of the kids half the day or something. The mother of 4 daughters, including a 2-year-old who ended up calling me mom after a few days, told me that she just couldn't stand being with her kids more than 2 hours a day. For the record, she was unemployed. The family was just creepy. I remember them saying how hard it was for their airline pilot friend to work so hard for such a small salary. They were completely out of touch with real life. The grandmother would not touch the grandchildren, and she would talk to me as you were to a maid 100 years ago. I was not supposed to have my meals with them. I was supposed to eat after everyone. They were the most ill-mannered, irresponsible people I had ever met. They left me with the cousins as well one time, about 12 kids, without any explanations. The kids I was supposed to take care of were treated like shit by the other members of the family because they were half Vietnamese, given small shitty sandwiches, while the others were given proper food. They were lovely though, but I just couldn't take it anymore. In the end, I was given €100 for a week of 10 hours a day work, and they thought they were being generous. I told them to fuck off and will never try again. I had a coworker who was a complete attention whore and quite possibly a Munchausen's case. She would regularly claim to have a variety of illnesses and call in sick at least once a week. If she ever actually worked a full week, it was a cause for shock and awe. She was bad enough that when she went to the hospital for her imaginary illnesses, they would send her to the psych ward, or at least that's what she claimed. The only reason she got away with this was because it was a union job and our bosses never cared enough to call her on it until one of them did. The constant calling in sick pissed off who was at the time my new store manager, but there was nothing she could do about it at the time. Then the coworker called in sick on a Monday because she had to have emergency surgery. She needed a kidney transplant and was so sick that they had bumped her to the top of the waiting list. We all assume she's full of shit, but we go on about our work days because that's what you do with this girl. You ignore her antics and go about your business. We don't hear from her for the next couple of days, and she shows up at work on Friday telling her harrowing rush to the ER and showing people her new scar. She shows it to me, and it's quite clearly an appendectomy scar, and it's a healed appendectomy scar. I ask her why she's showing me a scar that's in the wrong place for a kidney transplant, and she makes a bullshit excuse about how they couldn't cut in the right place because of how inflamed her kidney was. So I give a dismissive laugh and ask how she's possibly capable of working a few days after a transplant of that magnitude, and she claims she's a fast healer. I then inform her that the recovery time for a kidney transplant is minimum 5 days in the hospital, typically closer to a full week, even if the surgery goes off without a hitch, 2 days of which are typically in intensive care. She starts to stammer a response, so I continue to ask her why she's even at work, since a few days ago she got a transplant and patients aren't allowed to return to work for at least a month after the transplant. She then immediately rushed off to get someone to cover the rest of her shift. Shortly thereafter, my boss demanded that she provide proof of her surgery so that proper channels could be followed. The union backed my boss on it, and she was fired for lying to get time off when she could not provide it. She tried to petition the union, and they shot her down. She threatened to sue and no one paid attention. Just another day at Safeway. Thank God I don't work there anymore. My sister. We don't understand what happened. We have rocky family background, and she started hanging out with rich kids when she was a teen, and is overall a terrible person. Her rich friends are out of touch with reality in many ways, but they are not outright neo-Nazis like her. She says our dad wasn't a gypsy because he had a job, which cancels it out. She says wars are a good thing because they solve the overpopulation problem. Ever since she was like 18, she has this fantasy where, and I quote this, because she has repeated this over the years, I become a dictator and all the poor people and or gypsies will show themselves to me one by one. I'll ask them to stop being poor and or gypsies. They can say yes, and the problem is solved, or no, and I will execute them. That's how you solve poverty. Point background. Our family was directly persecuted by our former communist dictatorship. We were below the poverty line growing up, but mom did her best to hide it from us. Got middle class. Did I mention she has an MA in economics? My current boss seems to think that is going to keep his full staff on board while hiring new people, but without increasing the workload. Point now, we are flat rate mechanics and do roughly 80 appointments per day. Since we are paid by the job and not by the hour, this was great when there was 10 of us and everyone was making 100 hours per pay period. Then we hired a few more people. Everyone's hours dropped to 80, but we could handle it. Now we have hired more people. Most guys are making maybe 40 to 60 hours per pay period, but it doesn't matter to the boss. He gets paid a commission based on total gross labor sales, with bonuses for high NPS scores, so he ignores the fact that he is causing employees to have to sell cars and houses because they can't afford them. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as taking a new job. Due to the economy here, most dealerships / repair shops are not hiring, so it's kind of just trying to tough it out. I'm off work due to a broken arm and make twice as much on disability than I was making working full 9 to 10 hour days.